The opening scene is filled with fluttering white silk ribbons, interspersed with the bright red of wedding lanterns, creating a strange and eerie atmosphere. In the bone-chilling coldness of the dark night within the Western Qin Kingdom's palace, the shrill cry of a eunuch rings out, "Quickly bring the groom here. Don't delay the princess's auspicious time." Accompanied by these words, a handsome young man in bright red wedding attire is escorted by 2 servants into the ceremony hall. He is Chu Tianshu, the young master of the Chu general's household. The shout of "Second bow to heaven and earth" rings out. Chu Tianshu's consciousness gradually clears as he assesses the situation before him. What's going on? Am I getting married? I just broke up with my college girlfriend, and now I'm dreaming of getting married. Is it because my family is urging me too much, or am I just too eager? With the same shrill eunuch's voice shouting husband and wife bow to each other, Chu Tianshu wearily opens his heavy eyes to look at the scene before him. In front of him is a girl with beautiful silver-white hair, also supported by 2 servants, wearing a bridal gown. She is the princess of the Western Qin Kingdom, named Jiru Xian. Seeing such a beautiful bride, Chu Tianshu's nose bleeds in excitement. Is this my bride? Oh my god, a super beauty! Doesn't this mean we'll be heading to the bridal chamber next? Chu Tianshu enjoys his nosebleed, but the eunuch's next words make him jump and spurt blood from his mouth. Husband and wife bow to each other, enter the coffin together. Immediately, the young man angrily jumps up and shouts, startling the surrounding servants. What the hell? A ghost marriage? What kind of nightmare is this? I was living peacefully. And now a ghost marriage? Damn it! The frightened servants hurriedly flee, shouting in panic, the corpse has risen. The young master of the Chu general's household has come back to life. There's a ghost. They abandon Chu Tianshu, who loses his balance and falls face first onto the ground. Supporting his aching back, the young man struggles to stand up, feeling the piercing pain. Yes, now Chu Tianshu feels it, the pain of hitting the floor. Thinking of this, his nerves feel like they've been hit by a giant hammer, a sharp, stunning pain. What? Pain? So this isn't a dream, but reality? Looking blankly at the ancient ghost marriage scene before him, Chu Tianshu wonders, could it be that I've transmigrated? Is this real or fake? What era is this that's such a cheesy transmigration? Trope still exists? Transmigration? Such a good thing actually happened to an ordinary person like me? As he thinks this, it's like a switch has been flipped, causing countless images to intertwine and surge into his mind, making him grimace in pain. It hurts. Are these the original owner's memories? The original owner was also named Chu Tianshu and was the youngest son of Xian Wu Army Commander Chu Yanhong of the Western Qin Kingdom. He was the son of a concubine, whose mother was merely a concubine of the commander, and had passed away long ago. Chu Tianshu grew up with his stepmother, Mu Rong Jiangyu, without suffering any hardship and was even extremely pampered, never having to lift a finger. With a strong backing but lacking physique and talent for martial arts, and with Mu Rong Jiangyu preventing him from training every day, he lived a dissolute life, indulging in wine and women all day. Due to being spoiled and pampered, Chu Tianshu became tyrannical and cruel, becoming a notorious second-generation wastrel in the capital. Furthermore, not long ago, Chu Tianshu died from an illness, the cause of which was unknown. Indeed, the original Chu Tianshu hadn't noticed the problem, but after the modern Chu Tianshu transmigrated here and looked through the memories, he helplessly realized the harsh truth. Damn it! I've transmigrated into the body of an idiot. He couldn't even see that his stepmother was the problem? And that damn stepmother secretly poisoning him? Sooner or later, he'd be exhausted to death. Such a big deal, even TV dramas wouldn't dare to act like this. This is too much. After shouting a few breaths, Chu Tianshu helplessly collapsed. Ugh, I'm finished. This body is too weak. I'm afraid I won't survive these few days. Help! Save me! Outside, the palace maids flung open the doors and ran out of the main hall, shouting, "It's not good! It's not good! The young master of the Chu general's household has risen and come back to life. There's a ghost!" Immediately, Chu Tianshu's stepmother, Mu Rong Jiangyu, who was standing next to the empress of the Western Qin Kingdom, Xiao Monan, loudly questioned, "Insolent! The Empress Dowager is here, and you dare to speak such nonsense about ghosts? Empress Dowager, save me. It's true. It's really the corpse of the young master of the Chu family that has risen. He might have come back to life. Seeing the two palace maids so frightened that they were speaking incoherently, Chu Tianshu's stepmother finally turned to her niece, Murong Shui, and said, Shui'er, go in and see what's going on. As she said this, she secretly transmitted a message to Shui'er. Remember, Chu Tianshu cannot survive today. Murong Shui nodded seriously. Aunt, don't worry. Shui'er understands. Inside the room, Chu Tianshu was leaning against the wall, resting. Hearing footsteps, he turned around to look and cried out in horror, recognizing her. Murong Shui! Oh my God, is she here to kill me? This Murong Shui, although not as formidable as Murong Jianyu, is still a 6th-level body refinement expert. I'm afraid this is bad news for me. Murong Shui walked in, her cold face bathed in moonlight, and slowly said, Young master, you've been sweating a lot. Are you unwell? Let Shui'er take a look for you. As she said this, her hand grabbed Chu Tianshu's leg and began to transmit profound energy into it, making him scream. In his panic, Chu Tianshu frantically called out to the system in his mind. System. System. Where are you? Transmigrators all have systems. I can't let this energy flow into my brain, or I'll die for sure. The profound energy destroyed his meridians, causing blood to flow from Chu Tianshu's eyes and nose. At this moment, deep within Chu Tianshu's soul, a clear voice rang out with beautiful light in the form of a luminous pearl. Detecting that the host's life is in danger. Activating the Great Dream Pearl Heaven Scripture System. At that moment, in an indescribable space within Chu Tianshu's consciousness, the beautiful pearl released a suction force, devouring the strand of profound energy that Murong Shui had just attacked him with. After absorbing the profound energy, the system's voice rang out again. Gifting the host a novice gift, the ability to see through. Also gifting the host a one-time lottery draw opportunity. The originally heavy and painful body was immediately soothed by the system, leaving Chu Tianshu momentarily stunned. Is this the Great Dream Pearl Heaven System? What is this thing? How powerful is it? Before Chu Tianshu could fully grasp the situation, a warm current flowed through his eyes, causing miraculous changes. Is this the system's see-through ability? Thanks to it, Chu Tianshu could see the blood vessels, bones, and even the meridians in other people's bodies. He could even see that indescribable place. Children, don't look. Those people have flames surrounding them. It must be blood chi, which only martial artists have. The stronger the power, the more intensely the blood chi flames will erupt. Here, Chu Tianshu was studying his new skill, while Murong Shui was even more surprised and annoyed, wondering, how is this possible? Why isn't he dead yet? He couldn't have dispelled my profound energy, could he? Did I go too easy on him? If so, Murong Shui didn't hesitate to grab Chu Tianshu's collar and pull him closer, causing him to exclaim, Hey, hey! Don't touch me! I can see everything clearly. Unexpectedly, Murong Shui didn't attack but pulled Chu Tianshu onto her, placing his hands on a certain unspeakable place. The young man was helplessly pressed against her body, unable to move. This woman, what is she trying to do? Unfortunately, she was much stronger than him, so he couldn't move at all. At this moment, Murong Shui suddenly trembled and cried out in fear. Ah! Let go of me, you stinky pervert! Let go of me! Seeing her like this, Chu Tianshu immediately realized what she was trying to do and thought, not good. But it was probably too late. Her shrill scream echoed outside, quickly attracting the attention of the officials outside. Without hesitation, Murong Jianyu, his stepmother, burst through the door first. Shouting, What's going on? Murong Shui sat on the ground, crying. Wah! Empress Dowager, Aunt! I originally wanted to check the young master's body, but who knew that the young master wanted to assault me? Murong Shui's fragile appearance and pitiful tears easily garnered sympathy from the surrounding officials. See? I told you Chu Tianshu was a scoundrel. I can't believe he would dare to do such a reckless thing in broad daylight. He just got married to the princess, and can already play tricks with other women? This is a disgrace to the royal family. Empress Dowager, you must punish him. Seeing the disgusted gazes of those around him, and the cold face of the Empress Dowager, Chu Tianshu panicked. Damn it! With the original owner's previous reputation, even if I say I was falsely accused, no one will believe me. No, I must stay calm. I must quickly find a way to save myself. Suddenly, Murong Jianyu knelt down sincerely before the Empress Dowager and said, Empress Dowager, now that things have come to this, my nephew suddenly woke up and hasn't recovered yet. And he's done such an absurd thing. It's truly tarnished the princess's reputation. It's all my fault for not disciplining him well, causing him to create this disaster. Please ask the Empress Dowager to resolve this fairly. I, Murong Jianyu, absolutely have no complaints. As she spoke, the beautiful woman shed tears of reproach, appearing genuinely heartbroken for her beloved nephew. Chu Tianshu widened his eyes, watching her despicable acting, and shuddered in horror. Finally, the Empress Dowager, who had been silent until now, coldly commanded someone, drag him out and execute him. No! Chu Tianshu grimaced and gritted his teeth, shouting inwardly in this dangerous situation, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. I still have a chance to turn the tables. System, I want to draw. Immediately, the luminous pearl within Chu Tianshu's soul shone with mysterious script. Congratulations to the host for drawing the life and death reversal divine needle technique. The living die, the dead live. White bones defy yin and yang. Life and death are determined. After seeing the effects of this skill, Chu Tianshu thought, since I'm about to be beheaded anyway, using it on myself would be useless. Immediately, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind as he turned to look at the pitiful princess lying in the crimson coffin. The see-through skill given by the system earlier allowed him to easily detect a faint flicker of life force on her body. This princess, she still has a faint trace of blood qi, which means she hasn't completely died. Without hesitation, Chu Tianshu knelt before the Empress Dowager and shouted, Empress Dowager, I must save the princess. Wait. Wait. Don't behead me. The Empress Dowager was startled by these words and hurriedly asked, What? You can save the princess? Yes. Just give me a few acupuncture needles. I'll use a unique acupuncture technique on the princess's acupoints and be able to revive her. Before the Empress could respond, the elderly imperial physician Li Changqing, his face changing color, stepped forward to question, How is that possible? This old man has practiced medicine and saved lives for my entire life and has never misdiagnosed. The princess's pulse has stopped. Empress Dowager, don't listen to this boy's nonsense. You brat from the Chu family, how dare you touch the princess's body and still spout such nonsense here? You cannot disturb the peace of the princess's remains. Not only the old imperial physician, but even that damn old woman turned to sternly warn, Shu'er, don't talk nonsense. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of everyone around him, Chu Tianshu retorted with sharp eyes, This is a life-reversing acupuncture technique I learned from an ancient medical text. You're just a frog in a well, slandering others. It's a waste of your title as a physician. His contemptuous and disdainful words enraged the imperial physician, causing a noisy argument. But finally, the Empress Dowager erupted with an overwhelming aura and shouted, Silence. Then, she looked at Chu Tianshu and said, I don't care whether you're telling the truth or not, but I will give you a chance. If you can truly revive the princess, this marriage of yours I will turn it into a true day of great joy. But if you cannot, I will make you taste the most cruel torture in this world until you die. Listening to the Empress Dowager's cold and chilling declaration, Chu Tianshu grimaced and nodded. If he succeeded in saving the princess, he would live. If he failed, he would die. There was no way back now. Finally, all the officials and the imperial physician were driven out of the room, leaving only Chu Tianshu, the Empress Dowager, and the princess on the bed. Empress Dowager, there's something I hope you won't be angry. I need to remove the princess's clothes to perform acupuncture. Chu Tianshu asked in a low voice while checking the acupuncture needles on the table. The Empress Dowager thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right. A sick person needs a physician. You just focus on the treatment. I will go outside first. Watching the Empress's retreating figure, Chu Tianshu focused on his task. What a beautiful woman, and so decisive, not bound by trivial details. She's truly worthy of being the Empress Dowager. Well then, next is to treat this princess. He approached the bed where the princess lay and adjusted her position correctly. The princess's clothes were gradually removed, revealing her soft, delicate, and alluring body. Although Chu Tianshu was indeed lecherous, this was not the time to pay attention to such things. Faced with his own life, which could be lost at any moment, he very seriously picked up an acupuncture needle and observed the princess for a long time. Half an hour later, those waiting outside gradually lost their patience, so the imperial physician approached the empress and reminded her, "Empress Dowager, it's been half an hour. That lustful brat, perhaps not only can he cure the princess, but he also." At this side, Mu Rongshui also approached and whispered to her aunt, "Aunt, that Chu Tianshu doesn't know anything, and he dared to boast that he could save someone. It's truly laughable. This time, he's definitely dead. Indeed. Even if we don't act now, the Empress Dowager will take his dog life. Let's just wait and watch the good show." No one here thought that the useless Chu Tianshu could save the princess. But at this moment, the door that had been closed for half an hour opened. Chu Tianshu stepped out, looking tired and panting, then smiled and said to the Empress, "Empress Dowager, thankfully, I didn't disappoint you. The princess has come back to life." His words were like a heavy bomb dropped on the hearts of those around him, shocking and startling them. Thus, a whole group of people, led by the Empress Dowager, rushed into the room to see how the princess was doing. The imperial physician stepped forward to take the princess's pulse, then excitedly replied, "Indeed. This old man knew it. How could a good-for-nothing know medicine? Not only is the princess not better, but her remains have been desecrated by that brat." Upon receiving the imperial physician's diagnosis, the surrounding officials angrily shouted, "That bastard! He must be punished. In broad daylight he dared to desecrate a royal. And he even deceived the empress, disrespecting the princess's remains. His crime deserves death." The surrounding commotion made Chu Tianshu annoyed, and he loudly interrupted, "You bunch of mediocre physicians, shut your damn mouths." At this moment, from outside the door, Mu Rongjianyu and Mu Rongshui also rushed in. What they saw was the heroic Chu Tianshu pulling out a hairpin from the princess's forehead. The tiny hairpin was quickly pulled out, dragging along a streak of bright red blood. Immediately, the princess's body also moved, and she coughed up a mouthful of poisonous blood. Seeing her beloved daughter move again, the Empress Dowager couldn't hide the joy and surprise on her face and cried out, "Exionnaire!" The Empress Dowager was astonished, while the imperial physician was so shocked that his heart almost jumped out. 1,000 questions arose in his mind. How could this useless brat save the princess? "Empress Dowager, the toxins in the princess's body haven't been completely eliminated, so I used acupuncture on her soul gate acupoint. The toxins in the princess's body will slowly be expelled, and she should fully recover in 3 days." Chu Tianshu explained while the Empress Dowager silently hugged her daughter. "Empress Dowager, I could save the princess, but I hate that this mediocre imperial physician spouted such nonsense. Not only did he misdiagnose the princess's death, but even now that the princess has awakened, he made a wrong diagnosis again, almost missing the final opportunity to save her." The imperial physician, being directly questioned, was frightened and stammered, shaking his head, "You didn't. You didn't? Then you just disdained a brat like me. If I hadn't risked my life to quickly save the princess, what would you be doing here? Tell me, what's the use of an imperial physician like you?" Chu Tianshu's sharp and irrefutable questioning left the imperial physician trembling and pleading with the empress for help. Finally, the Empress Dowager sighed and declared, "All right, if the princess has come back to life, then this is a joyous occasion. Chu Tianshu and the princess have gone through the proper rites and have also bowed in marriage, so Chu Tianshu's status as the prince consort will not change. However, considering that you two are still young, you can postpone the consummation rites for 3 years. Chu Tianshu can stay with the princess in the princess's mansion from now on." Hearing these words, Chu Tianshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Mu Rongshui, standing behind, was about to explode with rage. How is this possible? How could this useless Chu Tianshu save the princess? Those unique acupuncture techniques are only found in legends. It must have been pure luck that he stumbled upon them. Everyone had their own thoughts about the Empress Dowager's decision, but Murong Jiangyu quickly knelt down and bowed. Many thanks for the Empress Dowager's grace. However, Shu-er has been frail since childhood, so it wouldn't be appropriate to trouble the princess's mansion. I hope the Empress Dowager will graciously allow me to stay by his side to conveniently take care of his meals and lodging. Looking at his stepmother's despicable tone, Chu Tianshu was furious, but the Empress Dowager spoke up to reassure her. Madam Chu, there's no need to worry. There are servants in the palace to attend to him. Empress Dowager, this concubine only wants someone from the Chu family to be by Shu-er's side, just in case he goes out and causes trouble again. At least there will be someone to discipline him, preventing outsiders from directing their resentment towards the Empress and the Princess. I hope the Empress Dowager can understand this concubine's painstaking efforts. The Empress Dowager glanced at Chu Tianshu, who was cursing inwardly. Damn old woman, you're clearly plotting to kill me, and you're even sending someone to monitor me? But stepmother, don't even dream of it. Now I'm the prince consort, and the Empress wants to protect me, so there's a perfectly good reason to refuse your request. However, the Empress Dowager's next words made Chu Tianshu's soul tremble. This is simple. I permit it. Receiving the Empress's nod, Murong Jiangyu and Murong Shui bowed their heads in thanks. But no matter what, at this moment, Chu Tianshu understood that from now on, he would no longer be controlled. The pressure he had felt since his rebirth made him sigh wearily. In the end, everything still depended on himself. After that, the Empress Dowager dismissed everyone, while the prince consort Chu Tianshu was allowed to stay in the princess's mansion. The officials, the imperial physician, and even Chu Tianshu's stepmother all left under the Empress Dowager's command. At this time, Chu Tianshu, in his wedding attire, was sitting tiredly by the door. The Empress Dowager, seeing this, asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "This subject is fine, just regretful that I couldn't completely cure the princess." These words immediately surprised the Empress Dowager, and Chu Tianshu continued with his head bowed. The princess's life is still in critical condition. However, as long as this subject continues acupuncture treatment, there is still hope. Really? When do you plan to continue treating the princess? Seeing a new glimmer of hope, the Empress couldn't hide her anxiety, as she forced herself to ask. Hearing this, Chu Tianshu hung his head wearily, sweat dripping from his body, and he weakly replied, "I've already performed acupuncture today and can only wait until tomorrow to do it again. This subject is currently experiencing headaches, dizziness, and weakness in all 4 limbs. Even if I wanted to perform acupuncture, I'm not sure I could." Chu Tianshu's exhaustion was genuine. But currently the princess was his life-saving card, so he hadn't completely cured her just now. This way, he could buy himself more time to develop. After listening to Chu Tianshu, the Empress immediately turned to Murong Shui and ordered, "Murong Shui, quickly take Tianshu to the resting quarters. I will go and invite the best physician to treat him. The princess's illness cannot be delayed, and he must be the one to treat her." Thus, Chu Tianshu was quickly taken back to his room to rest. As the Empress had said, skilled physicians were invited to take Chu Tianshu's pulse. His blood qi is depleted, and his internal organs are failing. He won't live much longer. Murong Shui stood by, feigning concern, and asked, "Is there really no cure?" The imperial physician sadly shook his head. "This old man is incompetent and unable to cure him. My mediocre medical skills have no effect on his condition. The situation is already too dire." These words made Murong Shui secretly smile with joy. "Is there really no other way?" the Empress anxiously asked. "Empress Dowager, the national master might be able to treat him, but he is currently out of the country for a few months due to state affairs, and cannot be contacted. Now we can only rely on the prince consort's luck. However, if a profound expert uses profound energy to save him, he might be able to live for a few more days." The old physician's diagnosis was relatively accurate, but this only made the Empress Dowager more frustrated. Profound experts are body-refining martial artists, rarely encountered by ordinary people. How could one be easily found in the next few days? And only this brat Tianshu knows the medical technique to save the princess. So the Empress also wondered whether Chu Tianshu's life and death reversal technique would work on himself. Finally, with no other choice, The Empress Dowager led everyone out to let the prince consort rest. After they left, Chu Tianshu, who had been closing his eyes, slowly opened them and called out, "System, where are you? Can you check my body?" Immediately the system, with its pale green light, appeared before Chu Tianshu. Ding dong! Currently checking the host's body. Please maintain your current position and do not move. Host's body check complete. Body condition, extremely weak. Remaining lifespan, 7 days, 12 hours, 13 minutes, and 15 seconds. Hearing the system's notification, Chu Tianshu cried out helplessly, "Damn it! Is there really only 7 days left? I don't want to die." Before he could panic, the system displayed another notification panel. The system has currently collected 4 types of talismans that can extend the host's life. The host can use 5 days of lifespan in exchange for a selection opportunity. Does the host wish to proceed with the selection? Seeing the notification, Chu Tianshu immediately laughed. Anyway, I only have 7 days left. 5 days more or less doesn't make much difference. Only a fool wouldn't choose. Ha! Receiving command, host has chosen no. Not intending to use 5 days of lifespan in exchange for a selection opportunity to continue living. Host, please take good care of yourself. Damn it! This system has voice recognition, but no intelligence? I clearly said yes. Receiving the host's command. To change the selection, the host needs to consume 2 days of lifespan. Do you wish to proceed? This time, Chu Tianshu didn't hesitate and continuously pressed the yes button. Confirm. Confirm. I still have half a day of lifespan left anyway. As long as I can successfully maintain my life, what is there to be afraid of? After several confirmations, the system presented a series of options for him to choose from, but even a fool could see which one to pick. Congratulations to the host for choosing the life extension option. Consuming 5 days of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 12 hours, 2 minutes, and 38 seconds. Please close your eyes and relax your body. To receive the system's gift. Welcome, host, to your first entry into the Great Dream Pearl Heaven space. Checking host strength, too weak, especially for the opening of the profound energy seed. Host, please cultivate diligently and ascend to immortality soon. Feeling the changes in his body, Chu Tianshu couldn't help but ask, does this mean that as long as I sleep and enter the dream world, I can cultivate and increase my strength? That's right. But what exactly is profound energy? The surrounding space was hazy, making Chu Tianshu feel like he was daydreaming. Moreover, with so much new information appearing, he couldn't immediately understand everything. In this world, people with profound energy seeds are extremely rare. Profound cultivators are far more powerful than martial artists. The levels of profound cultivation, from highest to lowest, are divided into ranks such as Foundation Establishment. The 9th level of body refinement for martial artists is equivalent to a 9th level profound cultivator. The host currently has 100 units of profound energy, which can be upgraded to 1st level profound disciple, extending lifespan by 1 year. Haha! Amazing! So the so-called starting weak and becoming strong is just diligently sleeping and lying down to become stronger. System, I love you. Mu Rong Shui. Just you wait. Once I reach profound disciple, I won't be afraid of you anymore. Within the Great Dream Pearl Heaven world, Chu Tianshu was extremely excited to begin cultivating and quickly increase his strength. But in reality, Mu Rong Shui coldly opened the door and walked into the room, detecting someone approaching the host with malicious intent. Host, please stop sleeping and leave the space to avoid becoming a fool. Indeed, her malicious intent was completely unconcealed as she approached Chu Tianshu's bed. Suddenly, Chu Tianshu sat up and shouted, Mu Rong Shui, do you know that disturbing someone's sleep can get you cursed? Cursed into a plane. A plane. Before he could finish his angry outburst, he was captivated by her ample bosom. Mu Rong Shui pondered and asked, what's a plane? Ha! Chu Tianshu's face was practically pressed against her chest, and he thought to himself, well, it seems you and planes aren't meant to be in this life, hee. Alright, this young master is sick and needs to rest. You can go out now. No, I can't. Madam told me to take care of you, so I naturally have to stay by your side. Since you're sick, I have to take good care of you. Of course, Chu Tianshu wouldn't let her stay by his side forever. He had to find a way to get her to leave so he could diligently sleep and cultivate. Sister Shui, please go back to the mansion and bring me some money, belongings, and clean clothes. It's also convenient to call Chiu Yu and Dong Yu over to take care of me. It's too much trouble for you to look after me alone like this. Mu Rong Shui coldly shook her head. They didn't take good care of you. After you died, madam, in her anger, sold them to a brothel. The unexpected news made Chu Tianshu exclaim, What? Sold them? Oh my God, my lovely twins! According to the original owner's memories, he had 2 personal maidservants, Chiu Yu and Dong Yu, who also warmed his bed. These 2 girls had served him loyally and gently for 5 years. And now, his lovely and soft twin maidservants had been sold? Damn it! My only comfort in this world was destroyed by this damned woman. Fury made Chu Tianshu stare at Mu Rong Shui with undisguised killing intent. Now that I'm back to life, quickly buy them back. Hearing his questioning, Mu Rong Shui retorted without hesitation, they've already been sold. There's no such thing as buying them back. Besides, this is the fate of servants. They have no right to choose. Anyway, you're about to die. Isn't it nice to have me take care of you? Glancing coldly at her, Chu Tianshu's voice turned icy. Do you know what a pity I think this is? Chu Tianshu thought, you like to monitor me, right? Fine. Then, he reached out and beckoned with his hand. My body hasn't been well nourished. If I can't perform acupuncture, the Empress will blame me. If the Empress blames me, can you bear the responsibility, Shui'er? Or we don't you warm this young master's bed? Chu Tianshu's lecherous appearance, perverted expression, and provocative words instantly enraged Mu Rong Shui. With a murderous tone, she shouted, What are you doing? Get your filthy hands off me. Chu Tianshu coldly pushed her onto the bed, exposing her ample backside in front of him. Mu Rong Shui blushed and angrily scolded, You. Don't think that just because this is the princess's mansion, I won't teach you a lesson. This is the authority madam gave me. From this angle, coupled with the system's see-through skill, Chu Tianshu couldn't help but curse inwardly. This damn see-through skill! I can see everything so clearly. Unable to hold back, Chu Tianshu slapped her but hard, making her flinch. So try hitting me. My body is weak now. If you damage me, I won't be able to save the princess. And you definitely won't have a good ending either. Rage surged through Mu Rong Shui. She turned back and launched a martial arts attack. Chu Tianshu, you damned fool, are you tired of living? But halfway through her attack, she forced herself to stop. Chu Tianshu calmly stood there and asked, So, if you're not afraid of death, then go ahead. Oh, what's wrong? You don't dare? You were so aggressive just now. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianshu slapped her hard across the face, leaving her stunned. A low-class, inferior creature dares to lay hands on me? You woman who doesn't know her place. Perhaps Mu Rong Shui had never been so humiliated and belittled in her entire life, so she couldn't help but shed tears of anger. No, I must stay calm. This scum isn't worth dying over. I don't need to get myself involved in this. All of this is for completing the mission. Anyway, he only has 7 days left to live. There's no rush. I can't stay in this room any longer. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and kill him. Then she immediately turned to leave. Stay in this room for me. I'll return to the military mansion to get your things. Swear, your body is super beautiful. You must sleep with me tonight. Chu Tianshu waved goodbye, while Mu Rong Shui's departing curses still echoed. After seeing off that woman, Chu Tianshu smiled with satisfaction. He guessed that it would take her about an hour and a half to return. So this was a precious opportunity. He scrambled back onto his bed. Chu Tianshu currently had less than half a day to live. He had to break through to the Xian Master realm within this half-day to have any hope of making it in time. His current goal was to condense the Xianqi seed in his Dantian into 100 Xianqi units. Mu Rong Shui returned to Mu Rong Jianyu's mansion and reported to her. And, as you predicted, the imperial physician has determined that unless the national teacher intervenes, Chu Tianshu will definitely not live past 7 days. Murong Jiangyu nodded calmly. Yes, I originally planned to have him and the Princess Ghost marry, arranging for our Chu family the status of imperial relatives. Now there's been this unforeseen incident, but that piece of trash will only linger for a few more days anyway. You just need to keep a good eye on him. Murong Shui nodded and then hesitantly continued. I understand, but the thing is, Chu Tianshu also wants me to bring Thursday Knock and Dong Knock back to warm his bed. Her words made Murong Jianyu immediately frown in anger. That mischievous, useless trash is about to die and he's still thinking about such filthy things? Ignore him. You don't need to pay attention to him. So Murong Shui put on a wronged expression and complained, but Aunt he keeps trying to force me to give them to him. Murong Jianyu's eyebrows furrowed even deeper, her eyes sharp and her face gloomy like water. So he has molested you. Her aunt's words startled her, and she waved her hands in denial. No, it's not like that. Well, if it's not like that, then just endure it for a few days. If he hasn't died after 7 days, then you can deal with him yourself. The two of them were plotting and scheming, while in his own room at the princess's mansion, Chu Tianshu was completely immersed in the world of the Great Dream Pearl, diligently cultivating. If one observed carefully, they could see streams of xianqi before his chest beginning to be mobilized, spreading throughout the meridians in his body and converging at his dantian. He didn't know how much time had passed. In the hazy space of the Great Dream Pearl, time seemed to lose its meaning. By the time his mind regained clarity, the strands of xianqi in his body had completely combined like a small, warm stream. Chu Tianshu immediately woke up with joy because he had finally succeeded. It seemed that at the same time, the system's notification sound also rang out. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Xian Master, increasing lifespan by 1 year. Haha, who would have thought? In just half an hour, Chu Tianshu could jump from a Xian cultivator apprentice to a Xian master cultivator. This little friend has finally temporarily secured his life. As his strength increases, his lifespan will definitely become longer and longer. Becoming a Xian master also meant that he had gained a certain ability to protect himself, and could cast Xian techniques. So, if he had the chance, he could deal with and ambush Murong Shui. Before anything else, Chu Tianshu imagined the scene of the soft and tender Murong Shui lying beneath him, calling him master in a coquettish voice. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Chu Tianshu realized, isn't my Xian technique hypnosis? Murong Shui was currently a level 6 martial artist, at the entry-level Xian master realm. Although Chu Tianshu could put up a fight, killing her was still too difficult. It seems that I must grasp cultivation firmly, and quickly cultivate to Xian Master level 6 to be safe. Then he turned over and fell into a deep sleep once more. But this time, things didn't go as Chu Tianshu imagined. He couldn't condense xianqi like before. Hearing his question, the system suggested, Host, please quickly attack the meridians. Opening all the meridians and 720 acupoints throughout the body. Oh my god, it seems the system hopes I have a good foundation. That's right, I should open the meridians before continuing cultivation. Half an hour later, Chu Tianshu woke up again, and this time he had only opened one acupoint in the center of his chest. This speed was too slow, and the later acupoints would be more difficult to open. At this rate, it would probably take at least 3 years or more to open all the meridians. I must think of a way to find helpers to cooperate to quickly kill Murong Shui. While Chu Tianshu was lost in thought, Murong Shui, with an icy expression, pushed open the door and walked in. She coldly tossed a cloth bag onto the table and said that it contained the things Chu Tianshu needed. Chu Tianshu hurriedly rushed over, rummaged through the bag, and asked in surprise, why are there only clothes? Didn't you bring any silver? Murong Shui immediately sneered with contempt. A dying man, what does he need silver for? Her words angered Chu Tianshu, but at this moment, his sharp eyes noticed something. Chu Tianshu noticed a rather familiar jade pendant hidden in the center of her chest. Well hidden, you slut. The jade I kept before seems to have been stolen by you. Then Chu Tianshu laughed, and immediately reached out, grabbing the fabric over her heart. All right, I don't need silver, but you still have to leave me something. Humph, you dare to hide the master's belongings. Your guts are quite large. Holding his jade pendant in his hand, Chu Tianshu questioned her softly. How did you know the jade pendant was there? Manhwa hurriedly covered her chest with her hand, gritting her teeth in anger, because this was the thing she had kept for the person named Tian Yang. Guh, but it was discovered by this piece of trash. It all started when Manhwa's aunt ordered her not to bring silver to Chu Tianshu, but only a piece of jade. Moreover, Manhwa's Tian Yang had also spent tens of thousands of taels of silver on cultivation and would return next month, so all the wealth would go to Tian Yang. Hearing this, Manhwa excitedly asked, Tian Yang is returning next month? Yes, he has now reached the Xian Master realm. After Chu Tianshu dies, I will think of a way to arrange things for the two of you. Hearing her aunt's sweet words, Manhwa nodded shyly, her face blushing. Everything is up to aunt. Then I'll go back now. And so this girl disobeyed the order and hid that jade pendant for her boyfriend. Chu Tianshu didn't know this, but he also warned her, this time I'll let you off. But there won't be a next time. Manhwa was both angry and ultimately unable to do anything. It was a beautiful day with a bustling and crowded scene in the inner city of Qin capital. Nahan Street, which was usually very busy and crowded, became strangely commotion today with the appearance of a certain person. It turned out that the people had spotted the devil Chu Tianshu, so they hurriedly fled in panic. As for the reason he came here, it was because he lacked some maids to warm his bed. So he came here to take a look. Bad habits are hard to break. Aren't you afraid the Empress will be angry and execute you? Chu Tianshu chuckled and shrugged. Anyway, I only have a few days left to live. So why not enjoy it? If you don't want to be bought, then how about you warm my bed tonight? Manhwa immediately yelled, You just wait to die. Looking at her angry but helpless appearance, Chu Tianshu was very satisfied. Haha, peonies die under the skirt. Ghosts are also romantic. Don't you understand? Just then, a man walked over from the side of the road, his chattering voice greeting him. Oh, isn't this young Master Chu? You've truly come back to life? That's wonderful. Chu Tianshu paused, looked at him for a moment, then suddenly recognized him. Oh, it's Loudmouth Lu. Haha, thank you for remembering me. What brings you here? I can show you the way. Perfect, I was just lacking something, and here it is, Chu Tianshu thought to himself, then approached and inquired, There used to be two maids who followed me. Thursday Knock and Dong Knock. You must recognize them, right? Do you know which establishment they were sold to? Hearing this, Loudmouth Lu nodded and pointed towards a building in the central area. Ah, young master, you've come at the right time. They were just publicly sold by Mingyan Tower. I heard many young masters from aristocratic families and brothel owners are participating. If you're any later, you won't be able to buy them back. Chu Tianshu looked in the direction Loudmouth Lu pointed and handed him a few shiny silver coins. What are you still standing there for? Quickly take me to Mingyan Tower. Inside Mingyan Tower, right in the center, the host's loud voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone, I believe you all recognize this pair of twin sisters, right? They are Thursday Knock and Dong Knock, trained by the Xian Wu General's mansion. They are of marriageable age and possess exceptional beauty. Both are proficient in martial arts, having reached the second-level peak of the marrow refining stage. They are also skilled in the four arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The rare beauty of the twin sisters attracted the covetous gazes of many, but when they heard the introduction, they immediately frowned in displeasure. What kind of goods are you trying to sell? Although these two sisters are charming, everyone knows they've served Chu Tianshu for 5 years. They've probably been ruined by that lecher Chu Tianshu. Are you trying to pass them off to us? Haha, I think you misunderstand. That Chu Tianshu has weak kidneys. These young ladies are still virgins. Hearing the host's explanation, the young master who had just questioned asked back in surprise. Is that true? Of course it's true. Our Mingyan Tower has built its reputation for decades on honesty. If I'm lying, Mingyan Tower is willing to compensate you 10 times the selling price. Haha, I didn't expect that Chu Tianshu was truly a useless piece of trash, yet he became the prince consort. But he's just a lucky bastard, probably used as a scapegoat. The host's introduction caused the surrounding people to gossip about Chu Tianshu. These words naturally reached Chu Tianshu, making him so angry that he slammed the table. Damn it, which bastard dared to slander me, saying I have weak kidneys? Very quickly, a customer couldn't help but urge the host to announce the starting price. Sir, please calm down. The starting price is 3,000 gold taels, and they will not be sold separately. A series of young masters from aristocratic families and merchants quickly raised their signs to bid. Naturally, the 3,000 gold taels quickly rose to 4,000. Murong Shui, standing behind Chu Tianshu, saw this scene and thought smugly, that jade is at most worth 3,500 gold taels. Let's see how you get those two maids back this time. Haha, pitiful Chu Tianshu, you don't even have the qualifications to bid. Just wait and see your maids being pampered by others. Because Chu Tianshu had previously asked the appraiser of this tower to sell the jade pendant, but it could only be sold for 3,500 gold taels, even though he had bought it for 6,000. Now, how could this meager 3,500 be enough to redeem the two maids? The noisy crowd quickly bid, and the number rapidly climbed to 4,000 gold taels with no sign of stopping. Moreover, those sitting here were all wealthy and high-ranking descendants. His situation was indeed a little dangerous, but it wasn't without solutions. Suddenly, amidst the men's bidding calls, a clear, gentle female voice rang out. I bid 4,500 gold taels. This unusual bid quickly attracted everyone's attention, and as they looked towards the bidder, they all revealed expressions of fascination. I recognize her. She's from the largest brothel in the capital. She's the owner of Hua Wu Brothel. The owner of Hua Wu Brothel, Shangguan Yen. She's a woman who's both strangely alluring and carries a hint of mystique, easily captivating the soul of any man who approaches her. I didn't expect her to want to buy these two girls as well. Indeed. Although Shangguan Yen was born a courtesan, she sells her art, not her body. She's more than capable of training these two young girls. Amazing, amazing! If these two young girls are trained by her, they can definitely become top courtesans in the capital, increasing their value several times over. The atmosphere became hotter than ever with the appearance of Shangguan Yen, but just then, Chu Tianshu stepped forward, smiling, which startled everyone. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. With me, Chu Tianshu, here today, none of you can take them away. Below, the twin sisters, seeing their young master, were so overjoyed they burst into tears. But the host questioned unhappily, Chu, young master Chu, what are you trying to pull? Are you trying to use your status as the prince consort to pressure us? That's too bad. Everyone knows, so you have no chance. You should know that in our establishment, whoever bids the highest has the right to speak. Of course, we also support bartering, as long as the price is right. Then good. I'll leave Murong Shui here. This sincerity isn't bad. His words startled Murong Shui, who clutched his sleeve. Are you insane? How can these two servants compare to me? Chu Tianshu angrily flung her hand away and scolded, Murong Shui, shut up. No one can touch what belongs to me. Anyone who dares to stop me today is my enemy. Do you want to provoke me? Think carefully about the consequences. Murong Shui trembled with anger and said to herself, and, he's making me lose my patience. Chu Tianshu's words infuriated Murong Shui, while the surrounding guests were gleeful, watching the fun and laughing amongst themselves. Chu Tianshu is truly crazy. This woman, Murong Shui, is of extraordinary status, yet he dares to sell her for those two maids. Haha, interesting. Just then, Shangguan Yen, the owner of Hua Wu Brothel, also spoke. So it's young Master Chu. You're a regular customer of our Hua Wu Brothel. If you want these two maids, then I'll yield to you. Chu Tianshu looked at Shangguan Yen for a moment, and smiled faintly. Of course, Shangguan Yen had her own reasons for doing this. It was said that Chu Tianshu had come back to life during his ghost marriage with the princess. This was very strange. Moreover, he was now the prince consort, and Hua Wu Brothel couldn't afford to offend him. Seeing Shangguan Yen yield, everyone around was startled and realized they shouldn't go too far. Because what kind of person was Chu Tianshu? Had they forgotten? That's right, whatever that guy sets his eyes on, anyone who fights him for it won't have a good ending. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chu Tianshu secretly gloated. He naturally knew that using his status to suppress them wasn't right. What he needed was to stir up their fear of the original owner. Now that he had temporarily made them back down, the next thing was money. Suddenly, the arrogant voice of Li Xianqing, the son of the Minister of Revenue, rang out. You may be afraid, but I'm not afraid of him. I bid 5,500 gold taels. I also happen to need 2 women to warm my bed. Seeing someone sticking their head out to provoke him, Chu Tianshu wasn't annoyed but rather excited, looking over at him. Ah, this foolish young man, as expected. All matters of money must rely on him. Li Xianqing, fanning himself, walked up to Chu Tianshu and sneered. Chu Tianshu, you wretch, you didn't even bother getting close to me. Today, I must defeat you once. These two originally had a grudge, so upon meeting, they started bickering. They argued back and forth, ultimately resolving nothing. Finally, Chu Tianshu made a meaningful suggestion. Then let's gamble again. The bet is the same as last time. If you win, the title of number 1 dandy of the capital will be yours. The foolish and hot-blooded Li Xianqing quickly fell into the trap without realizing it. Humph, do you think I'd find that strange? Tell me, what's the bet? Chu Tianshu laughed, and turned to look at the auction host and asked, This Li Xianqing wants to steal my title of number 1 dandy. Can you give us some time to have a competition? And then continue the auction? Haha, young Master Chu and young Master Li are willing to compete for our entertainment. Ming Yen Tower naturally supports it. Of course, this gambling match made everyone around very interested, preparing to watch Chu Tianshu's joke. Because they firmly believed that Chu Tianshu was a piece of trash. How could he possibly defeat Li Xianqing? Seeing everyone's eyes on them, Li Xianqing suggested, Miss Shangguan Yen is known for her discerning eye. How about each of us comes up with a couplet, and Miss Shangguan will judge the winner? Shangguan Yen happily nodded in agreement, but Chu Tianshu shrugged and shook his head. How embarrassing for you. Playing with words is for bookworms. What does it have to do with us? Why compete in that? Think about it, I, Chu Tianshu, haven't wasted the past 10 years. Just by observing the beautiful women of the capital, I've developed a unique skill. Do you dare to compete? Facing Chu Tianshu's provocative gaze, Li Xianqing, without thinking much, asked, What unique skill? Immediately, Chu Tianshu turned to face the audience and shouted, Any beautiful woman, I can tell her exact 3 measurements with just 1 glance. Haha, I thought it was something special. This is just a trick. Even an 8-year-old knows this. Do you think I'd fall for it? If you say so, then let's compete. Who's afraid of who? I'll also set a rule. If you win, all the money on me is yours. If you lose, from now on, whenever you see me, Li Xianqing, on the street, you must bow your head and greet me submissively. Understood? Shangguan Yen listened as everyone confirmed the rules, then gently waved her hand, signaling her maid. The 2 young masters are truly eye-opening. If that's the case, then our Hua Wu brothel will gladly assist. These are 4 young ladies from Hua Wu brothel. I invite the 2 young masters to demonstrate their skills. Quickly, for beautiful girls, dressed in different colored outfits. Step forward for everyone to admire. This competition took place right in the center of the platform where the auction had just occurred, and almost everyone's eyes were focused here, watching the free entertainment. Chu Tianshu, drooling, stepped towards the girl in the bright red outfit and excitedly said, This is a top-quality woman. Her 3 measurements are 90, 60, and 90. The girl, being pointed out, blushed and nodded. The young master is absolutely correct. Li Xianqing, not to be outdone, began to guess. This lady's measurements are 92, 64, and 93. The young master is correct. The lady in white is 94, 58, 91, Chu Tianshu declared loudly. Li Xianqing immediately replied, The lady in blue is 96, 62, and 95. Just as Chu Tianshu happily pointed at the girl in blue and said, You're wrong, Li Xianqing. The lady in blue isn't 96, but 94, Li Xianqing angrily retorted. Nonsense! The lady in white's bust is 94, clearly smaller than the one in blue. How could I be wrong? Everyone around agreed with Li Xianqing's guess, because the lady in blue was clearly slightly larger than the lady in white. How could they be the same? That's right. This Chu Tianshu is talking nonsense. He knows he can't win, so he's trying to trick everyone. Facing everyone's doubtful gazes, Chu Tianshu calmly walked towards the lady in blue and said something that made her blush crimson. Miss, your padding is about 2 centimeters thick. Right. Show it to us. The girl blushed and hesitantly nodded, pulling out the padding from her chest. Li Xianqing stared blankly at the padding and wondered, how is this possible? Did she really pad her chest? My God, I can't believe Chu Tianshu could even see that. In the end, Li Xianqing, being a man of his word, had to give 10,000 gold taels to Chu Tianshu, making him extremely happy. Young Master Li is truly a man of his word. Worthy of the title #1 dandy of the capital. Ha! Having received the desired amount, Chu Tianshu didn't hesitate to turn to the auction host. Let's continue the auction. I bid 6,000 gold taels. All right. Young Master Chu has bid 6,000 gold taels. Is there anyone else who bids higher? Amidst the auction host's cheerful voice, there was one person who couldn't be happy, Li Xianqing. At this moment, he belatedly realized he had been tricked by Chu Tianshu. Damn it, I lost to him. I can't believe I was so foolishly tricked out of my money. It's all my fault for being muddle-headed. Naturally, no one dared to bid anymore, because who would dare to provoke Chu Tianshu? After all that, those twins fell into Chu Tianshu's clutches again. Such a pity. Everyone complained and gossiped, while the host announced, 6,000 gold taels, going once. Although things seemed to have gone slightly off track, Murong Shui still reassured herself that even if he bought them back, Chu Tianshu wouldn't live for much longer. Contrary to Murong Shui, Sheng Guanyan found this Chu Tianshu somewhat interesting. Finally, after calling out the price 3 times, the host slammed the gavel down on the wooden table and announced, if no one bids higher than 6,000 gold taels, then this pair of twins belongs to Chu Tianshu, young Master Chu. Having received the satisfactory amount, the host happily handed the deed of sale back to Chu Tianshu. Young Master Chu, this is the deed of sale for Miss Thursday Knock and Miss Dong Knock. Please accept it. Haha, alright, you can take this money too. After some twists and turns, he finally satisfiedly embraced his 2 beauties and returned to his residence. Suddenly, just as they were chatting and laughing, a burst of murderous aura erupted from behind, startling Chu Tianshu. It turned out that Li Xianqing, in his anger, couldn't accept his loss and used his fan to launch a martial arts attack, which Chu Tianshu dodged. Chu Tianshu. It must have been you and that girl in blue working together to trick me. Don't even think about leaving. Before Chu Tianshu could do anything, the 2 maids, Thursday Knock and Dong Knock, rushed forward and kicked Li Xianqing, sending him sprawling. You wretch, you dare to ambush our young master? Li Xianqing's servants hurriedly rushed over, concerned. Young master, are you alright? This made Li Xianqing furious, and he ordered, damn it, seize them for me. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates charged like mad dogs. Facing their fierce attack were the 2 beautiful twin sisters. But upon closer inspection, their aura had completely changed. Just a moment ago, they were 2 delicate, lovely, and somewhat pitiful girls. But now, they had transformed into powerful female warriors, easily subduing Li Xianqing's subordinates. You bunch of useless trash, you can't even beat 2 little maids. What use are you? Li Xianqing looked at his subordinates, both anxious and panicked, and cursed. Not to mention the surrounding people who were shocked by the 2 girls' abilities, even Chu Tianshu almost forgot about this matter. Among the younger generation, their martial arts skills were second only to Murong Shui's, and moreover, both were extremely loyal to Chu Tianshu. Don't you dare harm our young master! Get out of our way! A while later, Chu Tianshu was finally able to leave this chaotic place with his 2 maids. However, as soon as they stepped out the door, they were blocked by Li Xianqing's men. Li Xianqing, I knew you wouldn't accept your loss. So what? Do you still want to resort to murder? Li Xianqing took the sword from his subordinate, pointed it directly at Chu Tianshu, with a green aura emanating from it, and said loudly, this might be our last duel. No matter what, I still have to defeat you once. So draw your sword and fight, Chu Tianshu. Chu Tianshu cheerfully shrugged and refused. Whoa, still trying to provoke me? Then I won't agree. Don't be so petty. Li Xianqing, enraged, immediately held up 5 fingers and said, 5,000 gold taels. I'll bet another 5,000 gold taels. Do you dare to fight me? Hearing this, Chu Tianshu smiled, rubbing his fists, and agreed, which startled everyone around. Young master, you don't know martial arts. That Li Xianqing, although he hasn't reached the marrow refining stage, has still practiced some martial arts. Young master. Please don't be impulsive. The two maids were extremely worried, while Murong Shui was naturally secretly delighted and contemptuous, because she thought Chu Tianshu was foolishly seeking his own death. Of course, everyone didn't know that this was precisely the time for Chu Tianshu to test what his entry-level Xian master strength was truly like. So he confidently waved his hand, saying that he could defeat his opponent without using a sword. This trash Chu Tianshu, hasn't he always been weak and sickly since childhood? How dare he accept the challenge? He even said he wouldn't use a sword, with such heroic aura. He must have given up on resisting, right? Everyone around excitedly gossiped, while Chu Tianshu's words, when they reached Li Xianqing, sounded like contempt, infuriating him and causing him to charge forward. Damn it, you dare look down on me, Chu Tianshu? Why aren't you dodging? Of course, Chu Tianshu dodged, and even dodged very skillfully, quickly and easily avoiding most of Li Xianqing's slashes. Chu Tianshu, you bastard, you only know how to hide like a rat. Completely suppressed. You have no skills at all. Quickly beg for mercy and admit defeat, and I'll spare you. Suddenly, one of Li Xianqing's slashes struck Chu Tianshu's shoulder, causing blood to spurt, startling Li Xianqing so much that he froze. The warm, fresh blood splattered onto his face, its pungent smell assaulting his senses, causing Li Xianqing's brain to momentarily short-circuit, leaving him rooted to the spot. In his vision, Chu Tianshu's life force was rapidly fading, becoming as faint as a candle in the wind. Li Xianqing was dumbfounded from shock, and stammered, No way, why didn't you dodge? Just beg me for mercy and I'll spare you. I swear I'll do it. I just wanted to defeat Chu Tianshu once. I've never lost to anyone. I didn't want to kill him, why? Just as Li Xianqing was in utter chaos, the surrounding space suddenly distorted, and Chu Tianshu stood unharmed before him, looking strange. Only at this moment did Li Xianqing realize with horror, You're not dead? You tricked me. You even learned this terrifying Xian technique. Chu Tianshu. What did you do? How do you know this technique? You. His mind in turmoil, fear overwhelming him, Li Xianqing screamed unconsciously, then immediately knelt before Chu Tianshu, begging, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I admit defeat. Don't kill me. He didn't know whether what he had experienced was real or a dream, only that in reality, he had knelt before Chu Tianshu. As for Chu Tianshu, he remained calmly standing before him, without any action. This sudden turn of events left the spectators completely bewildered. What's going on? Is Li Xianqing crazy? The one standing there is clearly the victor. Looking at Chu Tianshu's cunning and arrogant demeanor, could he have some unexpected trump card? Li Xianqing was suddenly scared silly. This is all very strange. It's truly strange. What kind of trick did Li Xianqing fall for to be so terrified? Chu Tianshu clearly didn't do anything, yet that guy was scared witless. Naturally, even Murong Shui was filled with questions she couldn't answer. After a moment of chaos, before the crowd could figure things out, a guard of the imperial princess hurriedly arrived, calling out loudly, Your Highness, the prince consort. We've finally found you. Your Highness, the prince consort, the empress has summoned you back to the princess's mansion to treat the princess. Chu Tianshu, hearing this, nodded cheerfully. Oh, I'll be back later. Then, he happily embraced his two beauties, Thursday Nak and Dong Nak, and returned to his residence together. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd still hadn't dispersed, continuing to discuss what had just happened. They had only seen Chu Tianshu remain motionless while Lai Huintan, after a few wild swings, knelt down and admitted defeat. It was truly bizarre. Even Thuan Kuan-Yen couldn't understand it for a moment, but she felt that Chu Tianshu gave her a completely different feeling than before. Today's events caused a lot of confusion and raised many questions. In the end, Chu Tianshu returned to the princess's palace safe and sound. Your servant greets Mother Empress. Empress Dowager, looking at Chu Tianshu's lively and energetic appearance, happily nodded in praise. Not bad. It seems you've found a way to heal yourself. Probably. I believe it won't be long before I fully recover, Chu Tianshu calmly replied, but inwardly he was astonished by the Empress Dowager's sharp eyes. With just one glance, she could tell how much his body had recovered. All right, if you've recovered, then quickly seize the time to continue treating the princess. I've prepared everything you need. I'll wait outside. After the Empress Dowager left, Chu Tianshu approached and once again carefully observed the beautiful princess before him. This princess was said to have reached the 6th level of the Tithe realm since childhood, and this purple light seemed to be her profound energy. Unexpectedly, while the body was extremely weak, not to mention the fact that without cultivation, this body could already condense a point of profound energy. This was truly a heaven-sent talent. The princess's talent was so transcendent that it made people admire and look up to her. However, her profound energy seed is in her brain, and later it will produce snake profound energy. When treating small meridians, if the brain is damaged, it will lead to idiocy, which is also a great disadvantage. I owe my life to her, so regardless of whether we can become a true couple in the future, this is also a kind of fate, Chu Tianshu thought while carefully observing. His hand gently used an acupuncture needle to prick the acupoint between her eyebrows, where the profound energy gathered. Today, I will use this accumulated profound energy of yours to open the rin and do meridians. So, after opening her meridians with acupuncture, Chu Tianshu controlled the profound energy seed within her body to move through the meridians. The profound energy moved from the brain gradually down to the chest, clearing blockages and unopened areas in the body. From the rin meridian, it moved deeper towards the lower du meridian, and then the profound energy seed stopped. These two rin and du acupoints are quite important in the body's meridian system and have particularly miraculous effects for martial artists or profound energy cultivators. After a period of diligent effort, Chu Tianshu finally finished and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew finally helped her open the rin and du meridians. This profound energy will return to her brain, and the toxins in her body have also been cleared, so it's time to wake up. As soon as Chu Tianshu finished speaking, the princess's previously still eyebrows twitched and furrowed. A moment later, she slowly opened her tired eyes and looked at her surroundings. Chu Tianshu approached and cheerfully asked, "Princess, are you awake?" The princess weakly asked in a low voice, Who are you?" "I am Chu Tianshu," he replied, trying to present his warm and caring pretty boy face in front of the princess. It seemed this tactic of Chu Tianshu was effective as the princess looked surprised and repeated the name Chu Tianshu a few times. But the beautiful future Chu Tianshu imagined didn't come true when the princess landed a heavy blow to his stomach, causing him pain that almost made him faint. "You're that useless, shameless good-for-nothing who smuggled weapons, pushed an old woman into the sea, and raped a pig, aren't you?" Looking at the princess's disgusted expression, Chu Tianshu was petrified and wondered how the original owner of this body could be so hated. At this moment, the princess realized her cool body and hurriedly covered her ample bosom with her hands, blushing and shouting, "Ah! Get away! Get away!" Chu Tianshu tried to stop the agitated princess and softly persuaded her, "Princess, please don't be agitated. I came to examine you. I had no intention of being disrespectful." Suddenly, the door burst open as the Empress Dowager, hearing her daughter's screams, happily ran in. "New Tom, you're awake! That's great! That's great!" The little princess saw her mother, and immediately threw herself into her arms, crying, "Mother Empress!" Empress Dowager, while feeling sorry for her little daughter, didn't forget to ask and reproach Tom Ni, "Why are you so foolish? Why did you take poison and try to kill yourself?" Hearing her mother's words, the princess was slightly surprised and hurriedly shook her head, explaining, "I didn't commit suicide. It was Hong Nan, my attendant. She ate the pastries I gave her and was poisoned." As soon as the princess finished speaking, the Empress Dowager immediately revealed a terrifying and furious killing intent. "What? Is that so?" "Mother Empress already knows." "Don't worry, Mother Empress will give you an answer and investigate the truth of the matter." "Right, Mother Empress. What about Chu Tianshu? Why did Mother Empress let him treat me like that? He even took off all my clothes." Empress Dowager was embarrassed and awkwardly replied, "Tom Ni, It's a long story. Then please tell me, Mother Empress. So, reluctantly, under the insistence of her beloved daughter, the Empress Dowager had to recount everything from when Chu Tian-shu came back to life and found a way to cure the princess. Listening from beginning to end, it seemed the princess wasn't happy, and her expression became more and more unpleasant. If that's the case, then I must kill him. Looking at the princess's frightening appearance, Chu Tian-shu hurriedly shouted, Empress Dowager, save me! Chu mi na! Chu mi na! No, Tom knew you can't kill him. Why? He took off all my clothes, and you're speaking up for him. I think I'd rather die. Helpless, the Empress Dowager turned to Chu Tian-shu and said, Go outside first. Let me talk to new Tom for a bit. Chu Tian-shu didn't hesitate but bowed his head and accepted his fate. I obey. Then, he turned and left, unaware that the Empress Dowager kept looking at his back until he was out of sight, and then she whispered to her daughter. New Tom, actually, Mother Empress is not satisfied with this Chu Tian-shu either. But with him here, the Baku prince and those princes and ministers won't force you into a marriage alliance. Do you understand? But just now it's alright, daughter. It was to treat you. After all, we couldn't just watch you die, right? After a while of comfort from her mother, the princess's tone became lighter than before. Mother Empress, no matter what, I will definitely not live with him. I hate him extremely, hate him to death. Listening to her daughter's pitiful words, the Empress Dowager hurriedly embraced her and comforted her. Mother Empress knows. Don't worry, daughter. The two of them were chatting here, while outside, Chu Tian-shu was standing alone, lost in thought. He looked up at the early sunlight shining down on the world inside, wondering, Chu Tian-shu, why are you so hated wherever you go? Suddenly, rapid footsteps and shouts interrupted Chu Tian-shu's thoughts. Empress Dowager! Empress Dowager! It's not good. Reporting to Empress Dowager, the Baku prince has arrived at the palace gates. He also said he wants to visit the princess. The maid's announcement echoed into the room, startling Empress Dowager and Princess Ko-nu Tom. Finally, the Empress Dowager stepped out of the room and ordered Chu Tian-shu, this palace is currently inconvenient to receive the Baku prince. Chu Tian-shu, you are now the official prince consort. Go and see what's going on and try not to let him in here. Of course, Chu Tian-shu could only lower his head and accept his fate before leaving. It seemed the Empress Dowager, seeing his improved physical condition, wanted to use the Baku prince to eliminate his prince consort status. Now, if Chu Tian-shu couldn't stop that guy, his last life-saving charm would be lost. With his current strength, once he lost the protection of the royal family, Chu Tian-shu would quickly die a miserable death. Therefore, no matter what, he must overcome this hurdle. As he gradually approached the princess's palace, he could already hear the commotion of soldiers in the distance, as they tried to stop a large, burly man. Move out of the way! Our prince must see the princess! Facing this powerful offensive, the princess's palace guards tried to block him. Insolent! This is not your Baku kingdom! No entry to the princess's palace without an invitation. Chu Tian-shu walked closer, observed for a moment, then sneered contemptuously, TSK, whose stray dog is barking so loudly outside the princess's palace? His appearance and words immediately angered the Baku envoy, the man named Hongwin Luong, who roared, You white-faced wretch, where did you come from, daring to insult me? His swing of his blade was easily blocked by two soldiers, who angrily shouted, How dare you! This is our prince consort. How dare you be insolent here? Hearing this, the bull-headed, horse-faced Hongwin Luong laughed loudly and mocked, Ha ha! I wondered who it was, turns out it's Chu Tian-shu, the number one good-for-nothing of the capital. A frail body on the verge of death, like a tattered straw bag, fundamentally unworthy of our Taitan princess. Not only did the Baku envoy look down on Chu Tian-shu, but the surrounding maids and eunuchs also whispered and gossiped. Oh my, can you believe our beautiful, elegant princess chose this infamous, ruined prince consort? Speak softly. Do you want to die? He's the prince consort now. Before they could finish, a young man with silver-white hair, riding a giant beast, slowly entered and said loudly, Youngster, I heard your father is the renowned General So Diem Hong, commander of the Huinvo army. I advise you to leave quickly, be careful not to disgrace the reputation of the Huinvo general. Do you think you can stop me? The beautiful young man, who looked like a woman, was the Baku prince, Hobat Hoi. Get out of the way. I must visit the princess. The princess is my wife, under my care. It's not Prince's place to visit. Of course, Chu Tianshu couldn't back down. He also wondered why the Baku prince looked so much like a woman. Wasn't it said that Baku people were tall and burly, capable of tearing tigers and leopards with their bare hands? Chu Tianshu resolutely blocked the way, and suddenly, the Baku prince unleashed a terrifying aura that made everyone around him, especially Chu Tianshu, feel like they were falling into an icy cellar. Chu Tianshu, you mock others without seeing yourself clearly. Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy to confront me? Facing the overwhelming aura, Chu Tianshu was momentarily shaken because the prince's vital energy, like Mo Dung Tuet's, could radiate 6 feet around him. He was already a 6th level Tai the expert. Moreover, the rumors about the water goddess queen of Baku having the ability to subdue magical beasts seemed to be true. It was said that the wolf the Baku prince was riding could easily kill more than 100 warhorses, and with one bite, kill a Tai the martial artist. Feeling the terrifying aura of the man and beast, Chu Tianshu thought helplessly, damn it. How can I handle this? So, this wolf of mine normally hates ugly people with its fangs and mouth. No one has ever been able to stop it before. If it bites you to death, at most, I'll just say my wolf lost control and then kill it myself. As for you, a useless good-for-nothing, you'll just die unjustly. Before Chu Tianshu could say anything, Mo Dung Tuet, standing behind him, shouted loudly, Prince Consort, how can you endure such humiliation? Please teach those arrogant Baku people a lesson. Hearing this, Chu Tianshu cursed inwardly, damn it, this wicked woman knows how to choose the right time to provoke and wants to use others' hands to kill. Finally, after a period of commotion, the Baku prince jumped off the back of his magical beast and walked straight towards the princess's palace. Let's go, let's enter the palace to propose marriage. The surrounding soldiers hurriedly raised their weapons to block him, but they were so frightened by the Baku prince's terrifying aura that they couldn't move. Having no other choice, Chu Tianshu stepped forward, raising his hand to block the way. You are Hobat Hoi, right? The Baku prince? Even if your Baku kingdom is a barbaric country, you should still know some etiquette, shouldn't you? Insolent. How dare you address His Highness so casually? You even dare to insult our Baku kingdom? You're courting death. The arrogant envoy roared angrily but was stopped by Hobat Hoi, who then said to Chu Tianshu, oh. You say I don't know etiquette? That's right, Hobat Hoi. You want to see the princess without an invitation? Forget that. Even if you're coming to the door to propose, shouldn't you prepare betrothal gifts? What gifts have you brought for the princess? Hearing this, Hobat Hoi was momentarily stunned and said to himself, oh, I've indeed overlooked this matter. Haha, if you haven't brought any gifts, then please go back and prepare them before coming here. The envoy, Hongwin Luong, disagreed and laughed, pointing at his prince and declaring boldly, nonsense! Our prince himself is the greatest gift, what other gifts are needed? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianshu put on an amused expression and feigning surprise asked, did you just say your prince is an object that can be brought back and forth as you please? Haha, that's hilarious! Everyone around burst into laughter, making Hongwin Luong flustered as he apologized. Your Highness, I didn't mean it that way. Please don't listen to this kid's nonsense. But of course, his words had angered Hobat Hoi, who seemed about to explode. Shut up! Scolding his subordinate, Hobat Hoi turned to look at Chu Tianshu with a cold, silent gaze and asked each word slowly, today, I have neither an invitation nor a gift. But I still want to see the princess. How can you stop me? Chu Tianshu wasn't afraid or hesitant but leaned closer and smiled, asking, Prince, with your unmanly appearance, even if you kill me, you won't win the princess's heart. Do you know what the princess likes most? The princess likes poetry the most. Chu Tianshu declared loudly. Inside the palace, the princess suddenly sneezed as if someone had mentioned her name. If you, Hobat Hoi, are truly of noble birth, then write 3 poems with me for the princess to judge. Whoever the princess doesn't like their poems, that person will automatically withdraw and not pursue the princess. Do you dare to compete? Chu Tianshu's proposal was like shocking news, leaving the surrounding maids in a daze. It's over! It's over! He dared to make such a proposal? I heard he doesn't even know how to read. Aside from playing around. That's right, I heard he only knows how to draw turtles since he was little, using turtle shells as pillows. How could he know how to write poetry? Oh my god, the princess does love poetry, but this Chu Tianshu proposing a poetry competition is truly embarrassing for our Chu-Tan kingdom. It will make the princess lose face. No one had any hope for Chu Tianshu's victory, so naturally, Hobat Hoi was also amused by this proposal and burst into laughter. How amusing! Do you really think that I, Hobat Hoi, only know how to fight and kill all day? I've known how to read and write poetry since I was young. You're just an arrogant, ignorant good-for-nothing. And you dare to compete in poetry with me? All right, then you set the topic. Hearing this, Chu Tianshu generously shook his head. No, if I've proposed the poetry contest, then you should set the topic. So as to avoid being accused of bullying you. All right, then I'll set the topic. Hobat Hoi stood still, pondering the topic, while his subordinates competed to insult and mock Chu Tianshu. This was because their prince was talented in literature, praised by scholars, and no less than a true scholar. Therefore, everyone believed Hobat Hoi could easily defeat this kid. And Mo Dung Tuet, looking at Chu Tianshu's gloomy expression, was extremely pleased. This brat is truly courting death. I'll see how miserably you lose later. Finally, after a period of contemplation, Hobat Hoi looked up at the clear blue sky and casually said, I've been in Tan capital for half a month, so I'm a little homesick. For the first poem, why don't we use the Baku grasslands as the theme? All right, let's begin, haha. Chu Tianshu was cheerful and confident, thinking, I'll let you experience the 5,000-year-old culture and history of China. The Baku prince is having a poetry contest with the useless prince consort. Everyone come and watch. The announcement quickly gathered a large crowd in front of the princess's palace to watch and gossip. Chu Tianshu was also helpless. He didn't understand why they had to compete outside for everyone to watch like monkeys in a zoo. The eunuchs around felt uneasy. If the public finds out about this, it will be unsightly. We should quickly report to the princess and the Empress Dowager. Of course, this whole farce was orchestrated by Hong Guin Luong. He had ordered his subordinates to summon as many commoners as possible. He thought, when the prince recites his poem later, not only will he be able to slap that good-for-nothing in the face, but he will also display his talent before the people of Taitan. He chattered away while Prince Hobat Hoi kept his eyes closed, contemplating his poem. Grasslands, steeds, then summer excursions and hunts every year. If you're still thinking, why don't I go first? Chu Tianshu said loudly and immediately began to recite his poem. Grass grows, the green fields thrive, year after year, fresh then withered. Fire burns the fields, yet cannot consume all. Spring winds return, life sprouts and flourishes anew. As the resonant and expressive recitation continued, the expressions of the onlookers, initially disdainful, gradually shifted to surprise, their eyes widening as they gazed at him. The scent of grass drifts far along old paths, its verdant hue reaches the imperial city. Now, bidding farewell to the prince departing afar, the grass harbors layers of parting sorrow. After the poem was finished, everyone around was silent, immersed in the scene, except for the foolish envoy Hong Guin Luong, who clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. Haha, what kind of doggerel is this? It's far inferior to our prince's. Your Highness, please show him what real poetry is. As soon as he finished speaking, Hobat Hoi slapped him so hard that he spat blood, scolding, You idiot! Can your deaf ears even tell good poetry from bad? Ignoring his foolish subordinate, Hobat Hoi turned to look at Chu Tianshu with scrutinizing eyes and praised him. I truly underestimated you. You win the first poem. No, Your Highness, this kid must be cheating. This useless good-for-nothing absolutely couldn't have composed such a poem. Hearing this, Chu Tianshu chuckled. Your Highness set the topic. Are you suggesting your prince helped me cheat? Your Highness, with such a brainless subordinate, you should just kill him sooner rather than later. Hong Guin Luong anxiously explained, Your Highness, please don't listen to his nonsense. Although I'm in Taitan, I wouldn't dare to harm you, Your Highness. Hobat Hoi, who had been fierce with his subordinate, suddenly became gentle with Chu Tianshu. Don't mind this idiot. Let's start the second poem. Using your Taitan Princess Nu Tam as the subject. Describe her beautiful appearance. They were having their poetry contest outside, while inside the princess's palace, a maid hurriedly ran in to report. Reporting to Empress Dowager, the prince consort and the Baku prince are having a poetry contest. They also want the princess to judge each poem. Whoever loses will withdraw and not pursue the princess. The city is now surrounded by commoners watching. Empress Dowager exclaimed in surprise, "This Chu Tianshu is truly causing trouble. Why a poetry contest of all things? And he's making such a big commotion." Mother Empress. I told you he couldn't be trusted. No matter what he competes in, he's just a good-for-nothing. Just then, another maid rushed in and presented a piece of paper to the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, Princess, this is the poem on the theme of the grasslands that the Prince Consort and the Baku Prince wrote. Please take a look. Princess Ko Nu Tom hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed the paper, and unfolded it to read. She thought, it's probably just some scribbled nonsense. My reputation will be tarnished by this good-for-nothing. They initially held a disdainful attitude, but after the Empress Dowager and the princess read the poem, they were both utterly astonished and exclaimed, "What is this? Was this really written by Chu Tianshu? Oh my God! Every word is a gem, carrying such indescribable imagery?" Reporting to Empress Dowager and Princess, this servant saw with my own eyes that the Prince Consort recited this poem himself. After a moment of surprise, Ko Nu Tom coldly threw down the poem and said in frustration, "Even if the poem is good, it's written about the Baku grasslands. He's clearly trying to please that Baku prince. What a good-for-nothing." Before the princess could finish speaking, another maid happily ran in with a new poem. Empress Dowager, Princess, the second poem is here. The theme is the princess's appearance. All right, read it to me. Let me see how he describes me in this poem. Unparalleled beauty for 1,000 autumns, a captivating sight, a stunning beauty, her appearance captivating all under heaven. Listening to the poem describing her appearance, Ko Nu Tom was so surprised that her face flushed red. She wondered, did he really write this? Empress Dowager, standing beside her, chuckled happily. See? They're praising you. Unparalleled beauty, captivating all under heaven. Looking at her daughter's shy appearance, Empress Dowager patted her head teasingly. Isn't my daughter captivating all under heaven? What are you so shy about? Outside, after reciting the two poems, Chu Tianshu smiled and said to Hobat Hoi, Prince, I've also revealed my second poem. Now it's your turn. What kind of poetry can you write to describe the princess's exquisite and world-stunning beauty? Hobat Hoi pondered for a moment, then smiled wryly and sighed. Your poems are so exceptional, I fear no one can surpass them for thousands of years. I am but a humble inferior. At this point, I admit defeat. The commoners who had been watching from the beginning all agreed with Hobat Hoi's concession. Yes. I don't know if the princess is beautiful or not, but these poems are truly beautiful. Isn't Chu Tianshu supposed to be an ignorant playboy? How could he write such amazing poetry? Hearing everyone's discussion, the foolish envoy still refused to give up and stepped forward to question. Your Highness, this kid has been obsessed with women since he was young. It's clear he has long coveted the princess. It's possible he had a great scholar write love poems for him beforehand and is now using them. So it doesn't count. That's right, with Chu Tianshu's status, finding a great scholar to write poems for him would be very easy. True, if he's marrying the princess, of course he would prepare gifts to please her. But ask yourselves, if someone in this world could write such excellent poems, they would have already appeared, wouldn't they? Indeed, this is a style of poetry never seen before. If there were a great person with such breathtaking literary talent, they certainly wouldn't be unknown. The discussions grew louder and louder, reaching Chu Tianshu's ears, causing him to have a headache. Everyone, please stop gossiping. Hobat Hoi, set the topic for the third poem. Hobat Hoi gave a reluctant smile and shook his head. I said I lost, so I lost. But then, he suddenly changed his address and his tone became much softer and more respectful. However, Brother So, if you still want to continue, I also want to hear what kind of poems that could be passed down for 1,000 years you can compose. For the third poem. Why don't we use soldiers as the theme? Use poetry to describe the soldiers of our two countries. Chu Tianshu happily nodded and quickly composed a new poem. Grape wine in jade cups gleaming, urging to drink, the pipas strumming, horses streaming. On sands they lie, uncaring where, for few return from battles there. Just these 4 simple lines seem to transport people to a battlefield of thousands of miles of white sand. The sound of galloping horses, vast and indistinct, seemed to transcend time and space, striking the hearts of every listener. A feeling of heroism and sorrow suddenly arose within everyone around. Even the soldiers behind Hobat Hoi trembled with emotion. Hobat Hoi himself was stunned and muttered to himself, "Few return from battles there, few return from battles there." Excellent. This is perhaps the most beautiful verse in a soldier's life. My heart has been deeply moved by these poems. Brother So's poetry has reached a divine level. Today, I am fortunate to have met you. I am truly in awe. I will certainly bring this last poem back to back you and pass it down for 1,000 years. Hobat Hoi cupped his hands and bowed sincerely before Chu Tianshu. His foolish envoy still hadn't learned his lesson and stepped forward to stop him. Your Highness, this subordinate believes you haven't lost at all. You use your weakness against Chu Tianshu's strength. It doesn't count. To put it bluntly, this kid is using trickery to stop us from seeing the princess. We cannot forgive him. As soon as he finished speaking, the foolish envoy suddenly charged towards Chu Tianshu with his saber. But before he could reach Chu Tianshu, another blade pierced through his body, accompanied by Hobat Hoi's cold voice. Hong Nguyen Luong, hasn't your savagery embarrassed me enough? Hong Nguyen Luong looked back in disbelief and stammered, Your Highness you. Hong Nguyen Luong collapsed, and the surrounding commoners began to flee in panic. Facing his subordinate, Hobat Hoi said coldly, on one hand, you say you want what's best for me, and on the other, you secretly commit inhumane acts in Tay-Tan behind my back. Just as Brother So said, with such a brainless subordinate, I really should have killed him sooner. Moreover, to further strengthen the martial arts exchange between Bakyu and Tay-Tan, I would like to request a martial arts duel with Brother So from the Tay-Tan Emperor. I hope Brother So won't refuse. After the chaos, Hobat Hoi jumped onto his magical beast and, with his remaining subordinates, dragged Hong Nguyen Luong's body towards the imperial palace. After they had all left, the eunuchs and maids of the princess's palace were still in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Prince consort, you actually with the back. You prince. Understanding what they wanted to ask, Chu Tianshu nodded and smiled. He agreed to a poetry contest with me. If I didn't accept, wouldn't I lose face? What? Are you also surprised because you've never seen this young master so handsome? Hearing Chu Tianshu's teasing words, Amo Dung Tuat gritted her teeth and frowned, thinking to herself, handsome, my ass. Chu Tianshu, are you trying to use this competition with the Bakyu prince to prolong your life? Chu Tianshu naturally didn't care about her thoughts. He turned and returned to the princess's palace. Just you wait, and see how I defeat that Bakyu prince. Ha ha! A while later, inside the princess's palace, the previously majestic Chu Tianshu was now awkward facing the Empress Dowager and her daughter. He smiled wryly and scratched his head, explaining, Hoo, about that I drove Hobat Hoi away. Are Mother Empress and the princess not happy? Empress Dowager pondered for a moment and sighed. I've heard that you and Hobat Hoi will have a martial arts duel. How can you possibly win? A person's literary talent is difficult to discern, but the Empress Dowager could clearly sense Chu Tianshu's physical condition. He hadn't even reached the Tai the realm, fundamentally without a chance of winning. Hearing the Empress Dowager's question, Chu Tianshu walked to the door, stealthily looked around, and closed it. The Empress Dowager saw this and helplessly advised. The news of the duel has probably already spread everywhere. It concerns the royal family's reputation. Closing the door is useless. But contrary to what the Empress Dowager expected, after closing the door, Chu Tianshu turned and declared, actually, I am a profound cultivator, currently at the first level of the profound realm. His words immediately shocked the Empress Dowager and the princess, who both shouted in unison, What? Their shock was understandable because the chance of being born a profound cultivator was extremely rare, only 1 in 10,000. Someone like Chu Tianshu, how could he? Please forgive me, Mother Empress and Princess, for intentionally concealing it. Actually, I started cultivating secretly many years ago because I didn't want my aunt to notice me. I didn't dare tell anyone. Otherwise, how could I have brought the princess back to life? There's one more thing. The princess also has a trace of a profound energy seed in her body. So I took the opportunity to open her Ren and Du meridians. Hearing this, Princess Ko knew Tom was stunned and began to carefully sense her own body. Then, she discovered that what Chu Tianshu said was true. Without hesitation, the princess immediately sat down, circulating her internal energy to clearly sense the situation within her body and the surge of profound energy emanating around her. Clearly, within the princess's consciousness, 2 acupuncture points in her body were illuminated, brimming with profound energy. After a while of circulating her energy, the princess slowly opened her eyes and happily turned to nod at her mother. "It's true, mother. My Rin and Du meridians have been opened, and there's a small amount of profound energy within my body." Hearing this, the Empress couldn't hide her joy and laughed. "Good, good. Very good. From now on, my daughter can also become a profound expert." Chu Tianshu stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Therefore, mother, just give me 1 month, and I will definitely defeat Hu Buhui. So please help me, mother." The Empress pondered silently for a long time, then happily nodded. "I will think of a way to help you postpone the martial arts competition. You just focus on your cultivation." Not only that, the Empress also walked over and gently patted Chu Tianshu's shoulder as a sign of approval, causing him to bow his head in gratitude. The system's voice also rang out, announcing that the host had gained +1 favorability from the Empress. Before Chu Tianshu could rejoice, he caught the attentive gaze of Princess Jiru Axian, who had been watching him. Seeing Chu Tianshu looking at her, the princess coldly walked past and called back, "You're not as bad as the rumors say, huh? This princess will remember your kindness and won't forget it. Haha, so she's a cold on the outside, warm on the inside princess." Chu Tianshu couldn't help but smile. Watching the Empress and the princess leave, Chu Tianshu felt incredibly relieved and comfortable. Now he could become stronger even while lying down, as long as he had the opportunity to show off and impress others. His life would definitely be better in the future. Today was a beautiful sunny day. Young Master Li Xianqing was leaning against a tree, while beside him, a group of idle young masters were playing cricket fights. Li Xianqing, feeling sleepy and tired, wondered, "Why do I spend every day with these insect-playing people?" After a while, the results of the auction came out, and Li Xianqing received 200 taels, but he refused and left. "Go away! You guys keep it and buy your insects. Don't bother me anymore." "Young Master Li, where are you going? It's almost time for the Grand Scholars class." Hearing this, Li Xianqing angrily yelled, "Where I want to go is my business. Can you stop me?" And so, ignoring the useless young masters, Li Xianqing strolled alone with his servant on the bustling streets of the capital. "Young master, I heard that the Grand Scholar has a new class today. Is it okay to skip class?" Li Xianqing, munching on roasted peanuts, slowly replied, "I don't like those annoying literature classes. I just want to become the #1 expert in the capital." At this moment, a newsboy ran down the street, shouting, "Everyone, come and see! The Prince Consort and the Northern Yu Prince are having a poetry competition in front of the princess's mansion. Chu Tianshu has composed 3 millennial masterpieces, and is being hailed as the world's greatest poetic talent." The exciting news attracted many people to buy newspapers, and even Li Xianqing couldn't resist signaling his subordinate to buy one. Quickly, the subordinate returned with a newspaper clearly printing the 3 poems that Chu Tianshu had just composed. The two of them huddled together, reading the poems, their faces filled with astonishment. This is really poetry written by that Chu Tianshu? Oh my God! I'm afraid even the current great scholars couldn't create such millennial masterpieces." The more Li Xianqing read the exquisite verses, the angrier he became. He yelled and crumpled the newspaper in his hand. "Chu Tianshu, you damn bastard! Just you wait! One day I'll beat you!" Seeing his young master so angry, the servant turned to the other subordinates and ordered, "Go back and inform Chu Tianshu that we won't pay the 5,000 taels bet." Hearing this, Li Xianqing, in his rage, kicked the subordinate, sending him flying, and scolded, "Insolent! Do you want to make me a dishonest person? I lost to Chu Tianshu fair and square. If I want to win, I must also win fair and square. Without another word, Li Xiancheng hurriedly left, leaving the servant wondering, Young master, where are you going? Where else? Back to class to learn poetry. As for Chu Tianshu, the next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. Shang Yen, beautiful and contemplative, looked at the poems in front of her and wondered, could it be that Chu Tianshu was hiding his talent before? He truly makes it hard for others to see through him. The maid standing next to her asked in confusion, could he have cheated? Maybe someone else wrote them for him? No. The creative process was witnessed by many people, and the topics were set by the Northern Yu Prince. How could he cheat? Besides, who in the world could possess such literary talent? Chu Tianshu, he's becoming more and more interesting, haha. At the same time, elsewhere, the excited and boisterous voice of the emperor rang out, Exiner, my Exiner. Are you all right? You scared me to death. Princess Jiru Xian helplessly blocked the approaching face of her father. Watching the two of them pushing and shoving, the empress, standing to the side, began to recount the events. Ru Xian not only came back to life this time but also, amidst misfortune, activated her profound energy seed. This is all thanks to Chu Tianshu. We should reward him. Hearing his empress speaking up for Chu Tianshu, the emperor was quite surprised and let out an "Oh." He didn't expect such a divine technique. He truly deserved a reward. The man with silver-white hair, but with an undeniable handsome and benevolent face, was the emperor of the Western Qin kingdom, known as Ji. Listening to her father and mother's conversation, Jiru Xian stood to the side shaking her head in boredom. It can't be denied that he's truly capable, but he should only be rewarded after the martial arts competition, father. Oh? Xianer, are you worried about the competition? Her father's words surprised the princess. Father, you already know? Haha, such a big matter, how could I not know? Just now, Hubuhui came to the sacred hall and asked me to agree to a duel between him and Chu Tianshu half a month later. After that, the decision of where you belong will be made, Jiru Xian. These words, reaching the princess's ears, made her unhappy and her face darkened. Father! How can they control my life? How can I marry either of them? If this happens again, I will definitely punish both of them to death. Seeing his daughter's terrifying aura, the emperor was also startled and froze. Oh my, this aura truly worthy of being my daughter. Haha. Speaking of which, Empress, I heard about the poetry competition just now. What exactly happened? And so, under the emperor's inquisitive gaze, the empress recounted the events. What? That Chu Tianshu knows how to write poetry? Quickly, let me see. Of course, after reading the 3 poems, the emperor also had the same awestruck expression as those who had heard them. Such good poetry! I never thought that Chu Tianshu would be so talented. Did he really write these? The empress nodded, indeed, he wrote them. But his martial arts competition with Hubuhui isn't far off. I hope your majesty can postpone it for half a month for Chu Tianshu. Time isn't the problem. It's just, do you think Chu Tianshu can win? Hearing the emperor's question, the empress pondered silently for a moment before replying. Chu Tianshu, although a profound cultivator, has just recovered from his illness. Wanting to defeat Hubuhui half a month later is truly a long shot. However, your majesty, he is very confident that he can defeat that brat Hubuhui in a month. The empress's somewhat admiring tone was quickly noticed by the emperor. Empress, I've always known that your intuition is very accurate. You wouldn't mention things you're not sure about, you wouldn't do things that aren't beneficial, and everything you do is for me. If I'm not mistaken, you want to cultivate Chu Tianshu, don't you? The empress didn't hesitate to nod. This person is not simple, your majesty. He is not valued by the Chu family. And everything he did before was to hide his clumsiness and conceal his talent, barely surviving under the control of his aunt. Emperor Ji listened to the empress's words, then looked at his daughter and sighed. I also know a little about the matters of the Chu family. Nowadays, Chu Yanhong is already the Xianwu general, holding significant military power. His eldest son is already a profound cultivator, and his second son is not weak either, excelling in martial arts. Both are promising youngsters. Now even his youngest son has become a profound cultivator. Then wouldn't the Chu family's power be too great? Indeed, The emperor's mind was as deep as the sea. There were so many things an emperor had to consider, the advantages and disadvantages. After thinking for a long time, the emperor suddenly instructed the Empress, Chu Tianshu is a waste in the Chu family, but not with us. It's not a bad move for us to guide Chu Tianshu during this time. Alright, someone, pass down my decree. The martial arts competition between Chu Tianshu and the Northern Yu Prince will be held as scheduled 1 month later. Warm rays of sunlight filtered through the lush green leaves, illuminating the ancient room. Princess Jiru Xian wearily closed the book in her hand and yawned. This Tian Xian Ju is indeed a family heirloom cultivation technique. But I wonder what profound energy cultivation technique that Chu Tianshu practices. Oh my, that kid won't just give up and admit defeat during the competition, will he? After some hesitation and worry, the princess decided to jump out of bed and go check on him. A moment later, at Chu Tianshu's room, Jiru Xian barged in, holding a secret manual in her hand, and said loudly, Chu Tianshu, I have this profound energy cultivation technique. You can learn it. But the princess's words abruptly stopped when she witnessed Chu Tianshu embracing his 2 twin maidservants. The princess's expression immediately became quite colorful. Chu Tianshu was also petrified, feeling like he was caught red-handed, and asked dumbfoundedly, Princess, you just came from your palace? Without a word, the princess stepped closer, pinched Chu Tianshu's ear, and loudly questioned, You wretch! I was kind enough to want to help you, and you're here fooling around with prostitutes. Chu Tianshu, his ear pinched painfully, yelled, Ouch! Ouch! It hurts! Princess, please listen to my explanation. Seeing the situation, Thursday Knock and Dong Knock panicked and hurriedly knelt before the princess, explaining, Princess, you misunderstood young master. We are just maidservants massaging young master. That's right, Princess. They are maidservants we won in a bet, not prostitutes. Hearing this, Jiru Xian became even angrier. There are so many maidservants in the mansion. Aren't they enough for you? Why did you have to buy these 2? At this moment, the door was flung open again by another person, and Li Xiancheng's voice rang out, Hey, Chu Tianshu. I, Li Xiancheng, do what I say. I'm here to pay up. Seeing a stranger enter, the princess turned her anger towards him and shouted, Who are you? How dare you sneak into the princess's mansion? Li Xianqing was stunned by the scene in the room. Oh my God! What is this? Domestic violence? Son of the Minister of Revenue, Li Xianqing greets Princess Ru Xian. Your Highness, I lost a bet of 5,000 taels to the prince consort, so I'm here to pay up. Seeing someone to help him out, Chu Tianshu happily reassured Jiru Xian, Yes. I told the guards that if he came to pay, they should let him in. Immediately, the princess exploded. How dare you, as the prince consort, gamble outside? Ha, princess, you misunderstand. It wasn't gambling. The prince consort and I both wanted to buy these 2 young ladies, so we made a bet, and I lost 5,000 taels. Jiru Xian grabbed Chu Tianshu's collar and questioned, Is that true? Yes, it is. I swear it's 100% true. Not a single lie. Hearing these words, the princess finally calmed down a little, but still gripped Chu Tianshu tightly and admonished him. The most important thing now is your fight with Hu Buhui. If you lose and I'm forced to marry him, I will kick you to death and then commit suicide. Then we can enter the coffin together. The princess's terrifying aura made Chu Tianshu pale and he hurriedly nodded, Princess, rest assured, I will definitely win. Then, after all the commotion, Jiru Xian angrily left. After she left, Chu Tianshu walked over and patted Li Xiancheng's shoulder affectionately. Haha, thank you for helping me out this time, young Master Li, otherwise I wouldn't know how to explain it to the princess. Li Xiancheng unhappily tapped Chu Tianshu's hand with his fan and said, Don't get close to me. I've paid the money. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. Even in your area of expertise, poetry. Hearing this, Chu Tianshu laughed and shook his head. What? Compete in poetry with me? You won't be able to win even in 8 lifetimes. Li Xianqing also smiled confidently. Humph, just you wait and see. Then, after everyone had left, the 2 maidservants, Thursday Knock and Dong Knock, knelt before Chu Tianshu and apologized. We're sorry, young master. We caused you trouble. All right. It was just a misunderstanding. Get up, both of you. All right, don't cry. Just serve me well from now on, haha. Don't worry, young master. We've been serving you for 5 years, and in this life, we'll only stay by your side. That's right, young master. You must live well, otherwise we'll be sold off, and we won't know where we'll end up. Listening to the maidservant's whispers, Chu Tianshu softened and explained, well, don't look down on me just because I'm only a level 1 profound practitioner. That Hu Buhui is a 6th level body refinement expert. But in just 1 month, your young master will be sure to win against that guy. The 2 maidservants were astonished to hear that their young master had become a profound practitioner, and hurriedly chirped with questions. Haha, I just had a stroke of luck and discovered my talent for cultivating profound energy. As for how I defeated Li Xianqing, of course, I used magic on him. What's magic, young master? Is it that powerful? Thursday Knock and Dong Knock asked curiously. Hee, let me show you. As soon as he finished speaking, the profound energy within Chu Tianshu's body flowed through his deep eyes, staring directly at the 2 maidservants. In that instant, the maidservant suddenly found herself in a strange, dark space. Before she could get her bearings, her body lost its weight and she plummeted abruptly, causing her to scream in fright. In a split second, an arm emerged from the void and wrapped around her slender waist, preventing her from falling further and allowing her to calm down. So, how about it? Is my magic powerful? Her consciousness gradually returning, the maid, panting with a flushed face, stammered in praise, Magic, young master's magic is truly incredibly skillful. Suddenly, Mu Rongshue's sharp and shrill voice rang out beside them, attracting everyone's attention. Look at this. As soon as the princess leaves, you start getting cozy. Chu Tianshu, you're truly audacious. Damn it, this Mu Rongshue always ruins my good mood. Chu Tianshu thought angrily, then immediately scolded loudly. Whether I'm flirting or not is none of your business. From now on, you'll sleep outside on the porch of Thursday Knock and Dong Knock's room. Being scolded directly, Mu Rongshue roared angrily, but Chu Tianshu retorted, What are you roaring about? Don't forget, I'm the prince consort now. My business is none of your concern. Helpless against the status of prince consort, even though Mu Rongshue was so angry that her whole body trembled, she had to comply. Fine. I'll sleep on the porch. Just a vile person who only has 7 days to live. What's the big deal if you get the better of me for a few days? Watching Mu Rongshue's angry back as she left, Chu Tianshu whispered to his 2 maidservants, Thursday Knock, Dong Knock, I know you can communicate telepathically. If you 2 work together, you can defeat a 3rd-level body refinement martial artist, right? Mu Rongshue is my stepmother's person and always wants to harm me. I'm looking for a way to eliminate her, but I need your help. So you 2 must work hard on your cultivation. Understand? Don't worry, young master. We definitely won't disappoint you. Although several days had passed and Chu Tianshu had diligently cultivated, he had only opened 36 acupuncture points so far. The speed of opening his acupuncture points was becoming slower and slower. How could he quickly open all of them? Lying in bed, pondering his cultivation, Chu Tianshu suddenly thought of something that made him jolt. That's right. I can perform acupuncture on myself, using external force to open my acupuncture points. Immediately he sat up, took out his precious acupuncture needles, and contemplated, let's give it a try. Even if I don't succeed in opening the acupuncture points, I probably won't lose my life. And so, Chu Tianshu began his self-acupuncture journey to open his own acupuncture points. This process continued until late at night, and was still not complete. It was unknown what time it was when Chu Tianshu sat up in bed again, cheering excitedly, Haha! I succeeded! I'm truly a genius! All the meridians of a level 1 profound practitioner have been opened. Seemingly at the same time, the system's cheerful voice rang out, Congratulations, host, for opening all your meridians and 720 acupuncture points. The host's eyes have evolved into starlight moon eyes. Just like the last time the system granted him the clear sight ability, this time, a warm current appeared from nowhere and dissolved into Chu Tianshu's eyes, allowing him to experience something miraculous. Chu Tianshu looked up at the ceiling, as if able to see through the layers of tiles and gather the beautiful moonlight under the starry sky. Unexpectedly, his eyes could now absorb the essence of the moon and stars to enhance the profound energy within his body. Moreover, the system congratulated him. Congratulations, host, for mastering the illusion technique Mirror Flower Water Moon. This was quite a powerful technique. As long as Chu Tianshu thought of something, he could make it appear, albeit only as an illusion. Suddenly, Chu Tianshu's expression became perverse and obscene. He imagined a wonderful scene on the warm bed with the twin maidservants. Haha, the way they call me young master is so sweet. Oh my, this is a good skill. I must practice it well. Not only that, but there was also the tender princess, lifting her discreet skirt to reveal the spring scenery beneath. Husband, it's late. Let's rest. And there was even that annoying Mu Rong Shui, begging him to play with her. More and more beautiful images appeared in his mind, so much so that Chu Tianshu had a nosebleed and felt dizzy. Ugh, it seems this illusion technique can't be used continuously. It's not good for the body. Oh my, I'm so dizzy. I should get some sleep. And so, he once again lay down on his soft pillow and fell into a deep sleep. Of course, during his sleep, the profound energy in his body continuously accumulated, becoming increasingly abundant and profound. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Mu Rong Shui coldly walked to Chu Tianshu's door to check on him, because today was the 8th day. Chu Tianshu should be dead by now. With a cheerful and excited heart, she opened the tightly closed door. Surprisingly, Chu Tianshu, who was supposed to be dead, was alive and well, smiling brightly at Mu Rong Shui with a muscular chest. Oh, good morning. Too shocked and disbelieving, Mu Rong Shui hurriedly ran back to report to her aunt. What? Didn't you say that venerable physician diagnosed him and said he wouldn't live past 7 days? Yes, I don't know why either. That Chu Tianshu spent most of his days sleeping, not even bothering to go out. I also thought he was dead. Who knew he would suddenly come out this morning, full of energy? Her niece's report caused Mu Rong Jiangyu's eyebrows to furrow deeper and deeper. All right, at this point, we can't keep him alive any longer. Before, I spared his life because of his mother, to take revenge. But now, Tianyang has become a profound practitioner, and has even taken on a good master. Hearing these words, Mu Rong Shui became excited and happy. What? Brother Tianyang has broken through to become a profound practitioner? That's great. Yes, so there's no need to hesitate any longer. Shui, find a chance to deal with Chu Tianshu. Receiving the order, Mu Rong Shui, her heart filled with joy and a murderous look on her face, nodded. Yes, I'll definitely make my move tonight. 5:55. That morning, after encountering Mu Rong Shui, Chu Tianshu didn't pay much attention and continued his sleep cultivation. Until evening, the system's notification rang out again. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 2 profound practitioner. Your lifespan has been increased by 1 year. Your clear sight ability has evolved. For specific functions, please explore on your own. Chu Tianshu originally wanted to sleep a little longer, but the system's notifications woke him up, and he slowly opened his eyes. I didn't expect to reach level 2 so quickly. At this rate, in a month, I'll at least reach level 5 profound practitioner. A moment later, Mu Rong Shui's clear, somewhat strange voice suddenly reached Chu Tianshu's ears. Prince Consort, you've been sleeping all day. It's dinner time. At the dinner table, Mu Rong Shui served delicious dishes with an unusually fawning and coquettish demeanor. I painstakingly prepared this chicken soup. You must try it, Prince Consort. I was wrong before. From now on, I will definitely serve you well, Prince Consort. Please enjoy your meal. Her strange and overly friendly behavior made Chu Tianshu wary, but he acted as if nothing was wrong and chatted, You're being so nice that I'm not used to it. Shui, will you warm my bed tonight? Contrary to her usual angry reaction, this time, Mu Rong Shui, upon hearing the teasing, smiled sweetly and nodded. Of course, I must obey your orders. I'm very happy to warm your bed, Prince Consort. No one had ever seen a murderous villain act so foolishly as Mu Rong Shui, with such a sudden change. Naturally, it would make anyone wary and confused. Yet she acted so convincingly that Chu Tianshu had to use the upgraded clear sight ability from the system. In his eyes, He could easily see traces of poison continuously rising from the delicious dishes on the table. Chu Tianshu sneered inwardly. So she's actually poisoning the food? Such a lowly and brainless trick. Prince Consort, the food is ready. Why aren't you eating? Not expecting her to resort to such measures so quickly, Chu Tianshu played along and replied, How can I eat without chicken feet? Go out and order some for me. I've recovered today, so let's have some wine to celebrate. Mu Rongshui feigned surprise and asked, Are you really feeling better? Of course. Hurry up and go. All right, Shui will go order more food for you. And so, Mu Rongshui turned and left again, her heart filled with malicious glee. Ha, eat up, eat your fill, and then go to bed. Chu Tianshu, tonight you shall die. Inside the room, Thursday Nak and Dong Nak also sensed something strange, so they approached their young master and asked, Young master, she came so quickly. We need to prepare a little. As he spoke, Chu Tianshu calmly pointed at the delicious dishes on the table. These dishes are all poisoned. Be careful. Thursday Nak and Dong Nak were shocked and furious. What? Mu Rongshui poisoned them? How dare she poison you so brazenly? Chu Tianshu smiled, put down his chopsticks, and calmly explained, She's wanted to harm me for a long time. It's just that before, the physician said I only had 7 days to live. So she temporarily held back. I really didn't think she would dare to make a move in the princess's mansion. She'll be back soon. We can avoid her for a while, but not forever. Sooner or later, we'll have to confront each other. Might as well use this opportunity to eliminate her. Chu Tianshu's sharp words and bold idea startled Thursday Nak and Dong Nak for a moment, but they quickly regained their composure and said in unison, Young master, just tell us what to do. All right, then you two do this, and this. It was unknown what the three of them discussed, but a while later, Mu Rongshui returned and heard Thursday Nak and Dong Nak's cries. Young master! Young master! What's wrong with you? Seeing Mu Rongshui approach, Thursday Nak and Dong Nak cried out in panic, Sister Shui, it's not good. It's not good. Young master just ate a few bites and suddenly collapsed. He's complaining of stomach pains. Mu Rongshui, feigning concern, walked over, placed the wine jug on the ground, and said, Don't panic. Let me take a look. All right, then we'll trust you, Sister Shui. Please take care of young master. We'll go get a physician. The two girls turned to leave, but Mu Rongshui immediately unleashed a terrifying aura, and her cold voice rang out, No one is going anywhere. You all stay here. Otherwise I'll kill you. Because Mu Rongshui was much stronger than them, her aura easily suppressed Thursday Nak and Dong Nak, causing them to freeze and not dare to move. Then, Mu Rongshui looked at Chu Tianshu, writhing in pain on the ground, and smiled triumphantly. The food is poisoned. I did it. This poison will make your liver shatter into pieces and you'll die. Ha, Chu Tianshu, oh Chu Tianshu, don't you understand yourself at all? You should have died 7 days ago. But why are you still alive? Do you know how much I've wanted to kill you these past few days? Chu Tianshu's face was pale, sweat dripping down his face as if he was truly poisoned. He gritted his teeth and asked, Aren't you afraid that my mother will deal with you if you kill me? Ha, your mother? Who is your mother? I bet you don't even know what she looks like. Do you know why my aunt raised you as a waste for so many years? It's because of your damn mother. Your real mother was just a concubine, and she gave birth to a piece of trash. If my aunt wasn't afraid of her slight power, and her seeking revenge for you, she would have killed you long ago. Hearing this, Chu Tianshu weakly asked, Then why do you dare to kill me now? Mu Rongshui tightened her grip on Chu Tianshu's neck and replied, Since you're about to die, I'll let you know. It's because Tianyang has become a profound practitioner, and has a very powerful master. So stop struggling and just lie there and wait for death. A waste like you doesn't deserve to live. His weak, poisoned body, coupled with being choked and unable to breathe, caused Chu Tianshu's vision to blur, and blue veins bulged on his face, a terrifying sight. Suddenly, at this moment, a somewhat familiar, majestic voice echoed from behind, startling Mu Rongshui. Mu Rongshui, you dare to poison and kill the prince consort, yet you don't kneel. Mu Rongshui turned around in horror and discovered, to her fright, that it was the empress. Her face paled, turning stone-like as she wondered, What's going on? Isn't the Empress supposed to be in the palace? When did she get here? Fear consumed Murong Shui, causing her to hastily kneel and kowtow before the Empress. Empress Dowager, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Before Murong Shui could explain, a strong hand grabbed her hair and pulled, making her cry out in pain. At this moment, Murong Shui's vision blurred, and the image of the Empress in her eyes suddenly distorted strangely. What's happening? Murong Shui strained her eyes to see clearly, then realized in bewilderment that the person before her wasn't the Empress. Indeed, the blurry image of the Empress suddenly transformed into Chu Tianshu's hateful smirk. Belatedly realizing she had been tricked by an illusion, Murong Shui, as if scorched by flames of fury, roared, "Damn it! Damn it! It was fake? You despicable, lowly waste! How dare you trick me!" Just as she yelled, Murong Shui coughed, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Unnoticed, Chun Yu and Dong Yu had appeared behind her, simultaneously delivering 2 stabs that pierced her body. The 2 maids' eyes glowed like demonic flames, showing no mercy as they closed in on Murong Shui. Their hands tightened around Murong Shui's slender neck, causing her even greater pain. "How dare you try to kill our young master? Unforgivable!" Certainly, Murong Shui was caught off guard and severely injured. However, she was still a 6th-level body refinement realm martial artist, so in her rage, her power fully erupted. A terrifying surge of internal force easily blew away Chu Tianshu and the 2 maids. "You useless trash, you think you can kill me? Damn you!" In her frenzy, Murong Shui lunged at Chu Tianshu like a demon, making him helplessly wonder, "Heavens! Is the 6th level of body refinement this strong?" Fortunately for him, he quickly dodged the attack. At this moment, Murong Shui had almost lost her mind, continuously attacking with extremely vicious and fatal blows. Damn it! This is absurd. How can she still have such fighting strength in this injured state? Currently, Chu Tianshu wasn't her match, so he could only dodge and seek an opportunity. Despite Chu Tianshu's desperate dodging, the difference in strength was too great. In a split second, Murong Shui's sword pierced straight into him. This time, he couldn't dodge and took the full brunt of the sword. The terrifying force of the sword sent Chu Tianshu flying backward, crashing into the wall. Chen Yu and Dong Yu, seeing this, cried out in extreme worry, calling for their young master. Murong Shui's fearsome eyes stared fixedly at Chu Tianshu, filled with crazed thoughts. "Chu Tianshu, today, you and I will fight to the death." Before her, Chu Tianshu lay motionless, covered in blood. "Ha ha! My blade is extremely poisonous. The foolish Chu Tianshu will definitely die. Your lowly mother dares to compete with my aunt, giving birth to a lowly person like you. Your mere existence makes me feel nauseated and resentful. You are the disgrace of the Chu family. You all deserve to die." Murong Shui's voice became crazed as her tired body slumped to the ground. "If not for my aunt and Tian Yanggij, how could a proud young lady like me befriend someone like you? Ha ha! You finally died. Every task my aunt gave me, I've accomplished. Finally, I can be with Tian Yanggij, become his woman. Ha! You're finally dead." Murong Shui's insane, eerie laughter echoed through the room until she succumbed to her severe injuries and collapsed. Suddenly, Chu Tianshu, who was supposedly stabbed to death by the poisoned blade, stood up as if nothing happened. "I'm afraid I've disappointed you, Murong Shui." Seeing their young master unharmed, Chen Yu and Dong Yu smiled happily. "Open your eyes wide and see clearly, Murong Shui." As he spoke, Chu Tianshu tore open his outer robe, revealing a thin layer of armor underneath. Murong Shui's attack was essentially powerless, only piercing the armor and not reaching Chu Tianshu's body. Witnessing this scene, Murong Shui cried out in despair, "No! I can't let you be buried. You'll die yourself, Murong Shui." Listening to Chu Tianshu's words, Murong Shui trembled and stammered, You cunning, treacherous mongrel. We all underestimated you. But don't get too cocky. My aunt and the eldest young master will definitely avenge me. You won't escape. You will definitely face the consequences." Lying in a pool of her own blood, Murong Shui weakly uttered her last words until she finally died. "You must die. You must die." After confirming her death, Chu Tianshu, knowing this matter couldn't be revealed, ordered his 2 maids, clean this place thoroughly. Hide Murong Shue's body. Absolutely do not let anyone discover this. If this gets out, not to mention Murong Shue's aunt and clan seeking revenge, this happening within the princess's residence would be difficult to explain to the empress and princess. They might even resent me more. So it's best to hide the body for now. Murong Shue sacrificed everything, only to be used by her own aunt. If it weren't for these family disputes, perhaps no one would have died at the hands of those they knew. But a 6th-level body refinement martial artist with sealed acupoints, her power was truly terrifying. In a month, I have to fight Hu Buhui, and he's much stronger than Murong Shue. How am I supposed to win? Moreover, Hu Buhui has a special ability, Berserk, which makes him much stronger and more frenzied. Therefore, defeating Hu Buhui is harder than ascending to heaven. Right now, I need to quickly cultivate, and this training session is crucial. It might even increase my cultivation by a level. Thus, Chu Tianshu fell into a deep sleep until the system popped up with a notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Supreme Tai Chi Chuan technique. The requirement is to cultivate it to the exquisite level within half a month. He didn't expect to randomly receive a technique while cultivating in his dreams. Martial skills are divided into 3 levels: low, mid, and high. Low-level skills have the stages of entry, minor achievement, and major achievement. Mid-level skills have the additional stage of perfection at major achievement, also introducing blood and chi guidance methods. High-level, or supreme, skills have the additional realm of transcendence. Someone as strong as Murong Shue only reached minor achievement in a low-level skill. As far as I know, Hu Buhui's Berserk is only a mid-level skill. And now I've received the high-level Tai Chi Chuan. The system helpfully reminded him that the ability to overcome this challenge depended on the proficiency of the skill. Chu Tianshu understood this, and this was probably his only chance to defeat Hu Buhui. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Princess Ji-Ru Xian entered. I just returned from Father's palace. Someone reported loud noises coming from your room, right? Chu Tianshu, what are you doing? Hearing the princess's question, Chu Tianshu slowly sat up in bed, thinking of a reasonable answer. Strange, why is the princess here? Could she have discovered something? She usually had people monitoring Chu Tianshu's room, probably not trusting him. Princess, I was focused on cultivating, so I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. This explanation only made the princess more curious. What kind of cultivation makes such loud noises? Haha, actually, there was a slight problem with my cultivation. Chu Tianshu scratched his head awkwardly. I have to think of a way to hide this, so don't blame me for teasing you, he thought to himself. Before Chu Tianshu could finish, the princess angrily grabbed his collar and scolded, What do you mean? My lifelong matter rests on you. If something happens to you, what about next month's match? I won't allow any mistakes, understand? Chu Tianshu was startled, then smiled and grasped the princess's arms. Of course I know. I will definitely win for you, princess. This matter is also related to you, princess. That day, while treating you and removing the poison, I had to absorb all the poison into my body and slowly detoxify it. But this poison is harder to resolve than I thought. Hearing his explanation, Ji-Ru Xian became momentarily embarrassed and apologetic. Why didn't you say so sooner? I won't owe you a favor. I'll definitely find a way to help you. Chu Tianshu feigned ignorance and continued, There is a way, but I don't know if you're willing to help me. What way? I've concentrated all the poison in my chest, but it's too close to my heart to use crude methods to remove it. Now, if you help me suck the poison out, it won't affect my cultivation. Ji-Ru Xian immediately became embarrassed and flustered. Suck it out how? Do you want me to use my mouth? Chu Tianshu nodded. Yes, besides the mouth, where else is there, princess? Her face flushed red with disbelief. You're not trying to trick me, are you? What kind of bizarre detoxification method is this? Chu Tianshu put on an innocent expression and earnestly nodded. How could I? It's all for cultivation. Treating you and helping you develop antibodies against this poison means it won't harm you. Princess, you can also help me detoxify. This is the best method. After some thought, the naive princess reluctantly nodded. Fine. I don't want to owe you anything. Since this is because of me, I'll take responsibility. Chu Tianshu had only intended to joke, but he didn't expect the princess to agree. He was momentarily stunned. She actually agreed. It seems she's quite kind and adorable. Was it too much to trick her like this? But before Chu Tianshu could say anything, the princess kicked him, sending him flying backward onto the bed. Immediately she climbed onto the bed, pinned him down, and said, "Hurry up, let's make this quick. Why does this situation feel so strange? But whatever, I'll just enjoy it first, haha." The princess's red lips and alluring figure parted slightly as her soft tongue, like a cherry blossom petal, touched the wound on Chu Tianshu's chest. The warmth of their skin and the excessively intimate contact made both of them flush, as if being heated in a furnace. A strange sensation, like an electric current running through his body, made Chu Tianshu's arms involuntarily twitch. Finally, his hand firmly grasped the back of the princess's neck, startling them both. Chu Tianshu, lost in this wondrous sensation, silently exclaimed, "Oh my God, so soft, so comfortable." After a while of sucking, the princess finally raised her head, tiredly sighing. "It feels better now. You check." But before she could finish, she realized that Chu Tianshu had fallen asleep at some point. Damn it! He fell asleep. This bastard. Jiru Xian hastily shook Chu Tianshu to wake him, but it seemed to have no effect. He can't even say thank you. No guard at all. After fuming for a while, Ru Xian got off the bed and left. Forget it, he did help me. That's why he's pushing himself so hard for the match. He's probably just exhausted from cultivating. I shouldn't be too hard on him. Of course, Chu Tianshu didn't fall asleep from exhaustion but because he was immersed in cultivation within the Great Dream Universe. Within his dream, his Tai Chi Chuan progress had reached 30%. Now, he could use illusion techniques in his dream, and everything moved according to his will. Not bad at all. This Tai Chi Chuan was quite similar to the Tai Chi he practiced in his previous life. Moreover, after fully understanding the principles, practicing would be easier. So perhaps Chu Tianshu would master this technique quickly. Another night quickly passed, with warm sunlight shining down on the world. Chu Tianshu also awoke from his long sleep. He had unknowingly cultivated all night, but his body and mind felt fine, even better than yesterday. Moreover, he had gained 30 strands of profound energy in just one night, more than he would gain in a whole day of cultivation. At this rate, gaining 50 strands a night wasn't impossible. In 8 days, if I can't reach the 6th level of Profound Warrior, I should at least reach the 5th. Then I won't have to fear that Hubui anymore. He cheerfully opened the door and called for Chun Yu and Dong Yu. "You two, come here quickly. Come see the results of my all-night cultivation." In the training grounds, the two girls were asked by Chu Tianshu to spar with him, but they were worried about injuring him since he had never learned martial skills. Chu Tianshu chuckled and shook his head, assuring them it was fine and urging them to attack. Left with no choice, Chun Yu and Dong Yu charged forward to attack. Their movements and footwork were quite agile, but Chu Tianshu was a step faster, easily dodging. "Dong Yu, not bad, but your moves can't touch me." While dodging and commenting, Chu Tianshu also delivered a light palm strike, sending her stumbling forward. Chun Yu, surprised by her young master's abilities, still seized the opportunity to attack. "Chun Yu, you're good at seizing opportunities, and your strength is decent. Too bad you met me, haha." Chu Tianshu calmly parried the blow and using the 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds technique from Tai Chi Chuan, easily pushed Chun Yu back. "Although you train harder than me, I can still control you. It seems the effects of Tai Chi Chuan are quite good, huh?" Hearing this, the two girls picked themselves up from the ground, curious. "Young master, when did you learn this technique? It's so powerful." Chu Tianshu immediately put on a proud look. "I didn't learn it from anywhere. This is a high-level skill I created while sleeping. Don't worry, I'll teach you in 2 days." This time, Chu Tianshu's boasting had a real effect, as the two girls looked at him with sparkling eyes of astonishment. "Young master is so amazing. You can create high-level skills while sleeping?" "You know, the entire Chu family only has one high-level skill, yet young master can create one yourself. Moreover, someone who could create their own martial arts techniques was truly a rare genius," as most martial artists in the current world cultivated techniques passed down from ancient times. They never expected someone nicknamed Trash like their young master in the past to now be capable of such surprising feats. Under the warm golden sunlight, Chun Yu and Dong Yu became even more reverent and admiring of their young master than ever before. Chu Tianshu also happily taught them martial arts. Is there any feeling better than holding a beautiful woman in my arms like this? They continued practicing in the courtyard until late at night without returning to their rooms. Suddenly, both Chun Yu and Dong Yu heard a strange sound and quickly reported it to Chu Tianshu. He also sensed something amiss in the surrounding atmosphere, so he used the system's see-through skill to investigate. Relying on this miraculous power, Chu Tianshu's vision began to spread, even penetrating thick walls. A moment later, his pupils constricted in shock as he discovered something. It turned out that in the distance, around the walls of the princess's residence, many assassins in night attire were encircling the area. Chu Tianshu's heart momentarily skipped a beat, thinking that these assassins were sent by his wicked stepmother to kill him. However, after observing for a while, he dismissed that idea. Because the assassin's target was the princess's palace, not him. So, someone was trying to kill the princess. More importantly, how did they get in? Could there be an inside man? The situation was extremely urgent. Chu Tianshu didn't hesitate to give orders to Chun Yu and Dong Yu before dashing off. There are assassins. Stay in your rooms. Don't run around and wait for me, understand? Young master, let us go with you and protect you. Chu Tianshu ran faster, calling back, I know my limits. I don't need your protection. When I return, you watch over Murong Shue's body and make sure to protect yourselves, alright? With that, Chu Tianshu leaped onto the high wall and disappeared. While continuously speeding up to catch up, he gritted his teeth and silently prayed, Princess, you better be alright. If you die, I won't be able to live either. Recently, Chu Tianshu's strength had increased considerably, so leaping over roofs and walls wasn't difficult for him. Soon, he landed on a rooftop and observed the assassins. These assassins are moving too fast. They've already reached the princess's residence. As if they've rehearsed beforehand, someone clearly revealed the princess's location so they could sneak in when. The imperial guards were lax. At this rate, something bad will definitely happen. This situation is truly unforeseen. Thinking this, Chu Tianshu took a deep breath and shouted loudly in the silent night. Assassins! Assassins! Send reinforcements to protect the princess. Quickly! Princess, run! Don't let them find you. They want to kill you! The exceptionally loud noise startled the assassins, who turned their heads to look at Chu Tianshu. In her study, the princess was diligently reading books under the candlelight when a voice reported, Your Highness, assassins have attacked the residence, but the prince consort has diverted their attention. You must leave this room immediately. The imperial guards are in position. What? Doing that will make Chu Tianshu their primary target. Little Dairen, go help him. I'll command the imperial guards myself. The guard, Lu Dairen, hesitated. But the empress ordered me to protect you. Go. With the imperial guards here, I'll be fine. Chu Tianshu still has to participate in the competition. He absolutely cannot be harmed. Seeing the princess's resolute expression as she slammed the table, Lu Dairen reluctantly agreed. Outside the princess's room, the imperial guards had gathered, quickly forming a protective circle. Meanwhile, after Chu Tianshu's loud warning, the assassins, sensing trouble, decided to retreat. On the rooftop, Chu Tianshu quickly fled, as it seemed the assassins had noticed him approaching. They were all 6th-level body refinement experts, and if he wasn't mistaken, the leader was 8th-level body refinement. Their strength was terrifying. After fleeing for a while but still being pursued, Chu Tianshu calmly stood on the roof, pretending to be unfathomable, and said, Who allowed you to act on your own? You know that if it weren't for my warning, you'd probably be dead, right? Below, the assassins stopped, warily watching Chu Tianshu. They saw his calmness and felt there might be an ambush, so they didn't act rashly. Are you warning us? How audacious! You should run when you see us. Standing on the roof under the moonlight, Chu Tianshu laughed heartily. You fools, I'm saving you. You almost ruined that great person's plans. His words surprised the leader, who exclaimed, Wait, the great person you mentioned, could it be That person? Only that great person gave us this mission. Who are you to also receive a mission? Seeing an opportunity to deceive them, Chu Tianshu continued his act, raising his voice. I was the one who informed that great person about assassinating the princess. And you, how dare you barge into the princess's residence so brazenly and get exposed? Didn't you know the princess's residence is already prepared, just waiting for you to walk into the trap? Chu Tianshu's tone was so convincing that the assassins panicked, questioning amongst themselves, what's going on? Weren't we told that entering from the prince consort's side wouldn't attract attention? Did she trick us? Chu Tianshu keenly listened to their discussion, secretly sighing in relief. I see. Usually, these suicide squads don't know who their higher-ups are connected to. Moreover, it doesn't matter where that great person is, as long as I can manipulate them. After some thought, the leader addressed Chu Tianshu, Sir, hiding like this must mean you have secrets. This place isn't suitable for a long stay. Why don't we leave together? We're just a covert branch for this operation, so we don't know which organization you belong to. Chu Tianshu had never heard of this covert branch, but he calmly replied, So you're part of the covert investigation team. It seems you're everywhere. Just wondering if you've heard of me. I'm from the animation department, Deng Tan. Huh? What's that? Sounds pretty violent. Naturally, these assassins had never heard of such a strange name, so they were taken aback. You don't know because your level is too low, haha. Chu Tianshu chuckled. But at this moment, more assassins gathered from afar and approached. They held their blades, their eyes filled with killing intent, as they stared at Chu Tianshu. It's not that we don't believe you, but we mainly want to broaden our horizons. What level is this animation department, Deng Tan? Also, we're not a covert investigation team at all. We were just making things up. That brat dares to trick us? Kill him. The assassins immediately charged, causing Chu Tianshu to panic inwardly. Damn it, the Imperial Guards are so slow. The situation was extremely dangerous, but suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, stomping hard on an assassin's blade, halting his attack. Lu Dairen, the princess's guard, appeared before Chu Tianshu. Young Master Chu, I apologize. Lu Yen is late. Finally, someone came to the rescue. Chu Tianshu sighed in relief and smiled. No, not late at all. Just in time, haha. The woman named Lu Yen, with hair as red as blood and bright red pupils, stared at the assassins. You dare to trespass in the princess's residence. You deserve to die. The aura she exuded was so terrifying that the leader didn't dare to move, only widening his eyes in shock. Such a terrifying aura. The intel didn't mention this woman as a variable. Overwhelmed by fear, they turned and fled, shouting for retreat. Lu Yen silently watched their retreating figures, slowly drawing the long blade from her hand. At that moment, Chu Tianshu witnessed a scene he could hardly forget. In his eyes, Lu Yen seemed to vanish, turning into a flash of light weaving through the assassins, leaving only clean cuts followed by warm streams of blood. Almost instantly, numerous assassins fell dead simultaneously. And Lu Yen, hot and beautiful like a goddess, calmly landed in the empty courtyard, surrounded by corpses. Chu Tianshu, speechless, stared at the carnage, a chill running down his spine. Too strong. Is this another Murong Shui? Thinking this, he chuckled wryly to himself. My understanding is so poor. What is Murong Shui? To outsiders, the 6th level of body refinement is nothing. On the other side, the leader seemed to still have a breath left, so Lu Yen approached and interrogated him, pressing her blade against him. Who sent you here? Seemingly aware of his fate, the assassin didn't answer, but clenched his teeth, causing the poison pill he had prepared beforehand to shatter. Lu Yen, with her sharp eyes and ears, quickly noticed his action, so she immediately squeezed the assassin's neck to stop him. Spit it out. Who allowed you to commit suicide in front of me? But it was too late. The assassin had already succumbed to the poison, making Lu Yen furious. Seeing this, Chu Tianshu approached and reminded her. This assassin acted too quickly. It's clear he was prepared. There might be other assassins. Lu Yen, go check. Don't worry about me. I'll quickly go to the princess. Lu Yen listened, cupped her hands, and nodded. Then, young Master Chu, be careful. As she left, she didn't forget to glance at Chu Tianshu, and her impression of him gradually changed. Before, she had heard that Chu Tianshu was a man who only sought pleasure. But today, facing danger, he was incredibly brave. Rumors indeed shouldn't be trusted. After she left, Chu Tianshu stood silently, gazing at the corpses of the assassins, lost in thought. A smug smile unconsciously appeared on his lips, as there might be another way to handle Murong Shue's body. The next day, Murong Jianyu, Murong Shue's grandmother, sat in front of Murong Shue's corpse, weeping. My granddaughter! My poor granddaughter! She was fine, so why did she leave like this? Immediately, she looked resentfully towards Chu Tianshu and cried out, It's you! Tell me honestly, what happened last night? Why was Murong Shue suddenly burned? Faced with the questioning, Chu Tianshu immediately put on his acting skills and replied, Grandaunt, there were assassins last night. Sister Xueni fought them to protect me. Unexpectedly, she was killed. They intended to dispose of the body in the night. If it weren't for my cleverness, I would have lost my life too. Grandaunt, I'm also heartbroken by Sister Xueni's death. Please give her family some compensation. Grandaunt, all the assassins have been punished. I've avenged Xueni. The important thing now is to bury Sister Xueni. Of course, the stepmother didn't believe Chu Tianshu's words and trembled with anger. How could Xueni protect you? Others may not know, but how could I not know? Xueni only wished for your death. Now, without any evidence, you can say whatever you want. But Chu Tianshu, don't think this matter ends here. Watching her carry her granddaughter away, the princess whispered to Lu Yan, who was standing beside her, It seems there's bad blood between these two. Your Highness, fortunately, young Master Chu held back the assassins, so I was able to catch up. As for Murong Shue, I'm not clear about the situation. Also, the assassin's intrusion was very strange. I suspect someone close to the princess leaked the information. I think so too, just don't know who it is. Who would do such a thing? Jiru Xian's face became terrifyingly calm. Murong Shue is dead. If her death can be of use, then good. Now, Chu Tianshu is what matters. I don't want anything to disturb his mood and affect the competition. Your Highness has ordered that before the fight, I, Lu, will guard the young master's courtyard. Yes, I'm also following the princess's arrangements, in case of another assassin attack. There are many treasures and medicinal herbs in those boxes. Thank you to the prince consort for bringing them. And for stopping the assassins. Chu Tianshu couldn't refuse this kindness and happily checked each chest. The princess is so thoughtful. It's too polite. Actually, this is what friends like me should do. These natural treasures are truly rare. It's a pity I can't use them. Lu Yan also saw that each item was hard to come by and could imagine how much time and effort the princess had spent gathering them for him and the Northern Yu Prince. Prince Consort said you can't use them. Could it be that you want to disappoint the princess? Chu Tianshu smiled, shook his head, and explained, Although I can't use them, if my two maids use them, their cultivation will increase. It can also be called making the best use of things, which won't disappoint the princess's kindness. The two girls, Thursday Nak and Dong Nak, widened their eyes excitedly at the treasures and then shyly asked, Can you really give these to us? How are we worthy of such treasures? Besides, these are specially collected by the princess for the young master. We are not worthy of using them. Hearing this, Chu Tianshu turned to Lu Yan and asked, Our princess isn't that stingy, right? The red-haired girl nodded. Of course, the princess has given them to you. Prince Consort. You can do whatever you want with them. Then, Officer Lu, please feel free to stay with us during this time. Thursday Knock, Dong Knock, let's go. I'll help you increase your cultivation while absorbing these natural treasures. Watching the three leave, Lu Yan thought, such good treasures, and he doesn't even look at them. How can his cultivation level increase so fast? Well, the princess has put in so much effort. I hope she didn't misjudge him. In the bathroom, with a warm pool of water already prepared, the two girls, Dong Nak and Thursday Nak, approached and said in unison, Young master, how do you need us to cooperate? Please instruct us. Seeing this, Chu Tianshu stood aside, lost in thought, and unconsciously muttered, Wouldn't it be too abrupt to ask them to undress and enter the water? It's just that these natural treasures are really good, but I can't use them. Or should I try bathing like they do on TV? Maybe something unexpected and fun will happen. No, that won't do. As their master, I should respect their thoughts. Besides, I'm a proper student and can't do something tyrannical like telling women to take off their clothes. Chu Tianshu muttered to himself, unaware that every word was heard by the two girls. But there are still many things I need their help with in the future. Right now, using these treasures to increase their strength will also improve my safety. The angel and devil within Chu Tianshu constantly struggled with each other, while the two girls quietly looked at each other and made a decision. Our destinies are closely tied to the young master. If he's so considerate, we shouldn't make things difficult for him. Let's use our actions to show the young master that we completely trust him. So, while Chu Tianshu was muttering, he heard the sound of clothes being removed behind him, causing his face to turn as red as a GAC fruit. In an instant, the two beautiful girls had removed their clothes, revealing their bodies as white as pomelo blossoms, and immersed themselves in the beautiful warm water. Young master, Thursday Nak and Dong Nak are willing to follow your arrangements. Look at this scene and listen to their sweet voices. Isn't this a paradise on earth? Chu Tianshu felt like he was about to explode, praising in his heart, these twins are so clever. But even though he was captivated, he couldn't forget the main task. So he instructed the two to close their eyes and quietly feel, as he would guide the energy to strengthen their meridians. Although last night's assassin attack was strange and needs to be investigated, the important thing right now is to quickly improve my own strength. Only then will I not be bullied by others. Ultimately, I have to protect my own destiny. Just as Chu Tianshu predicted, after he sensed the situation in the pool and the condition of the two maids, the power of starlight and the natural treasures in the bath successfully improved their realm. In just 1 hour, they broke through from the second level to the third. Moreover, during this process, surprisingly, there wasn't any damage to Chu Tianshu's body. On the contrary, he unconsciously reached the 4th level of Xian practitioner, and his Tai Chi Chuan reached the realm of entering God. The cultivation system in this world is divided into martial cultivation and Xian cultivation. Martial cultivation has a stage called body refinement, and before body refinement, the highest level of body tempering is the 9th level. After reaching the body refinement realm, the physique will achieve longevity, similar to Xian cultivation. However, Xian cultivation is divided into Xian practitioner, Xian master, Great Xian master, Great Xian Grand Master, and each level is further divided into 9 consecutive levels. But Xian cultivation requires a special, heaven-sent Xian Qi seed to be able to cultivate. Although it sounds noble, in reality, the starting point of Xian cultivation is very low. Compared to the same level of martial cultivation, in terms of physical strength and martial power, it is completely overshadowed. However, once one enters the Xian master level, they can easily defeat a 9th level body refinement martial cultivator. Chu Tianshu himself is a dual cultivator of both Xian and martial. With his 4th level Xian practitioner strength, and Tai Chi Chuan reaching entering God, he could currently achieve the strength of a 5th level Xian practitioner, and fight against Hu Bu Hui at the 7th level of body refinement. Not yet, I'm still a bit lacking. If I don't work hard, I won't get a wife. If that Hu Bu Hui goes crazy, it'll be hard to stop him. So, after a morning of cultivating and strengthening the meridians of the two maids, Chu Tianshu decided to stop. Thursday knock dong knock, that's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. And the daily routine of a cultivation genius is, if I can sleep for 1 more second, I'll be awake for 1 less second. Basically, anything is possible in dreams, haha. The next day, Chu Tianshu woke up in a very good mood because he had slept soundly and gained a lot of Xian Qi. Life without Murong Shui bothering me is truly wonderful. Just as he happily ran out of the room, Lu Yan appeared like a ghost right in front of him, startling Chu Tianshu so much that he screamed. Prince Consort, you can still sleep at this hour? The princess invites you to dinner. After a moment of panic, Chu Tianshu regained his composure and nodded embarrassedly. I know. Don't block my door like that next time. You scared me to death. Damn it, Murong Shui is gone, but now there's Lu Yan here. He walked out of the room dejectedly, while Lu Yan wondered to herself, just eating and sleeping, can he really defeat Hu Bu Hui? Of course, that evening, Chu Tianshu arrived as promised to dine with Princess Jiru Xian. How is it? I sent someone to ask. These are all your favorite dishes. If you want anything else, just tell me, and I'll have them make it for you. Princess Jiru Xian spoke for a while and then noticed Chu Tianshu staring at her face, causing her to ask in confusion, Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me instead of the food? Hearing this, he widened his eyes and replied, Because you've been so nice to me lately, I'm not used to it. Immediately, Jiru Xian gave him a sharp look. Being nice to you like this, so can you defeat the Northern Yu Prince? Seeing her like this, Chu Tianshu found some familiarity and smiled wryly. Getting to the main point already? Sure enough, you only care about me when there's a benefit. Princess, don't worry. If I can't win, he certainly can't win against me either. I'm 90% sure that he and I will tie. The reason he was so confident now was thanks to his Tai Chi Chuan and the Xian techniques he had practiced for so long. Of course, Jiru Xian didn't understand Chu Tianshu's situation, so she was still very worried. Hu Buhui is extremely famous on the Northern Yu battlefield, and has never been defeated. Prince Consort, you have internal injuries, and your cultivation is unstable. In this state, you're confident you can deal with Hu Buhui at the 7th level of body refinement? Haha, I know you don't believe me. How about we make a bet? If I win, whether in front of others or in private, you have to call me husband or Prince Consort. Also, let me stay in the princess's mansion, okay? Jiru Xian thought for a moment, and then gave Chu Tianshu a disdainful look. You wish. But looking at her like this, it didn't seem like she would refuse his offer. Just as Chu Tianshu guessed, Jiru Xian put on a cute expression and said, But I can agree to that. Although he had somewhat anticipated her answer, Chu Tianshu was still extremely surprised by her straightforward words. You agree? Aren't you afraid I'll actually win? And husband and all that, I was just kidding. Jiru Xian didn't understand Chu Tianshu's inner thoughts and calmly enjoyed the food on the table. Don't overthink it. Finish eating and go cultivate. Having no other choice, he happily ate with her. At this time, in his study, young Master Li Xianqing was diligently writing when 2 servants approached and reported, Young Master, now everyone thinks Chu Tianshu can't win. So he's definitely dead. Then there's no one left in Western Qin who can compete with you for the number 1 spot. Hearing these words, Li Xianqing angrily turned and scolded, Damn it! Do you think my reputation is something Chu Tianshu must be defeated by my own hands? And you, do you have nothing better to do? Get lost. Don't interrupt my studies. Instead of being annoyed by the scolding, the 2 servants were overjoyed and cheered, Studying? Young master, are you finally studying? If the old master hears this news, he'll be so happy he'll break his leg. Young master, can you show us what you're studying? Li Xianqing ignored them, stroked his chin, stared at the paper in front of him, and wondered, I feel like something's wrong. But I don't know what it is. All right, since you're here, can you take a look for me? He handed the paper to his 2 servants, who were speechless after reading it. Oh my God, what is this? Replace Chu Tianshu in the competition, and then persuade the princess to remarry or persuade Hu Buhui, but since that's not possible, kill Hu Buhui. The 2 servants' eyes widened in fear as they read. Before they could recover, Li Xianqing declared heroically, Chu Tianshu can't die easily before I get my hands on him. So I have to protect him. Oh my God! Young master, don't get so excited. Of course, not only Li Xianqing was paying attention to Chu Tianshu's whereabouts. His stepmother also had people following him every minute of every day. Reporting, during this time, young Master Tianshu hasn't left the princess's mansion, and most of the time, it seems he's been eating and sleeping. Murong Jianyu, after hearing the report, smiled like a venomous snake in the dark. Haha, in that state he dares to accept the Northern Yu Prince's challenge? Truly, my years of upbringing haven't been in vain. Very good, very good. It seems I don't need to do anything. I'll just watch that good-for-nothing destroy himself. Thus, Chu Tianshu temporarily enjoyed a period of peace without anyone disturbing him, until half a month later, the day of the competition arrived. A luxurious carriage carried Chu Tianshu and the princess from the princess's mansion to the imperial palace, where it finally stopped. As soon as he stepped out of the carriage, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked the princess in a teasing tone, "Nervous? We're comrades in arms, advancing and retreating together." "Right, princess?" But at this moment, the princess didn't pay attention to his teasing, because just now, she was surprised to sense something from Chu Tianshu. "What's going on?" "Just now, I noticed an unusual aura on him, an incredibly powerful aura, but it was gone in a moment. Was it an illusion?" As for Chu Tianshu, he didn't notice the princess's strangeness, and walked heroically forward. "Let's go, princess. The match is about to begin." The fight was about to begin. Many people, along with officials, palace maids, and eunuchs, gathered and jostled to watch. Hu Buhui appeared with his one-horned beast, and his ferocious appearance made everyone around him wary. "Prince, you mustn't be careless in this match, not even for a second." Hu Buhui listened and nodded in reply. "I know. Before completely defeating the opponent, anything can happen. I still remember the national teacher's teachings." At this moment, on the road ahead, a noisy crowd blocked the way, forcing Hu Buhui's group to stop. The person presiding over this commotion was none other than Li Xiancheng, repeatedly shouting to the crowd, "Come here, come here. Everyone, place your bets. Who will win, Hu Buhui or Chu Tianshu? Come here, come here. Put in a lot of money. The chance to change your life comes only once." "Nonsense. Those scammers dare to block the way. Get out of here." The national teacher beside Hu Buhui immediately controlled the beast to step forward, but Hu Buhui stopped him. "Wait. I know this person. He's Li Xianqing, the son of Li Zhongming, the Western Qin Central Guard. For many years, neither Northern Yu nor Western Qin have gained any advantage from each other's probes, only wasted resources. Now, both countries have put aside their hatred and prioritized peace. He's contributed quite a bit to that." Li Xianqing, standing amidst the crowd, heard this praise, turned, and smiled. "The prince is too kind. I'm just helping my father. Western Qin and Northern Yu are now friendly. I'm just putting the aspirations of both countries first, letting small streams merge into a great river." Hearing this, Hu Buhui approached with a deep smile. "I'm not flattering you, but my memory of you is truly profound. 3 years ago, Li Xiancheng, you and your father came to Northern Yu to negotiate peace. You even publicly challenged me, where you initially won. Although I didn't need much effort to defeat you. The sight of you struggling yet refusing to admit defeat left a deep impression on me. But what game are you playing this time, Li Xianqing?" Being reminded of the past, Li Xianqing was naturally unhappy but forced a smile and explained, "How could I miss this money-making opportunity? Many people are betting on you to win. No one is betting on Chu Tianshu. If that's the case, then I'll be the first to bet on Chu Tianshu's victory. I have high hopes for things everyone else looks down on. Who knows, he might be a dark horse." Just then, a Northern Yu soldier came to Hu Buhui's side and whispered, "Prince, if we don't go, we'll miss the time and be directly declared losers." Hu Buhui immediately gave Li Xianqing, who was playing dumb, a sharp, cold look. "Li Xianqing, you're deliberately blocking my way, aren't you?" Suddenly, a savage smile spread across Hu Buhui's lips. "Do you know that I've never heard of the rules, so you want to harm me?" Immediately, Hu Buhui jumped onto his beast's back and, like a teleporting demon, appeared behind Li Xianqing, grabbing his neck with one hand. "Out of respect for the friendship between our two countries, I'll spare your life. You better watch closely this match, and see who will save you in the end." As he spoke, he tightened his grip, causing Li Xianqing pain and rendering him speechless. Naturally, with their young master being attacked, Li Xianqing's guards rushed forward, but they were all afraid of Hu Buhui and didn't dare to act rashly. Hu Buhui listened to the growing noise around him and said with a confident smile, "Don't worry, I'll be at the arena soon. But first, I need to get these people out of the way." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Buhui's strong hand grabbed Li Xianqing's neck and slammed him hard onto the ground, almost shattering the ground. Waves of shockwaves blew around, and the people panicked and fled. Seeing their prince easily subdue his opponent, the national teacher couldn't help but praise, as expected of the prince. "Your strength has increased again." Ahead, Hu Buhui turned and headed towards the arena, not forgetting to instruct, "National teacher, help me place a bet on my victory. Li Xianqing, this time, I'll make you lose everything, even your pants. A while later, at the arena where the competition was taking place, the eunuch began to announce the decree. By order of His Majesty, this match is a friendly competition based on the principle of friendship between Northern Yu and Western Qin. The purpose is to strengthen the relationship between the two countries. Friendship comes first, victory or defeat comes second. Regardless of who wins or loses between the prince consort and the prince, neither of them shall harm the other's life. While listening to the eunuch read the imperial decree, the national teacher wondered why their prince was so angry with Li Xianqing. Hu Buhui chuckled and replied, "Angry? Not at all. I just want to watch. I want to make them pay for their misjudgments." Suddenly, the eunuch's next words shocked both Hu Buhui and the national teacher. "As for Princess Ru Xian, the outcome of today's match will not determine her fate. There can be only one prince consort, but there are many outstanding daughters of the royal family. Therefore, if the prince wins this match, he can form a marriage alliance with the imperial family." The national teacher exclaimed in surprise, "This isn't what was said before." No wonder His Majesty intervened and turned the original match between Chu Tianshu and me into a friendly competition between the two countries. Clearly, His Majesty wants to break Princess Ru Xian's bet. It seems that His Majesty is more satisfied with Prince Consort Chu Tianshu than me. Moreover, His Majesty doesn't want Chu Tianshu to die at my hands. After some thought, the national teacher quietly advised the prince, "Northern Yu needs to rest and recuperate. We can't turn against them. Even if we fight head-on, we can't escape the Emperor's imperial city." Hu Buhui naturally understood these words, but a dangerous smile appeared on his lips. "Yes, I won't kill him now, but I won't let him leave the arena unscathed either. There will be other opportunities. As long as Chu Tianshu dies, what reason will they have not to marry Princess Ru Xian to me?" In his seat, after hearing the eunuch's announcement, Chu Tianshu couldn't help but sigh. His Majesty clearly intends to favor me, but I'm not sure I can defeat Hu Buhui. Just at this moment, a familiar voice came from behind him. Hu Buhui's strength might be at the 6th level, but combined with his special bloodline frenzy, his actual strength is no less than a 7th level expert. Chu Tianshu turned around in surprise and, seeing a bruised pig-headed person, said to himself, "Why do I feel so familiar?" Seeing this, Li Xianqing scolded irritably. "Don't joke around at such an important moment. Oh my, isn't this my money-making machine? Weren't you beaten up by Hu Buhui?" Li Xianqing immediately denied it as if he had stepped on a tail. How could he dare? Give him 10 times the guts, and he wouldn't dare. I'll have my father cut off all trade with Northern Yu and make him suffer the consequences. By the way, I've helped you investigate his background, and you have a chance of protecting yourself against him. If you really can't beat him, just surrender. This is our territory. That bastard won't dare to cause trouble. His Majesty will definitely protect you and the princess. In short, even if you're beaten up, you can't die. You can only be defeated by me, understand? I'll be watching you carefully from below." Watching Li Xianqing leave, Chu Tianshu couldn't help but laugh. Haha, this is the funniest thing I've heard all day. But for him to be beaten into a pig's head to help me is really amusing. But today's match may not end in a draw, right? After waiting for the Emperor, Empress, and Princess to arrive, the eunuch once again announced loudly, "The match is about to begin. Please take your seats in the stands. Chu Tianshu, you don't need any weapons? Let me remind you, my swordsmanship is perfected. Don't blame me if you get injured then." Facing Hu Buhui's sharp blade, Chu Tianshu nonchalantly picked his ear. "Just go ahead. I don't like using those things. Besides, you're a guest, I have to be polite to you." Not letting them trash talk any longer, the match referee jumped into the arena and announced, "Are you ready? The match officially begins now." As soon as the word begin left his mouth, Hu Buhui's figure in front of Chu Tianshu instantly vanished without a trace. Chu Tianshu was momentarily startled but immediately sensed a terrifying killing aura, allowing him to successfully dodge a surprise attack. Of course, Chu Tianshu being able to dodge this dangerous attack surprised Hu Buhui more than anyone. Impossible! He dodged that blow to the neck? Easily dodging the dangerous attack, Chu Tianshu quickly retreated, distancing himself from Hu Buhui, then touched the wound on his face and teased jokingly. "Hey, you're not jealous of my face, are you? How are you going to compensate me for this scratch? Although he appeared calm on the surface, Chu Tianshu couldn't help but shudder inwardly. That was too close. I almost didn't dodge it. Hu Buhui's strength and speed are too exaggerated. He's truly worthy of being at the 6th level of body refinement. Even if I dodge his blade, I can't avoid the sharp blade aura that comes with it. It seems head-on confrontation is impossible now, but that's just right. Then, please try my marvelous Tai Chi Chuan. Magnificent! The prince's strike is like a demon descending from the sky, slashing fiercely at the prince consort, so much so that he had to cover his head and frantically retreat to the edge. Now, the prince consort has recovered his strength and continues this epic battle of attrition. Chu Tianshu being pushed back so quickly caused Li Xiancheng's friends to constantly mock him and make disparaging remarks about Chu Tianshu, leading to arguments between the two groups. Li Xiancheng didn't want to say much because his attention was focused on the match in the arena. He silently prayed, Chu Tianshu, winning or losing isn't important. What's important is don't lose your life. Suddenly, a seductive figure approached from behind him, accompanied by a sweet voice. Young Master Chu is truly mysterious. I've never heard that he's not only unmatched in literary talent but also practiced martial arts. Such an interesting person. The newcomer was none other than Shang Guanyan, the owner of Hua Fu Lu. Seeing Chu Tianshu's appearance, Shang Guanyan couldn't help but sigh. The number one young master truly exists. Young Master Chu, you've hidden yourself for so many years, why aren't you hiding anymore? Could it be because you've become the prince consort, and escaped the cage that you dare to reveal a part of the iceberg? It seems that everyone in the world underestimates you, Chu Tianshu. Shang Guanyan thought to herself and glanced at the platform where Princess Jiru Xian was sitting restlessly. The princess couldn't hide the anxiety in her heart and her chaotic thoughts. Father has decreed that the outcome of this competition has nothing to do with my fate, but Chu Tianshu. In another room, Chu Tianshu's stepmother, Murong Jianyu, also watched the fight through the window. Behind her was her father, Murong Fu. The old man, Murong Fu, coldly observed the fight and wondered contemptuously, where did that abandoned bastard of the Chu family learn such strange martial arts? Could his mother have taught him? Down in the arena, Chu Tianshu adopted a rather strange stance, causing Hu Buhui to wonder, a type of martial art I've never seen before. Are you relying on this to fight me? What kind of strange stance is this? Chu Tianshu dodging earlier might not have been entirely due to luck, Hu Buhui muttered to himself. Alright, if Brother Chu has finished preparing his stance, then let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, the sharp blade in Hu Buhui's hand teleported behind Chu Tianshu at an unimaginable speed, just like before. Here it comes again. Chu Tianshu seemed unable to keep up with the speed, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he jumped and dodged once more. In the arena, Chu Tianshu continuously dodged, and the two moved so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Oh my god, Prince Hu Buhui is serious. The prince consort is completely suppressed and beaten. I guess if this continues, the prince consort's stamina will be depleted first. Amidst the laughter of the onlookers, the emperor suddenly asked his daughter, What's wrong, my princess? I've decreed that this match has nothing to do with your fate. No, father, I'm not worried about that. After all, Chu Tianshu's cultivation is still limited, and besides eating, he only sleeps. The emperor laughed upon hearing his daughter's words. Haha, Xianer, are you worried about your prince consort? The princess hurriedly shook her head. No, I'm not. All right, it seems my daughter has fallen behind in her martial arts training. And you're underestimating the prince consort that I've chosen. Haven't you noticed anything strange about the match? Chu Tianshu has been in control of the fight from the beginning. Hearing her father's words, Jiru Xian exclaimed in surprise, In control? Indeed, Jiru Xian belatedly realized it. But Hu Buhui, fighting Chu Tianshu, felt increasingly humiliated and panicked. How is this possible? This bastard dares to make my blade all my attacks are completely blocked. The Empress observed up to this point, then smiled faintly because her prediction was spot on. Indeed, Chu Tianshu completely dominated the match, effortlessly parrying Hu Buhui's dangerous attacks. From beginning to end, it seemed as though Hu Buhui was overwhelming Chu Tianshu, but in reality, he hadn't landed a single blow. Not a single one, none at all. Finally losing his patience, Hu Buhui roared in frustration. Brother Chu, why do you keep dodging? If you keep defending like this, how can you live up to your title as imperial son-in-law? Stop avoiding me. I will claim the princess, your wife. Seeing the sharp blade approaching him, Chu Tianshu laughed confidently and retorted loudly, Ha ha. Quiet down, you furry monster. Touch the hem of my robe first, then we'll talk. In that instant, Chu Tianshu's hand seemed to contain a miraculous power, completely neutralizing Hu Buhui's tempestuous attack. Employing a common Tai Chi Chuan technique, where the martial artist gathers energy and uses softness to overcome hardness, he abruptly sent Hu Buhui flying backward. The seemingly gentle blow carried terrifying destructive force, causing Hu Buhui's eyes to bulge in disbelief. The spectators were utterly shocked by this sight. Despite their astonishment and alarm, the reality unfolded before them. Prince Hu Buhui had been repelled with a single move. What's going on? What just happened? The imperial son-in-law countered the prince with one move. The prince's terrifying strength was countered with a single blow? The atmosphere of the match intensified, but Chu Tianshu didn't relax after repelling his opponent, because things were far from over. Look at Hu Buhui's condition. It seems he's entering a berserk state. Hu Buhui slowly rose, his eyes glowing eerily as he stared at Chu Tianshu. His body seemed to be consumed by invisible flames, distorting the surrounding air with pressure. The national teacher, who had been silent until now, noticed the prince's state and cheered gleefully, Ha ha! The fun will soon end. With berserk activated, the outcome will be swift. No one understands how terrifying the prince's berserk power truly is. Ha ha! As Hu Buhui entered his berserk state, the greatest pressure fell upon Chu Tianshu, who could no longer track his opponent's movements. Hu Buhui's speed and power surged, inflicting numerous cuts on Chu Tianshu. Facing the terrifying killing intent, the new imperial son-in-law realized, this bastard actually wants to kill me. His speed was too great for Chu Tianshu's current abilities. If not for his mastery of Tai Chi Chuan, he would have died from the previous attack. As Chu Tianshu barely escaped the onslaught, the crazed Hu Buhui charged again in a blink. The relentless assault gave Chu Tianshu no time to breathe. Every move was a deadly strike. This guy has gone completely mad. Does he really want to kill me? Without time to ponder, Chu Tianshu instinctively widened his eyes and unleashed the 6th-level mystic art, Azura Dream Seal. His eyes opened wide, like a deep, vast universe, causing Hu Buhui's mind to become chaotic, trapping him in an endless illusion. The world before Hu Buhui twisted and distorted. A splitting headache forced him to clutch his head and scream. The Azura Dream Seal was successful. His opponent would now witness his greatest fears. The mystic power Chu Tianshu displayed for the first time in the arena was incredibly potent. He hadn't wanted to reveal his mystic identity, but the man's pressure was too intense for Tai Chi Chuan alone. Murong Fu, observing from above, gasped, a 6th-level illusion? He's a mystic? But he's supposed to be trash. Regardless of the surrounding panic, Hu Buhui was driven mad by the illusion within the arena. Like a wild beast, he slashed wildly, his attacks missing their mark. Chu Tianshu calmly observed Hu Buhui's actions, waiting for an opportunity. Sensing the right moment, he delivered a powerful palm strike to Hu Buhui's chest. The direct hit landed squarely on the mentally disoriented Hu Buhui, who couldn't dodge. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. It's illusion magic. I can't believe he mastered the most difficult mystic art. Seeing the Emperor's joy, the Empress nodded and smiled. Not only that, but the martial skill he just used is definitely not ordinary. He's at least a high-level expert. This Chu Tianshu has truly surprised us. The Emperor and Empress were joyful because, among all cultivation systems, mystic spirit power was extremely rare. The most powerful mystic skill was illusion magic. Below, Chu Tianshu continued his relentless assault after the palm strike. Today, I, the imperial son-in-law, will teach you a lesson. As a person, one must know propriety and shame. Don't covet what belongs to another. A toad dreaming of swan's flesh. I'll teach you not to bully the weak. Otherwise, you'll learn what there's always someone stronger means. Be humble. And finally, I'll teach you that only with tolerance and generosity can you grasp and release, leaving yourself a way out. Chu Tianshu's continuous punches and sharp words rained down on Hu Buhui. Finally, a word of advice: get lost. With that, his most powerful strike sent Hubuhui flying once more. Princess Jiru Xian shot up from her seat, her eyes fixed on the match. He had won! Some rejoiced, others despaired. The national teacher couldn't believe the scene before him. What a brilliant counterattack! The imperial son-in-law's attacks, though not fatal, were so swift that his opponent lost his fighting ability. It seems the imperial son-in-law is making a comeback. Indeed, Chu Tianshu had knocked Hubuhui out of the arena, effectively ending the match. The eunuch announcer cleared his throat and declared, "I announce the final result of the competition is," but before he could finish, Hubuhui's voice suddenly rang out, "I haven't lost yet." Impossible! The prince is standing up again. Hubuhui's indomitable will allowed him to clear his mind. He gripped his blade and shakily rose. "I cannot lose." On the brink of defeat, Hubuhui suddenly recalled his childhood. Back then, they were children on the snowy grasslands, surviving by hunting wild beasts. Their local food supply quickly dwindled, forcing them to expand their hunting grounds. Venturing further, however, risked encountering dangerous monsters' lairs. Yet they had to take the risk. The adults could endure hunger, but the elderly and children couldn't. "All right, tomorrow we'll hunt further out. Old patriarch, go early. We hope the prince can lead us out of this predicament soon." The prince they spoke of was none other than the young Hubuhui, quietly reading a book. "Wow, the Western Qin clothes are so splendid. I love them." Hubuhui flipped through the book, showing it to the surrounding children, and smiled. "Yes, choose what you like. Tell me, and I'll bring them back for you next time I visit Western Qin." "When will that be, Prince? Can I go next time too? I really want to visit the Central Plains. I heard there are countless mountains and so much blue water." The innocent children dreamt of a beautiful, distant world, then playfully fought over the book. This daily scene made Prince Hubuhui chuckle. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out from behind, Prince brother, these clothes are so gorgeous. But this birthday gift is very expensive, isn't it?" A young girl in splendid Western Qin attire shyly approached. Seeing her, Hubuhui smiled sweetly and shook his head. "So young and already so thrifty? But it's all right. You're so beautiful, you'll look even more stunning when you grow up wearing these." The prince's handsome smile and gentle demeanor captivated the little girl. She immediately ran and hugged him. "Thank you, Prince brother. You're the best. I want to grow up quickly and stay by your side forever." Me too. Me too." Seeing the children vying for his attention, Hubuhui smiled and sighed. All right. I'll wait for you all to grow up healthy and strong. When you're a little older, I'll take you away from here. We'll go wherever you want and see the green mountains and blue waters. I promise." Indeed, Hubuhui had made that promise. He promised to take them away from this desolate, cold place. He firmly believed that with ideals, anything was possible. But that ideal remained unfulfilled until one fateful day, a nightmare occurred. To find food, their tribe had to expand their hunting range, but they strayed into the territory of a high-level demonic beast. The demonic beast tracked them and suddenly attacked the village. Screams and a stench of blood filled the air, staining the white snow. That day became a nightmare Hubuhui could never forget. Yes, he could never forget the feeling of helplessness and despair, watching his loved ones fall prey to the demonic beast. It was a power a child like Hubuhui couldn't resist, leaving him at the mercy of fate. It all became a tragic picture etched deep within his soul, forcing him to change. A familiar pale pink dress, soaked in crimson blood. The beautiful girl's sweet smile flashed in Hubuhui's mind. Since then, fear and resentment mingled deep within his heart. Hubuhui's rage at witnessing the loss of his loved ones awakened a hidden power within his small body. It was the first time Prince Hubuhui felt true rage, and he entered his berserk state. With a single hand, the small Hubuhui flung the giant monster. The terrifying power unleashed by the child wounded the monster, causing it to bleed. Perhaps in moments of utter despair, people truly discover their inner greatness. Sometimes, rage and despair can become a strange power capable of changing many things. On the vast grassland, snow-capped mountains loomed in the distance. A cold, lonely wind swept across, carrying blades of grass and the rich scent of earth. Amidst the desolate scene, with the chaotic flames and the monster's motionless body, Prince Hubuhui stood silently in the night. His body was covered in wounds, and his hand tightly clutched a piece of pink cloth. It was a piece of fabric torn from the beautiful girl's dress. Everything had ended. The hopes for the future, the distant dreams, all vanished that night. Since that day, Hubuhui killed his innocent self. He showed no mercy to the foolish and weak, and to survive in this desolate land, they had to tame demonic beasts as companions. To improve the tribe's life, they frequently traded with the Central Plains people. Even so, Hubuhui still felt it wasn't enough. The Northern Yu's situation remained precarious. Famine, cold, drought, natural disasters frequently occurred, not to mention numerous external threats. To survive, they had to sacrifice much. Only by leaving this place could his people truly be safe. A child burdened with so much gradually developed the conflicting, fierce, yet kind nature of Hubuhui. He journeyed to the Central Plains many times, witnessing its beautiful sky. When Hubuhui learned of the princess's sudden illness, he realized it was an opportunity, a chance to exchange himself for his people's safety and prosperity. Therefore, no matter what, I must defeat you, Chu Tianshu. Look! The prince is standing again. What indomitable fighting spirit! To break free from an illusion attack. Although he stood, Hubuhui's berserk state had dissipated. This fight was meaningless. Even if he fought to the death or seriously injured the imperial son-in-law, it wouldn't change anything. On the contrary, continuing would endanger his tribe. Chu Tianshu is truly a talent, skilled in both literary and martial arts. Prince Hubuhui stood still, countless thoughts racing through his mind. Now, I must consider how else to ensure my people's safety besides becoming the imperial son-in-law. Suddenly, the dark clouds parted, revealing warm sunlight. There's still another way. In a flash, Hubuhui realized he was trapped in another illusion. Chu Tianshu stood calmly before him, pointing in a direction. There is. Look over there. That's your other option, Hubuhui. Following Chu Tianshu's direction, Hubuhui saw a familiar face. I told you before, Li Xiancheng has helped you a lot, right? If the court approves Li Xiancheng's trade with your Northern Yu, it will be an opportunity. Hearing Chu Tianshu's words, Hubuhui pondered silently. Expanding trade would improve the lives of the Northern Yu people, wouldn't it? Prince, I know you're kind and strive in Western Qin for your people. Apologize to Li Xiancheng. He'll surely forgive you and agree to cooperate. Following Chu Tianshu's suggestion, Hubuhui looked towards Li Xiancheng in the distance, sighing with a wry smile. Your relationship is really good. Before he could react, Chu Tianshu pushed Hubuhui forward, causing him to stumble. He lost his balance, but another hand caught him just in time. Facing the surprised Northern Yu prince, Li Xiancheng smiled warmly. Don't worry, I forgive you. Back in reality, after their conversation, Hubuhui coldly tossed his blade to the ground. The prince's decisive action immediately drew the spectators' attention. Sensing his prince's intention, the national teacher abruptly stood. The prince, his silver hair shimmering like a child of the snow god, looked up at the warm blue sky and smiled, declaring, I concede. The unexpected concession was like a bombshell. Simultaneously, the resounding war drums echoed. Prince who concedes. The imperial son-in-law has won this martial arts competition. The happiest person was Li Xiancheng, the only one who bet on Chu Tianshu's victory. Ha ha! I've struck it rich. Big money! This is all mine. Pay up, everyone. Ha ha! Behind him, Princess Jiru Xian silently gazed at Chu Tianshu's figure in the arena. Chu Tianshu, I knew you would win. The Empress and Emperor noticed their daughter's strange expression and looked at her simultaneously, causing the princess to freeze. To hide her embarrassment, Jiru Xian faked a cough and pretended nothing was amiss. What? I'm just happy for myself. The Emperor easily saw through his daughter's thoughts but didn't mind. He too observed Chu Tianshu. His martial arts are truly exceptional. Such a talented young man. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Not to mention the Northern Yu prince, he's only cultivated superior blade skills. But Chu Tianshu is both a martial cultivator and a mystic cultivator. Truly a once-in-a-century talent. The unexpected result completely overturned everyone's predictions, leaving many stunned, especially the stepmother, Murong Jianyu, and her father, Murong Fu. That rebellious son! After years of playing the fool, he transformed in this competition. Am I now the laughingstock? Heavens! To nurture Chu Tianshu into such a hidden talent right under my nose, could only she have done it? Murong Jiangyu thought of someone, breaking out in a cold sweat. Seeing through his daughter's thoughts, Murong Fu coldly reminded her, don't overthink it. Although that brat hid it well, thankfully, it was exposed early. It's still early. He can't cause much trouble yet. In a corner of the courtyard, Shang Guanyan closed her fan. Under the surprised gazes of her two maids, she turned and left. Miss, aren't you watching any more? Shang Guanyan shook her head. I've confirmed my suspicions. No need to watch further. As she walked away, she pondered what she had witnessed. So, it's mystic spirit power. Judging by his stepmother's attitude, she really raised him like a pig, didn't she? To hide his talent for so long, there must be an expert guiding him. As Chu Tianshu was about to leave with the crowd, his stepmother's voice stopped him. My son, you truly exceeded my expectations, even defeating the Northern Yu prince. Amazing! She approached, wearing a gentle smile like a loving mother. Her act was so irritating that Chu Tianshu coldly swatted her hand away. Murong Jiangyu froze, stunned, then frowned in anger. Mother, I'm exhausted from the competition and wish to rest early. Please understand. Chu Tianshu's impeccable manners made him faultless to outsiders, but his voice was utterly cold, contrasting his courteous demeanor. Observing their interaction, Prince Hubui inwardly praised Chu Tianshu. Truly a rare talent. To feign ignorance and foolishness for so many years, to be a powerless imperial son-in-law ostracized by the Chu family, and yet achieve this today, such intelligence and patience are beyond ordinary. Northern, you must befriend this gem, make him an ally. With his own thoughts, Hubui approached the emperor and bowed, reporting, Your Majesty, Western Qin is indeed a cradle of talents. This humble prince has another request, hoping Your Majesty will grant it. What did they discuss? What did Hubui request? Let us return to the princess's residence that night. Princess Jiru Xian and imperial son-in-law Chu Tianshu dined together, enjoying delicious hot food. Suddenly, a eunuch rushed in, announcing loudly, Imperial edict arrives. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, today, the imperial son-in-law displayed both wisdom and courage, achieving great merit for the nation. He has demonstrated the spirit of Western Qin. His contributions are significant. Add to that the incident the other day where you saved the princess's life and repelled assassins in the middle of the night. These are two great achievements that need to be recognized. Therefore, His Majesty has bestowed upon you the title of Marquis, specifically the Marquis of Yanhuan County, with a stipend of 1,000 gold. Sa Tianshu performed a ceremonial bow before the imperial edict, smiling with delight and expressing his gratitude. Your Highness, you may accept the edict. Many thanks to Your Majesty for the reward. Taking the imperial edict in hand, Sa Tianshu couldn't hide his excitement, and babbled continuously. The eunuch, who hadn't left yet, approached and whispered, Your Highness, His Majesty has further oral instructions. His Majesty said that he hopes that in the future, Your Highness and the princess can live together in the princess's mansion. The princess has been pampered since childhood and has a willful nature. Sometimes a bit hot-tempered. You must be understanding of her and take good care of her. Live in harmony. The Emperor and Empress also hope to hold a grandchild next year. Every word of the eunuch made Sa Tianshu so flustered that he nearly coughed up blood. He nodded weakly. Thank you, Gong, for conveying the message. Gong. You've worked hard. Stay and have a meal before you go. Haha, I can't, I still have to return to the palace to report back. Your Highness must have much to discuss with the princess. I dare not disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave. Annoyed but helpless, Sa Tianshu bid farewell. Gong, take care, watch your step, don't trip and fall. So Tianshu happily inspected the rewarded treasures while the princess stepped forward politely to bid the eunuch farewell. Sa Tianshu stared, transfixed, at a golden dragon jade tablet in his hand. Unable to resist, he lightly bit it to see if it was real gold, causing the princess beside him to yell in exasperation. Goodness, it's real gold. There's no need to test it. The emperor certainly wouldn't give you a fake. Hearing this, Sa Tianshu's eyes shone as he asked back. Princess, are you not happy? We now have such a large territory. The prince's greedy and lecherous appearance made Ji Ruxin even more furious. She scolded, "Humph, I knew you'd think that way. But I must tell you, that territory is bestowed upon me by my father and mother. It has nothing to do with you." "What? Princess, you can't burn bridges like that. His Majesty has already granted it to us. I also defeated Hu Buhui for you." Although our feelings are not yet harmonious as he spoke, Sao Tianshu tightly grasped the princess's hands, causing her to blush. "We can still hold hands and move forward together, step by step, right?" Looking closely, Sao Tianshu was quite handsome, making the princess so embarrassed that she hurriedly flung his hand away. "You scoundrel! Who wants to go with you? Who wants to try a new life with you?" Looking at Ji Ruxin's beautiful, slightly embarrassed, yet stubborn face, Sao Tianshu mischievously teased her aloud. "I heard that this morning, a uniquely beautiful woman promised me during breakfast. She promised that if I defeated Hu Buhui, she would call me husband. Now I've won, but it seems the beautiful princess hasn't kept her promise yet." Each word, like a gentle caress, touched the princess's flustered heart, and she angrily shouted, "So what if I don't keep my promise? What can you do about it?" Helpless, Sao Tianshu knelt on one knee and bowed. "I just received His Majesty's oral decree. He said that the princess is usually pampered, so she has a willful temper. He told me to take better care of you. He also said that he wants to hold a grandchild next year. The Emperor's decree is hard to defy, Princess. I'm also forced by circumstances. Guess if I dare to have a grandchild for His Majesty with you." Faced with the man's straightforward and vulgar words, Ji Ruxin was momentarily speechless, only able to show her blushing face from embarrassment. "Sao Tianshu, you bastard! I will remember this grudge and take revenge." The usually quiet princess's mansion was now lively with the bickering of the young couple. But no matter what, one must rest after a tiring day, right? In his study, Sao Tianshu lay quietly in bed, sinking into a deep sleep. While his body rested, his soul entered the dream pearl space to reflect on the day's gains. The fief and the marquisate. Sao Tianshu understood what these meant. Looking at the 3D model of the territory that the system had built, he muttered to himself. Clearly, the Emperor is considering the future of his daughter. In the future, when both of them are gone and a new Emperor ascends the throne, they certainly won't pamper this princess as before. However, this can be considered as receiving the Emperor's approval. Becoming the princess's consort grants a certain degree of freedom. Sao Tianshu continued thinking while cultivating his profound arts and profound energy. Yanhuang County was 1,300 miles from the capital, 800 miles north of the northern Yu Kingdom, and 300 miles southwest of a large, high plateau full of demonic beasts. Throughout history, this region had been invaded by foreign tribes many times. Although the western Qin Kingdom had expanded its territory far beyond what it once was, Yanhuang County was no longer a border region, but it was still an extremely desolate and barren place. The territory spanned just over 400 miles, mostly mountainous and forested areas frequently visited by demonic beasts. People were forced to leave their homes in search of food. Even during bountiful harvests, tax revenue rarely exceeded 50,000 taels of silver, and occasionally, the government needed to provide relief funds to the local officials. Those who hadn't reached the profound master realm couldn't survive safely there. Why did the Emperor choose this place as Sao Tianshu's fief? He couldn't help but ponder this, because every action of the Emperor held deep meaning. Lost in thought within his dream, Sao Tianshu racked his brain. In the real world, he appeared to be soundly asleep, oblivious to the world around him. Just then, the door creaked open, and light footsteps approached. Princess Ji Ruxin, still awake late at night, walked to Sao Tianshu's bedside. Looking at Sao Tianshu's sleeping face with a smile, the princess couldn't help but reach out and pinch his cheek. "You fool, what are you smiling about?" Suddenly, Sao Tianshu opened his eyes and stared at Ji Ruxin. "Haha, why is the princess here at this hour? What's the meaning of this action? Could it be that you're also impatient, right?" His teasing words made the princess blush and quickly retreat. "Don't misunderstand. I felt that I agreed to it during the day. As a princess, I must keep my word. I'm far from being moved by such trivial matters." Ji Ruxin's hesitant and embarrassed demeanor left Sao Tianshu bewildered. "What?" he asked. Ji Ruxin's voice became a soft, almost inaudible murmur. You listen carefully. So Tianshu, hus hus hus. Hearing the repeated hus, So Tianshu seemed to anticipate something, his eyes widening in surprise. Husband. The two words were spoken so softly they were barely audible, but So Tianshu, right beside her, heard them clearly. However, what he noticed was the garments slowly slipping from the beauty's shoulder. Instantly, he put on a joyful expression, giving the princess a thumbs up, his gaze fixated on her exposed shoulder. Thank you very much, princess? Ha ha! Seeing So Tianshu's strange expression, Ji Ruxin was puzzled. Following his gaze, she saw her bare shoulder. Embarrassed and angry, the cute princess roared like a tigress. That's not it! So Tianshu, you pervert! Their shouts echoed through the night, causing Lu Yan, who was keeping watch on the roof, to sigh. This couple is so noisy. The next morning at the princess's mansion, it was another peaceful day. So Tianshu woke up and stepped into the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight. He waved to Chiu Yu and Dong Yu, then looked around in confusion, asking, "Why is it so quiet today? Where are the princess and Lu Yan?" Hearing their master's question, Dong Yu and Chiu Yu covered their mouths and giggled, recounting the events to So Tianshu. Early this morning, when the princess woke up, she was furious, saying that you were a pervert last night. She also said she wanted to ask His Majesty for a decree to execute you. Then Lu Yan woke up early and escorted the princess to the palace. So Tianshu listened and could only shake his head with a wry smile. This is really... The way the princess speaks can easily lead to misunderstandings. Besides, we are husband and wife. Even if something happened, His Majesty wouldn't execute me for that reason. She must have just gone to the palace to chat with His Majesty. It's probably related to the land issue. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar laugh rang out, accompanied by two approaching figures. Ha ha, I guess the princess has regrets. Maybe she wants to become the Northern Yu prince's consort now. These words immediately froze the smile on So Tianshu's face. Angrily, he yelled, "Bah! Where did this hairy monster crawl out from? Someone, protect me! There's a monster here! This furry freak should look in the mirror." Hearing the barrage of insults, Hu Buhui smiled and shook his head. "Ha ha, I was just joking. Young Master So shouldn't take it seriously." At that moment, Li Xuanqing also walked over, nudging Hu Buhui's shoulder and chuckling. "Haha, brother So, don't be so formal. Prince Hu was completely convinced by you after yesterday's match. You wouldn't know, but yesterday, in front of His Majesty, Hu Buhui, using his status as the Crown Prince and military commander of Northern Yu, pledged allegiance to the Western Qin Kingdom. Now, the Western Qin's territory is a bit larger. Though it can't be implemented immediately, he also requested the opening of trade routes. Now, the people of both countries can freely interact. And the border region will be more prosperous than before. Most importantly, Prince Hu also plans to share the overall profits of this trade route with you, brother So. He told me he intends to give you 10%. Let me calculate. That amount is enough to fully equip 2 large cavalry units. This is a significant commission, brother So. As Li Xuanqing explained, So Tianshu stood frozen, listening intently. Then, he excitedly and affectionately addressed Hu Buhui as brother. 2 fully equipped cavalry units? Brother Buhui, you truly are a generous hero. Haha, brother So, you are the strategist who showed Northern Yu a path to survival. This small profit is nothing to mention. It's all what brother So deserves. At this point, Hu Buhui's tone became serious. However, there's one thing I'm still unclear about. I'd like to ask young Master So Tianshu for clarification. A moment later, something happened. In the courtyard, Li Xuanqing and Hu Buhui were sparring, using a familiar set of boxing techniques that belonged to So Tianshu. They both retreated and stopped, looking at each other silently for a moment. Then Hu Buhui praised. Haha, so that's how it is. Brother So, you truly are a talented, profound practitioner. It's just as I expected, this Tai Chi Chuan is truly miraculous. Please teach me. This trip to Western Qin, I have achieved all my goals. Time is precious, and I must hurry back to Northern Yu to handle official matters. As he spoke, Hu Buhui cupped his hands in farewell to So Tianshu and immediately leaped onto his demonic beast. I plan to depart before nightfall. During this time, I have been well taken care of by Brother So and Brother Li Xuanqing. Thank you very much. If there's a chance in the future, let's gather again. His voice faded as he quickly departed, disappearing into the distance. No banquet lasts forever, and all good times must come to an end. Oh, I almost forgot, Brother So. This morning, I instructed the national teacher to return to Northern U to retrieve a special gift. In a few days, it will be delivered to your mansion. You'll definitely like it. Watching Hu Buhui depart, So Tianshu smiled and nodded in approval. Suddenly, I find myself liking this rival. He acts with integrity, far surpassing those noble sons of Western Qin. And he's 800 times stronger than those idle freeloaders. Clearly, So Tianshu hadn't meant to refer to Li Xuanqing, but the latter felt a pang of guilt and angrily shouted, "Who's a freeloader? I'm very busy too. Recently, I've been forced to study with all sorts of teachers. I only spared some time to visit you, you jerk. Alright, I'm leaving now. You stay here and freeload by yourself." Another person left, returning the courtyard to its tranquility. So Tianshu stood there, muttering, "I really am a freeloader." Others were busy practicing martial arts and cultivation, while he was busy sleeping to level up. Within his hazy dreams, So Tianshu's strength steadily increased, becoming as firm as a sapling growing into a tree. At the same time, in the ancestral hall of the Murong family, Murong Jianghua wept beside her son. "Hoo, my poor child. That child has been waiting for your return for so long, Tianyang." They stood silently before Murong Jie's memorial tablet. "Tianyang, you've seen it yourself. That unfilial son never took us seriously. Do you remember when Shuer was little, she always clung to you, wanting to go to the Lantern Festival with you?" Hearing his mother's words, the young man named Tianyang slowly closed his bloodshot eyes. "Every time we returned from the festival, Shuer would cling to me, excitedly telling me stories. She was always so happy. When she got a little older, every time she had new clothes, she'd come to me, wanting me to help her choose. Whenever something happened, she'd always think of me first. That year, when you insisted on following your father to the border to fight, everyone was worried. Shuer cried silently for a long time, saying she would wait for your return. But now, the two of you are separated forever by life and death." The more he heard his mother's words, the tighter So Tianyang gritted his teeth in anger. "That unfilial son must have wanted to harm my sister long ago. He spends his days whoring and gambling, never doing anything decent. Everyone in the capital knows this." That day, Shuer went to the palace to ensure her younger brother's safety. Who would have thought that she would lose her life that night, her body not even intact? It's possible she encountered assassins, but it's also possible that that unfilial son killed her. He's just using the assassin's story to cover up his crime, burning her body and the assassin's body together. He's relying on his status as the prince consort, acting arrogantly and bullying his sister. You know Shuer's strength. With her martial arts, she couldn't have been killed by ordinary assassins. And 2 days ago, So Tianshu revealed his powerful martial arts. He must have taken advantage of Shuer's kindness. So, it must be him. It must be him. Amidst his mother's mournful accusations, So Tianyang's hands trembled as he clenched them tightly. "Son, that year, when that unfilial son's mother left our family, she said that if anything unexpected happened to So Tianshu, she would kill our entire family. Even your father didn't dare to object. I suspect this is why So Tianshu dares to act so brazenly. You weren't here then. If we don't kill So Tianshu this time, our family's lives will be in danger. Everything is So Tianshu's fault." The wicked woman's cries echoed through the space, mingling with the fluttering white paper money of mourning. Just then, a servant entered from outside and announced loudly, "Young master, it's time to return." Hearing the call, So Tianyang's eyes turned blood red as he glared behind him and roared, unleashing a terrifying force that blew the roof off. "Get out!" Standing quietly in the courtyard, watching the golden paper money flutter down along with Murong Shue's memorial tablet, So Tianyang muttered, "Mother, don't worry. Things like the prince consort title or the marquisate are nothing but fleeting clouds to me. If I want to kill him, it's as easy as killing an ant. Tomorrow morning, I'll send someone to the princess's mansion. Then, I will personally cripple that waste's martial arts." The next morning at the princess's mansion, Sao Tianshu welcomed a guest from Northern Yu and received the gift that Hu Buhui had mentioned. Oh wow, this little guy looks quite lively. Ah, this little fella has such fluffy fur. So white, soft, and adorable. They were looking at some creature, their faces filled with delight at its cuteness. Your Highness, this demonic beast is called a one-horned wolf from our Northern Yu. One-horned wolves are rare, and white ones like this are even rarer. It's the only white one-horned wolf among 1,000 captured. What's even more miraculous is that this little wolf can understand human speech and can bring longevity and blessings to its owner. Before the prince left, he specifically ordered me to bring it here for your highness. Facing the national teacher, Sao Tianshu smiled sheepishly. Prince Hu is truly generous to give me such a rare treasure. Haha, your highness, don't be so polite. As long as you like it, our prince will be very happy. Hearing this, Sao Tianshu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let me see, how should I handle this demonic beast? After all, it's still a demonic beast. I can't ignore the potential danger. Just then, footsteps sounded from outside, and the princess returned from the palace. Husband, we're back. As soon as Jirushin entered the room, her eyes fell upon the small figure of the one-horned wolf locked in a cage. The one-horned wolf also immediately saw the beautiful princess. It instantly went berserk, raising its sharp claws. In a split second, its small, puppy-like body erupted with a terrifying power, shattering the cage that confined it. This scene shocked the national teacher, who cried out, "What?" The sudden incident with the seemingly cute wolf's frenzy worried everyone in the room. Princess, it's dangerous. Sao Tianshu's worried shout was quickly drowned out by the one-horned wolf's ferocious roar. It's true, savage form fully revealed. But contrary to everyone's fear, the wolf, now like a tiny puppy, rushed into the princess's arms. Seeing this, Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. The national teacher and Sao Tianshu were stunned, frozen by this unexpected scene. Ha ha ha, puppy, so good, so cute. Seeing the little wolf's behavior, Sao Tianshu gritted his teeth in annoyance. What? Damn it, so it's a lecher. Ha, it seems you were truly meant to be together. It's not easy for the princess and the prince consort to be loved by this beast. I wish you both a long and blessed life, hand in hand until old age. Having received such a precious gift, Princess Jirushin was naturally delighted. She thanked the Manhwa and ordered Chiu Yu and Dong Yu to serve tea. A cup of warm, fragrant tea calmed the mind. They chatted and enjoyed tea together until the tea grew cold and the gathering ended. Thank you for your hospitality today, Princess and Prince Consort. However, I must return to Northern Yu to report on my mission, so I cannot stay long. True to the Northern Yu people's straightforward nature, the envoy immediately mounted his horse to leave. Then I'll take my leave, your highness. Sao Tianshu approached and waved. Of course. Have a safe journey. Suddenly, as Sao Tianshu bid farewell to the envoy, an old voice called out from behind, Hey, Chiu Yu Dong Yu. And Prince Consort too. Hearing his name called, Sao Tianshu had a bad feeling and immediately turned around. When he saw who it was, Sao Tianshu's eyes widened, betraying his inner turmoil. And Prince Consort, the eldest young master, has returned and said he misses you very much. Madam also said she hopes your highness can return home for a visit. Standing before them was an old man with a grim expression, devoid of any goodwill. Sao Tianshu recognized him. His name was Li Zhongyang, a trusted aide of Murong Jianghua and Murong Shua's loyal hound. Moreover, he was a 9th-grade profound adept, a very dangerous individual. After a moment of silent contemplation, Sao Tianshu asked coldly, You say my elder brother has returned? Indeed, the eldest young master said that if you don't return, he will personally come to visit your highness. However, this old servant feels that the young master isn't really a prince consort or a marquis. Before family, such titles are meaningless. Besides, the eldest young master is still your elder brother. By all accounts, you should return to your maternal home. These words naturally angered Sao Tianshu. But before he could speak, Princess Jirushin's voice rang out. Holding her beloved wolf in her arms, she coldly ordered Lu Yan, slap him. Immediately, a dark figure lunged towards Li Zhongyang, making him exclaim in surprise, What? What followed was a resounding slap from Lu Yan that sent the old man flying. Li Zhongyang's entire face was contorted, blood spraying from his mouth as his eyes widened in disbelief. Gently placing the wolf on the ground, Jirushin coldly questioned, "So you mean his being a marquis or a prince consort doesn't matter? A prince consort must go and pay respects to the son of the profound martial marquis, who holds no title whatsoever?" Li Zhongyang was momentarily startled, then slowly stood up and explained, "Your Highness, this old servant didn't mean it that way. This old servant just felt that, according to the rules, the prince consort, Fuma, imperial son-in-law, should visit his family. Even a married woman can return to her maternal home, not to mention the Fuma is a man. Isn't that right, princess?" Looking at the gloomy face of the hateful old man in front of her, Jiru Xian recalled what she had said to her mother this morning. This morning, when she went to the palace to pay respects to her mother, she learned that the Xuanwu general's family didn't treat Chu Tianshu well at all. This old man probably didn't even care about having Chu Tianshu as a young master, which is why he spoke so rudely. Thinking of this, Jiru Xian turned away angrily. "Go back. Right now, this princess doesn't allow the Fuma to leave the princess residence. If Chu Tianyang really wants to see his younger brother, then tell him to come to the princess residence and pay a visit in person." Jiru Xian's decision made Li Zhongyang frown angrily and insist. "Princess, the eldest young master has given the order, and this old servant only dares to obey. Please, princess, don't make things difficult for this old servant. I don't care about your business. What does it have to do with me? Chu Tianshu, come with me to my room." The princess's imperiousness at this moment did not make Chu Tianshu feel disgusted or uncomfortable. On the contrary, he smiled slightly, amused. Of course, he could smile, but the old man couldn't. Instead, he was filled with extreme indignation. Without a word, he leaped high into the air and attacked Chu Tianshu. "Fuma, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Chu Tianshu was startled by the sudden attack and wondered, this old man dares to attack within the princess residence. Heavens! Someone is causing trouble in the princess residence. Lu Yen was the first to intervene, with her profound martial arts. "Fuma, quickly step back and let me deal with this." In an instant, the two clashed with opposing forces. Although the old man looked aged and frail, he fought evenly with Lu Yen, and neither could gain the upper hand for the moment. This surprised the princess. Being able to fight Lu Yen on equal footing proved that the general's residence was indeed a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons resided. The fight between the two became increasingly fierce, but another person approached, calling out to Li Zhongyang. The newcomer's appearance naturally surprised those who recognized him. "Li Zhongyang, you're in the presence of the princess. Retreat at once." Surprisingly, Chu Tianyang, with a stern expression and a fur cloak like a divine general, entered the princess residence. His eyes were sharp and cold as he glanced at Chu Tianshu. "Fourth brother, it's been a while." With the arrival of Chu Tianyang, Chu Tianshu's older brother, the meaningless battle between the two guards was forced to a halt. At this moment, the group gathered in the main hall, preparing to talk. Warm tea was gently poured into the teacups, releasing a fragrant aroma. At the head of the table, Chu Tianshu sat next to Princess Jiru Xian, while Chu Tianyang sat below them. The two maids, Thursday Nak and Dong Nak, performed the proper etiquette, serving tea and pouring water for the guest. Accepting the warm teacup, Chu Tianyang took a sip without saying a word. Chu Tianshu used the system's ability, hoping to see Chu Tianwang's current cultivation level clearly. However, what he saw made him startled and confused. Huh! What's inside his body? Could that be a profound energy vortex? As Chu Tianshu observed, Chu Tianwang's sharp eyes immediately looked over. Catching that gaze, Chu Tianshu was startled. Did he notice? How is that possible? Although this was his first encounter with a high-level profound practitioner, this time, Chu Tianshu utilized the system's detection function. Could that have provoked Chu Tianwang? This made Chu Tianshu somewhat panicked, while his older brother walked towards him with a cold expression. Suddenly, a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. Oh, how interesting. It wasn't Chu Tianshu that Chu Tianwang was paying attention to, but rather the tiny wolf, like a puppy, at his younger brother's feet. Isn't this the one-horned wolf from the northern Yu Kingdom? Rumored to be able to understand human speech? I hear the pure white ones are exceptionally rare, a once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence. Fourth brother, where did you get this exotic beast? Hearing the question, Chu Tianshu breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head, gently stroking the exotic beast's head. That was close. I almost thought he'd discovered me. It's a good thing he noticed this dog. Elder brother, you see, the other day, I had a battle with the Prince of Northern Yu. While speaking, Chu Tianshu thought to himself, even high-level profound practitioners can't detect the system's intervention. Unexpectedly, after the battle, we turned war into friendship. This is a gift that Prince Hu gave me. Hearing these words, Chu Tianwang's face darkened inexplicably, and he said coldly, I didn't expect fourth brother to have such an encounter. I was planning to go to Northern Yu myself before returning. Chu Tianshu slowly stood up and continued, Elder brother, are you interested in this wolf? That's simple. Go to Northern Yu and catch one for Mu Rongshui as a gift. At most, I'll ask Prince Hu again to help you find one. It's a pity it's no longer needed, since she's already gone, isn't she? In response to Chu Tianshu's provocative or probing words, his elder brother, Chu Tianwang, immediately flew into a rage, unleashing a terrifying wave of profound energy. In that moment, a bizarre profound energy surged, seemingly engulfing the entire residence in a crimson red. The power was so great that Chu Tianshu was involuntarily pushed back. Then, something even more terrifying happened. The system continuously displayed blood-red warning messages. Warning! Warning! Scan detected, identifying this as a high-level profound practitioner. Skill! Naturally, Chu Tianshu couldn't react in time and was abruptly pulled into a mysterious space with a blood-red sky. The entire place was filled with a strange, distorted aura, completely unlike the real world. An illusion? What? Where is this? Wait, why does this color look so familiar? Could this be the world within Chu Tianwang's profound energy vortex? Lost between reality and illusion, his elder brother, Chu Tianwang, appeared before him and said coldly, Fourth brother, since you mentioned Mu Rongshui, I have a question to ask. As he spoke, a strange, glowing blade appeared in his hand. I really want to ask you something. How exactly did Mu Rongshui die? As his voice echoed, Chu Tianwang, like a crimson arrow, lunged towards Chu Tianshu, attacking him. His terrifying momentum and powerful killing intent left Chu Tianshu at a loss for how to react. It seemed Chu Tianshu's reactions weren't as fast as his elder brother's, so he could only dodge clumsily in panic. While dodging, Chu Tianshu couldn't help but be amazed by the realism of the illusion. He could clearly feel every gust of air hitting his face, stinging slightly. Chu Tianwang attacked his fourth brother mercilessly. Mother said that when I returned, she would approve of the marriage between me and her. It's a pity that now she's gone, her life cut short for unknown reasons. And you all say she died protecting you, fourth brother. As he spoke, Chu Tianwang didn't pause his fierce attack for a moment. Blades of energy, a mixture of illusion and reality, sliced across Chu Tianshu's body, creating painful wounds on his flesh. The pain in this illusion feels so real. After dodging clumsily and getting injured, Chu Tianshu suddenly realized something and stopped. No, I shouldn't be dodging so hastily right now. It's best to use retreat as advance, turning passive into active. In the blink of an eye, he adjusted his movements and performed Tai Chi Chuan, hoping to use softness to overcome hardness and withstand the terrifying attack. Chu Tianshu's expression became serious, like that of a seasoned martial arts master. His every movement was harmonious with the Tai Chi principles of yin and yang, gentle yet resilient. Now I will turn my Tao into a weapon to fight you, Chu Tianwang. As he muttered to himself, Chu Tianshu's hands moved gently in a strange trajectory. That technique, carrying a balanced force, instantly restrained Chu Tianwang's weapon-wielding arm. Feeling his movements become restricted, Chu Tianwang was slightly surprised and frowned in discomfort. Oh no, not just restraint, but Chu Tianwang's sword-holding arm has also gone numb, forcing him to drop his sword. At this moment, Chu Tianshu seized the opportunity, snatched the sword from his elder brother's hand, and counterattacked. His eyes sharpened, and with majestic momentum, he shouted. In that instant, Chu Tianwang's vision was completely engulfed by a beautiful, dazzling slash. But strangely, the attack didn't hit Chu Tianwang at all. He suddenly transformed into a strange mist and disappeared. Now it was Chu Tianshu's turn to be surprised, as things became increasingly bizarre. What? I missed? How can things be so strange inside a high-level profound practitioner's illusion? While he wasn't paying attention, Chu Tianwang had reformed from the mist above, using his weak qi gathering technique. A sword of a different color materialized in Chu Tianwang's hand once more. Without hesitation, he descended from the sky, aiming directly at his younger brother's head. Sensing the imminent danger, Chu Tianshu quickly reacted. The two glowing swords clashed, one attacking, the other defending. Struggling to block the blow from his elder brother, Chu Tianshu was forced into the ground by the force, causing the ground to shatter and dust to fly. From within the shockwave of dust, Chu Tianshu quickly retreated, and at this point, he realized the secret behind his opponent's movements. So that's it. When Chu Tianwang condenses the blood mist into that sword, the surrounding mist thins slightly. It seems the way to break this situation is to prevent the condensation of blood mist into weapons. To put it bluntly, all I can do now is fight temporarily and look for an opportunity to turn the tables. The two clashed again, each strike creating terrifying aftershocks. Chu Tianwang's eyes, with pupils as red as a blood moon, stared at Chu Tianshu and wondered. I'm very puzzled by the cultivation and combat prowess you're displaying, fourth brother. Why couldn't you even defeat a small-time assassin? Why couldn't you fight back and needed Mu Rongshua to protect you? And ultimately caused her to lose her life? The more he thought and speculated, the more intense Chu Tianwang's killing intent and anger became. Chu Tianshu, pushed back, gravely sensed this killing intent and felt incredibly pressured. Such terrifying killing intent. The threat in this illusion is real. And the difficulty is still very high. Just as he didn't know what to do, the system's voice popped up again with a notification. Reminder to host, experience accumulation complete. Tai Chi Sword Intent Fusion mastered. Immediately, a flood of information about Tai Chi Sword Intent surged into Chu Tianshu's mind, making him secretly rejoice. Great, this skill came at just the right time. If I use the Tai Chi Sword Intent technique to defend, there might be hope. Tai Chi Sword Intent can borrow strength to attack, use force against force. I can borrow the enemy's strength to break his own illusion. While figuring out a countermeasure, Chu Tianshu didn't forget to dodge his elder brother's attacks. I've been dodging quite a lot, haven't I? Suddenly, Chu Tianshu smiled and said loudly, That's right, elder brother. I also find many things strange. It's really strange how Mu Rongshua died, isn't it? I also feel it's a pity for her, so young, to lose her life so early. As he spoke, Chu Tianshu cleverly used the weight of gravity to thrust the sword in his hand into Chu Tianwang's body. But the same situation as before happened again. Chu Tianwang's body turned into blood mist, rendering the attack ineffective. No good, he's turned into blood mist again. In a blink, the blood mist coalesced into Chu Tianwang behind Chu Tianshu, and his cold voice called out, Fourth brother. Fourth brother, don't think that being the Fuma or a county marquis allows you to do whatever you want. His hand grabbed Chu Tianshu's clothes, and in an instant, he spun him around and threw him to the ground. A terrifying impact occurred, sending the surrounding blood mist flying, while Chu Tianshu landed hard on one knee, coughing violently. Tai Chi Sword Intent is a good method to borrow strength, but the opponent can turn into blood mist at any time. Therefore, when facing an opponent without a physical form, the Tai Chi Sword Intent technique is difficult to utilize effectively. The pungent smell of blood filled Chu Tianshu's mouth and brain. And at the same time, Chu Tianwang landed from above. It's time for you to understand, fourth brother. Taking a life requires repayment. He looked at Chu Tianshu silently for a moment, then continued to ask coldly. Do you think Mu Rongshua's life is something you can easily take? Fourth brother, the world is very vast, far beyond your imagination. You're too caught up in your role as Fuma. Listening to his elder brother's questioning, Chu Tianshu leaned on his sword and shakily stood up, while the surrounding blood mist gathered once more, encircling him. Chu Tianwang was about to speak again, but Chu Tianshu interrupted him loudly. You don't even trust your own family, elder brother? This is all so meaningless. What does the vastness of the world matter? In a fit of rage, Chu Tianshu pulled his sword from the ground and roared clearly, You had ill intentions towards me from the beginning, pushing me to my death. The Murong family, and you too, you damned elder brother, are all deserving of death. It's all your fault. You've always been forcing me. You don't even bother hiding your killing intent. I can feel it. Weren't those absurd rumors on the streets deliberately spread by you? My life is treated like a tool to exploit for power. Everything forces me to grit my teeth and walk a path with a predetermined end. All the competition, jealousy, hatred, and sarcastic taunts never end. I could even be killed by some barbaric mangy dog from thousands of miles away. All his pent-up frustrations erupted. Powerlessly venting his heart, Chu Tianshu slowly closed his eyes and felt. I just wanted to live a peaceful life, free from strife. But you all forced me to this point. His eyes snapped open, like those of a wild beast, staring at his elder brother. The power within every cell of his body seemed to be unleashed, surging outwards violently. Chu Tianshu looked up at the sky and roared, and the system's notification popped up. Host has entered a frenzied state, fusing with Tai Chi sword, unlocking a new skill. Chu Tianwang, being knowledgeable and experienced, saw Chu Tianshu's state and guessed, could this be frenzy? But something's not right. If this state is frenzy, what is that strange purple-blue flame? Indeed, an unknown flame was engulfing Chu Tianshu's body, burning. Without keeping Chu Tianwang waiting, Chu Tianshu, after entering this strange state, charged towards his despicable, woman-obsessed elder brother like a crazed demonic beast. Sensing his fourth brother's frenzied power, Chu Tianwang watched intently. Before him, Chu Tianshu rushed forward, using the two forms produce four symbols technique to create three identical clones, attacking simultaneously from different directions. The scene was incredibly intense as Chu Tianshu used his superb movement technique to move swiftly and attack with his Tai Chi sword. 125. His speed increased to the point that Chu Tianwang felt trapped in a cage of light, unable to move. A sharp slash passed across his calm face, causing him to flinch in alarm, a trickle of blood appearing. As for Chu Tianshu, he was in a frenzied state, fused with Tai Chi sword intent. His power multiplied many times over as he fully immersed himself in the battle. With a furious roar, countless sword energies erupted from Chu Tianshu, engulfing Chu Tianwang, slashing his body, causing him to cry out in pain. The tables had completely turned, with Chu Tianwang now being overwhelmed by Chu Tianshu's relentless assault. He could only stand there dumbfounded, helplessly watching his younger brother's blade thrust towards him. This time, Chu Tianwang couldn't transform into blood mist like before. The blade pierced him, black blood flowing from his body. The earth-shattering battle ended only when Chu Tianwang fell backward, motionless. Chu Tianshu gradually regained his composure, leaning on his sword as he stood, panting heavily. He had reached his limit and couldn't help but kneel, his entire body aching as if it were about to fall apart. The side effects of the frenzy skill were indeed too much for Chu Tianshu's recently trained body. But thankfully, this move finally succeeded. Thinking this, Chu Tianshu looked towards his elder brother and witnessed a bizarre sight. Chu Tianwang's body was enveloped in blood-red flames. As Chu Tianshu watched in horror, Chu Tianwang, who had just been defeated, slowly stood up and called out, "Fourth brother, do you think that move just now succeeded? Is it time for you to breathe a sigh of relief?" In an instant, Chu Tianwang seemed completely unharmed, instead displaying even more terrifying power than before. This was power beyond anything he had shown so far, clearly evidenced by the system's alarming notification. Warning! Warning! The system has detected extremely large energy fluctuations. My God, is this a true profound practitioner? He's even more difficult to deal with than I imagined. The energy converged, along with all the blood mist in the space, forming weapons and armor that covered Chu Tianwang's body. Like a mighty god, he raised his sword high and declared, "The game should end here. Now allow me to help you remember your mission." These words immediately startled Chu Tianshu. Mission? What's going on? What are the Chu family planning and doing? But of course, no one answered his questions. He only faced an immense, unstoppable slash coming towards him. "All right, let's stop here, fourth brother." Chu Tianwang's voice echoed in the space, seemingly from the void, mixing with the system's warnings in Chu Tianshu's head. Warning! Warning! Extreme danger! Extreme danger! The power is too great, beyond imagination. Chu Tianshu was like a small boat adrift in a raging flood. Moreover, just now, you used the Fury skill, draining all the strength from your body, so now you can't bear it anymore. An indescribable scene unfolded as the entire world seemed to be swallowed by a vast energy that also enveloped Chu Tianshu. His body lost all ability to move, floating in this mysterious space. Is this the power of a warrior on the battlefield, capable of single-handedly facing an entire army? The arrogant eldest son of the Chu family, the unparalleled power of a profound mystic. Yes, this is the latent power within Chu Tianwang that he had never displayed until now. Silently watching Chu Tianshu, he spoke, reminding him, "Father will return to the capital in a few days. Fourth brother, choose wisely and resolve this matter yourself. Once you fall into this sleep, you will never wake up." Chu Tianshu continued to fall into the endless void, then suddenly woke up with a start. Everything that had just happened felt like a vivid nightmare. Within Chu Tianshu's sight was Lu Yan's attentive face. "Your Excellency, you finally woke up. Just now, you were talking with Chu Tianwang, and then you fell asleep." Regaining his composure, Chu Tianshu awkwardly explained, "Well, I understand that, but why are you here? Does your Excellency have any dissatisfaction with my presence? Surely you don't expect Her Highness, with her delicate constitution, to attend to you all afternoon?" Lu Yan's words contained a hint of anger. Embarrassed by Lu Yan's words, Chu Tianshu quickly changed the subject. "Haha, how could that be? Is Chu Tianwang still in the princess's residence?" "He's gone. Chu Tianwang left after seeing you asleep." Hearing this, Chu Tianshu lay back down on the bed, breathing a sigh of relief. As he lay there, his thoughts couldn't help but wander to everything that had happened. "The Western Qin is about to change eras," he muttered to himself. That night, the sky was filled with dark clouds and thunder. A chill permeated the air, causing people to shiver. Chu Tianshu stood quietly on the eaves, watching the rain fall. As it turned out, the assassins from before, no matter how formidable, were only body-refining martial artists or lower. Although Chu Tianshu had felt a life-threatening pressure at that time, compared to the overwhelming power displayed by Chu Tianwang, the previous incident seemed insignificant. This time, if Chu Tianwang hadn't shown mercy at the last moment, Chu Tianshu would have died unexpectedly. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous it felt, but he temporarily didn't know what to do. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Lu Yan standing behind him, watching him. She called out, "Your Excellency. You suddenly fell asleep during the day. Were you attacked by Chu Tianwang's mystic arts? Oh, are my symptoms that obvious?" Chu Tianshu sighed softly, nodded, and asked how Lu Yan knew. "Of course, I guessed, Your Excellency. Chu Tianwang wanted to speak with you privately during the day, but Her Highness didn't allow it. Then, you suddenly fell asleep while talking, so I guessed it was related to that Chu Tianwang's methods. After all, Chu Tianwang isn't like Your Excellency. He has exceptional talent, and has been a renowned mystic cultivator in the Western Qin since childhood. He received a complete inheritance, and was meticulously trained. Because of his outstanding talent, Chu Tianwang has been favored since birth, with countless natural treasures aiding his cultivation. His strength has naturally grown rapidly and terrifyingly." Listening to her explanation, Chu Tianshu waved his hand in annoyance. All right, you're just guessing, yet you have to belittle me? Why are your words so unpleasant?" Reprimanded by Chu Tianshu, Lu Yan awkwardly pretended to cough, but stubbornly continued, "Your Excellency, you also know that mystic cultivation and martial cultivation are very different. The mystic arts cultivated by mystic cultivators are very mysterious. After becoming a mystic master, they also gain mystic master skills, which every mystic master takes pride in. These skills are incredibly magical and contain many secrets and strange effects that outsiders find difficult to understand. Therefore, I deduce from that point that it wasn't difficult to guess that Chu Tianwang used mystic arts on Your Excellency. A few years ago, it was said that Chu Tianwang reached the mystic master realm, so he followed the Chu king's army to the frontier for training. Indeed, the battlefield truly fosters growth. It's an extremely dangerous place, but it's also a place where a sapling can quickly grow into a towering tree." For some reason, Lu Yan's words seemed profound and contained some complex emotions. Chu Tianshu keenly sensed her mood. So even someone as strong as Lu Yan longed to strive for greater strength. Regardless of the realm, only with sufficient strength could one control their own destiny. Chu Tianshu's hand tightened as Lu Yan continued to voice her speculations about the current situation. The pitter-patter of rain formed puddles, blending with their conversation in the late night. This time, with the border rebellion quelled, the Chu king is about to return to the capital in triumph. Chu Tianyang, the eldest son of the Chu king, has achieved glorious military exploits on the battlefield, so it's understandable that the court will confer upon him the honorary title of Grand Mystic. Master. Hearing a new term, Chu Tianshu couldn't help but ask, Honorary Grand Mystic Master? What's that? It's an elite mystic master recognized by the nation. They receive the best cultivation resources and priority access to many things. As for the special privilege that everyone covets, it must be the right to establish their own sect. They can establish a lineage, accept disciples, teach them, and build their own power. Really? Establish a sect? I thought it was just an ordinary title. Unexpectedly, it holds such great power. They can even use the country's resources for their own personal affairs. Thinking of this, Chu Tianshu began to ponder, unsure what he was calculating. Seeing this, Lu Yen sighed and bowed. If your excellency is all right, then I'll take my leave. Huh? Ah, all right. Are you returning to Her Highness? Not yet. I still need to go to the Imperial Guard. This morning, His Majesty suddenly decreed the mobilization and assembly of troops. But aren't you Her Highness's personal guard? What does the mobilization of the Imperial or Royal Guard have to do with you? Haha, I also have an official posting, Your Excellency, didn't you know? Moreover, this time, the scale of the operation is likely not small, so the Royal Guard in the Princess's residence will also be deployed. At that time, the defensive capabilities of the Princess's residence will decrease, so we'll have to trouble Your Excellency to strengthen the defenses here. Of course, all expenses will be borne by Your Excellency. Lu Yan's words were like a bomb dropped into Chu Tianshu's heart, leaving him stunned. What? Are you joking? Where would I get the money to hire guards? Immediately, Lu Yan covered her mouth and laughed, then jumped up and fled. Chu Tianshu tried to stop her in a panic, but she disappeared right before his eyes. Wait! Don't go! Come back here! Amidst the pouring rain, Chu Tianshu's pained cry was particularly prominent. The falling rain, as if the heavens were weeping, formed beautiful, shimmering puddles in the courtyard. Chu Tianshu held an umbrella, strolling through the rain, sighing continuously. I never thought I'd have a day where I'd worry about money. The rewards from the martial competition were confiscated by the princess and added to her private treasury. And the share that Hubuhui promised can't reach my hands so soon. With her at the general's residence, there's probably nothing left in my room that can be sold for money. In a few days, the Chu king will return to the capital, and the danger at the border will be completely eliminated. Or should I just embezzle a little from Yanhuan County's military funds? As soon as this thought arose, Chu Tianshu immediately shook his head in denial. No, how could I think of such a method? Wouldn't that make me a corrupt official? Oh my, why does the princess's guard have to abandon their post at such a critical time? There's no other way. Instead of transferring money, I should ask Li Xianqing and see if he has any ideas. It's just that it's late now. I don't know if that guy is already asleep. Slowly walking out of the princess's residence, Chu Tianshu closed the door and was surprised to see a carriage already parked in front. Huh? What's going on? Has the enemy come to my doorstep so soon? But it doesn't look like an enemy at all. Noticing that the prince consort had left the residence, a soft, delicate hand slowly parted the carriage curtain. From within, a woman with stunning beauty and a voluptuous figure stepped out. She stepped down from the carriage and gracefully approached Chu Tianshu. Only when he clearly saw her appearance and attire did he suddenly realize where he had seen her before. Ah, I remember now. She seems to be a famous courtesan under Shengguan Yan. But why is she coming to the princess's residence so late? Under Chu Tianshu's attentive gaze, the woman approached and politely bowed. This servant greets Your Excellency. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Ahem, what brings you to this residence? Chu Tianshu pretended to be serious and composed, acting like a proper prince consort. Reporting to Your Excellency, this servant is acting on my mistress's orders to invite you to the Huawu Pavilion as a guest in a few days. I wonder if Your Excellency is willing to accept. Upon hearing her reply, Chu Tianshu was momentarily surprised because this was an invitation from Shengguan Yan. Strange, what was she inviting him for? This woman was always enigmatic, making it difficult for people to grasp her true intentions. She even gave Chu Tianshu an indescribable sense of unease. So it was better to avoid too much contact with her for now. After thinking it through, Chu Tianshu found a reason to decline. I've been quite busy lately, so I don't have the time at the moment. Haha, then when will your excellency have the time? He had already declined, yet the maid still persistently inquired, making Chu Tianshu annoyed. Why does everyone like to boss me around? If that's the case, I'll refuse outright. Don't blame me. He immediately clasped his hands and spoke in an extremely indifferent tone. I'm sorry, I can't say for certain about the date and time. It could be 10 days, or it could be half a month. I can only ask for your mistress's forgiveness for this incompetent one. Faced with Chu Tianshu's annoyed demeanor, the maid not only wasn't displeased but smiled warmly and signaled for another maid to bring a black box. This servant understands. However, before leaving, my mistress instructed me to bring you something. My mistress also said that your excellency would find this useful. Having just rejected her and now having to accept a gift, even someone as thick-skinned as Chu Tianshu felt embarrassed. However, he had to use the system to identify what was inside the box first, in case it was dangerous. The system, upon receiving the command, immediately executed it, causing Chu Tianshu's eyes to become strange as they looked through the box. Reporting to host. Appraisal eye has been activated. In that instant, he saw a green plant with a faint glow inside the box. Huh! So there's only a plant with 7 leaves inside? The plant didn't seem dangerous. Although he didn't know what it was, it seemed safe to accept. But more importantly, what was Shang Guanyan's intention in sending this? Seeming to see Chu Tianshu's suspicious gaze, the maid suddenly spoke up to explain. My mistress told me this is a gift to repay your excellency. To repay your excellency for your previous guidance on the path of swordsmanship. I hope your excellency will not refuse this gift. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately stuffed the gift box into Chu Tianshu's hands, not giving him a chance to refuse. Staring at the gift box in his hand, Chu Tianshu wondered when he had ever taught her swordsmanship. However, it wasn't convenient to ask at this moment, so Chu Tianshu remained silent. The maid smiled and excused herself. Having delivered the item, this servant's duty is complete. I hope to see your excellency at the Yanwu Pavilion in a few days. The carriage once again departed, leaving Chu Tianshu standing silently in the rain. Suddenly, Princess Jirushin's voice rang out, making Chu Tianshu's hair stand on end. Having just seen off one demon, another general comes to visit? That voice is Chu Tianshu panicked, and immediately turned to look behind him in alarm. He was met with the princess's furious face. You're quite capable, aren't you, your excellency? Ah, princess, please don't misunderstand. There's nothing between me and that Shang Guanyan. The princess's fair hand slowly picked up the umbrella and tapped it. Nothing? If there's nothing, why would she send someone to deliver a gift to you in the middle of the night? Wait, princess, don't resort to domestic violence. I can explain. You must believe me, princess, don't be angry. After frantically explaining, Chu Tianshu suddenly calmed down and chuckled, confusing the princess. What are you laughing at? Chu Tianshu continued to laugh for a moment before teasingly saying, Princess, could it be that you're jealous? Jirushin shook her head in denial. Humph, nonsense. Who's jealous? If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. I don't care about your affairs. Oh, so you really don't care? Then as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianshu opened the wooden box in his hand, revealing a herb inside, and asked if the princess knew what it was. The beautiful Jirushin tilted her head and looked at the herb in the box for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, This is mystic soul grass? Seeing that the princess recognized it, Chu Tianshu took the opportunity to ask, What's mystic soul grass? Don't you also have knowledge of medicine? Do you really not know about this? This, I really don't know. Embarrassed by his awkwardness, Jirushin kindly explained. It's only something the elders of the major sects would know. Legend has it that mystic soul grass contains the mystic energy of heaven and earth. Just by using it, you can rapidly increase the mystic energy within your body. A single stalk of mystic soul grass sells for tens of thousands of gold coins or more. Moreover, even with money, you might not be able to buy it because even if someone is willing to pay the price, No one sells it. What? Tens of thousands of gold coins or more? Chu Tianshu's little heart couldn't help but tremble in the face of such immense wealth. You have good fortune, Your Excellency. This mystic soul grass should be able to greatly increase your mystic energy. Hearing the princess's words, Chu Tianshu put his hand on his chin and pondered. Judging by her appearance, even the royal treasury probably didn't have this mystic soul grass. Thinking of something, he suddenly smiled and placed the wooden box containing the mystic soul grass into Princess Jirushin's hands. If you like it, then I'll give it to you. What's the big deal? Jirushin was stunned by this action. Huh? You're giving it to me? Are you serious, Your Excellency? Haha, of course. Why would I joke with you? Sensing that Chu Tianshu wasn't joking, Jirushin stared at the mystic soul grass in a daze. Mystic soul grass was extremely valuable to cultivators. It was a rare treasure. Yet he casually gave it to her? After thinking for a while, Jirushin gently pushed the box back towards Chu Tianshu. I don't want your things. Take it back and cultivate. Having his gift rejected, Chu Tianshu frowned and looked at her. He pushed the wooden box back towards the princess again and said loudly, Princess, I'm telling you, I've already given it to you. You have to accept my gift. Don't refuse it like this. We are husband and wife, we are married. Don't be so petty about these things. Moreover, your cultivation is so weak right now. How are you going to roam the world with your husband in the future? I don't want you to just be my tag-along later. Glancing at the princess's blushing face, Chu Tianshu cheerfully left to find Li Xianqing. In the dark night, Jirushin stood silently at the door, gently gazing at the gift box in her hand. Who's husband and wife with you? Who's a tag-along? You scoundrel! At the same time, at the general's residence, in his study, Chu Tianwang sat quietly at his desk. A moment later, Murong Jiangyu entered from outside and asked anxiously, Tianwang, did the princess give you any trouble? Chu Tianwang remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. Not really, mother. It's just that I didn't expect fourth brother to improve so much in such a short time. He suddenly possesses such remarkable strength that even Hu Buhui had to swear brotherhood with him. Moreover, Hu Buhui even gifted Chu Tianshu a rare wolf demon. Hearing her son recount the events, Murong Jiangyu exclaimed in surprise, What? How did that brat grow up so fast? Damn it, he's already difficult to deal with. Moreover, I have a feeling that the princess really wants to protect him and seems very satisfied with this prince consort. However, if we kill Chu Tianshu now, it will affect the Chu king's plans. Father probably won't agree to let us kill Chu Tianshu like that. Murong Jiangyu paced back and forth in the room, muttering, Why wouldn't he agree? It's not like we haven't tried to kill Chu Tianshu before. We just need to turn him into a cripple unable to cultivate. Mother, don't worry too much. Master gave me a very powerful protective talisman, but I can't act outside the princess's residence. Now I can only wait for Chu Tianshu to go out and then think of a way. Yes, that's the only way. The Yanwu Pavilion has sent an invitation to our general's residence. We will gather there in a few days. Tianwang, you should go too. I believe the princess's residence will also send someone. Hearing this, Chu Tianwang placed his teacup on the table and nodded. Yes, at that time, I won't give him any more chances. By the way, I haven't visited grandfather since I returned. I'll go visit him now. Grandfather misses me very much. Then I'll go first. Mother, don't think too much about these things. The next day, at Murong Fu's private residence, Chu Tianwang's maternal grandfather, the old man was playing chess with a guest. Haha, with 3 crosses and 5 in a row, you can't hold on anymore. The blonde-haired man sitting opposite Murong Fu's side and praised, Grand Scholar, you truly have superior intellect and profound skills. I admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them laughed heartily and exchanged polite words of thanks. The blonde-haired man, who didn't look like a Central Plains native, was called the Bat Hai. He politely bowed to Murong Fu and changed the subject. Grand Scholar, what do you think of this martial arts competition? Murong Fu chuckled. It's just a game between youngsters. The Bat Hai nodded in agreement. Indeed. Yet the 2 countries take it so seriously. I also know that Chu Tianshu is your grandson. Hearing the other party mention his grandson, Murong Fu indifferently shook his head. He's just an illegitimate child, at most considered raised by my daughter. So if he died you wouldn't care? Murong Fu remained silent for a moment, then nodded and shook his head. But that's His Majesty's concern. Then, Grand Scholar, what do you think of the alliance between our two countries? Haha, an alliance naturally has its benefits, and so does not having one. I don't like giving answers. I listened to His Majesty's instructions. Having somewhat probed Murong Fu's stance, the Bat Hai's tone became more relaxed. Today, the prince has departed for Beiyu. The matter of the alliance between our two countries has been entrusted to the national teacher. According to the Queen's will, if we cannot propose marriage to the princess, then there's no need to discuss an alliance. But now that the prince has voluntarily withdrawn, our country is not in a position to discuss marriage. However, the Queen still wants me to convey this message to you, Grand Scholar. The Queen asks if you still remember the aspirations of your youth. Hearing these words, Murong Fu spoke up curiously. What does the Queen mean by that? Sitting opposite him, the Bat Hai smiled deeply. The Queen says she can help you achieve that ideal. And I believe that with your talent and the Murong family's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to achieve that goal as long as you have a plan. In addition, I can also reveal a secret to you. Soon, the Qin kingdom in the south will advance north. This shocking news caused Murong Fu to stand up abruptly and ask, Really? Of course. Why would the Queen deceive you? At this moment, the old steward entered from outside and reported that Prince Tianwang had come to visit. All right, it's not impossible for me to support you, but you must show your sincerity first. Certainly, but how should we demonstrate our sincerity? Murong Fu stood still, his voice as cold as ice, and uttered 4 words, Kill Chu Tian Shu. These words, reaching Thatch Bat Hai's ears, made him seriously observe the old man in front of him. Could it be that the Grand Scholar wanted his grandson to marry the princess? There was no answer to this question as Chu Tianvang entered, greeting his grandfather. Murong Fu's demeanor immediately changed from cold to caring and concerned. My good grandson, you're finally back. Come here and let me have a look. Tianvang, let me introduce you. This is the Junior National Preceptor of Northern Yu, Lord Thatch Bat Hai. Following his grandfather's gesture, Chu Tianvang saw the man with blonde hair. Completing the proper etiquette, Chu Tianvang stepped forward and bowed, Greetings, senior. The impeccable manners made Thatch Bat Hai laugh heartily in praise. Truly a heroic young man, majestic and imposing. Not bad at all. The Grand Scholar truly has a grandson to be proud of. Senior is too kind, Chu Tianvang replied politely and modestly. Up to this point, seeing the attitude of the grandfather and grandson, Thatch Bat Hai affirmed that the person Murong Fu wanted to support was this young man. Grand Scholar, I agree to your proposal, Thatch Bat Hai said, rising from his seat. There will be results within 7 days. But I also expect the Grand Scholar to keep his word, haha. Rest assured, Junior National Preceptor. Someone, escort the Grand National Preceptor out of the mansion. Seeing his grandfather cheerfully see off the Junior National Preceptor, Chu Tianvang sensed something and asked, Grandfather, what did you ask the National Preceptor of Northern Yu to do? Haha, of course, it's to write the Chu Tian Shu for you, Murong Fu said frankly. Grandfather, you know my mother's intentions? Of course, what she's thinking, how can this old man not know? Chu Tian Shu dying at the hands of outsiders is the best outcome. Alright, don't worry anymore. Sit down and don't bother with these matters. I won't let your hands be stained with the blood of your own siblings, even if they are half-brothers. Otherwise there will be a stain that will never be washed away. Before achieving great things, someone will use it as a blade to threaten you. Chu Tianvang, you must remember my advice. No matter what realm you cultivate to, this is still your home, your roots. A young tree can only grow tall and pierce the sky if its roots are deeply planted in the ground and absorb plenty of nutrients. Otherwise, you'll be like a sandcastle in the air, like a hyacinth on the water's surface. It may seem flashy on the outside, but with just a light touch, it can collapse at any moment. In this world, besides cultivation, you must also strive for fame and fortune. It will be a springboard to help you develop even higher. This is a naked world where the strong survive and the weak perish, like fish and insects in a pond. So be careful and don't be soft-hearted. Taking his grandfather's advice to heart, Chu Tianvang solemnly nodded and bowed. I understand. I will heed your teachings, grandfather. At the same time, at Thuan Quan Yen's Hoa Vu Lao, the maidservant who delivered the gift to Chu Tian Shu returned to report. Miss, you guessed correctly? That Chu Tian Shu had no intention of coming here. Thuan Quan Yen was not surprised by this situation and asked, did he receive the gift? The maidservant's voice became hesitant. He did, miss, but he gave it to the princess. It's all right. I originally prepared that for the princess anyway. Now go and make some preparations. In 5 days, we'll hold a poetry and wine banquet by Tien Tam Lake. Invite all the young masters and noble ladies in the capital. Also, send an invitation to the princess's mansion. Remember this time, give the invitation to the princess, not to Chu Tian Shu. Yes, I understand, Mississippi. Also, I heard that Chu Vang's eldest son has returned to the capital. Should we invite him as well, miss? Thuan Quan Yen was not surprised by this news and immediately nodded. Of course, we must invite him. Not just him, all the Xian-tu disciples who have returned home to visit their families must be sent invitations. Saying this, Thuan Quan Yen glanced meaningfully out the window. In the blink of an eye, the summer solstice has arrived, and the rainy season in the south is also here. As long as the water level rises, the adorable monsters below can swim upstream. My forces have been waiting for this day for a long time, and cannot fail. The only obstacle now is that group of demon-slaying Xian-tu disciples who have descended from the mountain. These words Thuan Quan Yen seemed to be saying to someone, but also to herself. The maid beside her pretended not to hear and excused herself. Yes, I understand, Mississippi. I'll take my leave. After the maid left the room, Thuan Quan Yen turned to the screen in the corner and called out, "Come out." Suddenly, the figure of a girl appeared from within, kneeling and bowing to Thuan Quan Yen, addressing her as master. Hong Nan, the plan to kill the princess was orchestrated by you, yet it failed. This time, you owe your life to Chu Tian Shu's victory over Ho Bat Hoi. Hearing Miss Thuan Quan Yen's questioning, Hong Nan trembled with fear and weakly replied, I understand, miss. You are no longer needed here. Find a way to infiltrate Dai Huintong, preferably becoming an inner disciple. Thuan Quan Yen's face was gloomy, not revealing much emotion. But her voice was as cold as ice. Remember, do not betray Tran Quoc's investment in you. A glimmer of hope flashed in Hong Nan's eyes, and she quickly nodded. Yes, Hong Nan accepts her fate and will definitely succeed. Today, on a bustling street in the capital, Chu Tian Shu strolled along with his 2 maidservants. As they walked, the 2 girls seemed anxious and worried, asking, Lord, this is all our money. What should we do with it? Chu Tian Shu smiled, walking ahead of them. I have nothing to do, so I called you out for a stroll with me. Hearing this, Thursday Nak spoke again, but her voice was dejected and somewhat panicked, afraid to look around. If you want to stroll, why did you come here, Lord? This is where slaves are traded. The maidservant's emotions were too obvious for Chu Tian Shu to ignore. He had forgotten that these 2 maidservants had been sold here, so their fear of this street still lingered. It seemed he needed to pay more attention to them. Don't worry, you 2. I'm just here to see if I can buy some capable henchmen, or maybe a 9th-level beast. This place doesn't just sell slaves. Many people come here looking for work. Many noble families' guards come from here. As he spoke, he casually snatched an apple from a vendor and took a bite. It's best to find someone cheap. The princess's mansion currently has no defenses, so we can't just wait for Murong Jiang Noyet and her mother to come and kill us, right? So, do you 2 understand? After Chu Tian Shu's kind explanation, the 2 maidservants finally seemed to relax, their faces showing a smile. At that moment, on the road ahead, old man Lu Big Mouth, catching sight of Chu Tian Shu, cheerfully called out, Your Highness. Your Highness, are you here to buy people again? Chu Tian Shu approached and nodded. Recently, I need to buy a few highly skilled guards, preferably at the 9th or 8th level. Oh my, Your Highness, you must be joking. Those who can cultivate to the 9th or 8th level, how can they become slaves? Even in ancient times, even if they were servants, their masters would have to pamper them with delicacies. How could they be sold as slaves? Hearing Lu Big Mouth's words, Chu Tian Shu suddenly realized. Indeed, those who could reach such a realm, if they joined the army, could each become generals. How could they sell themselves? Even if two forces fought and captured many enemy experts, they would probably be strictly imprisoned and certainly not sold like goods. Then, Lu Bigmouth, do you know where to buy high-level spirit beasts? Or other precious medicines would also be fine. Lu Bigmouth was silent for a moment, stroking his goatee before replying. I do, but such spirit beasts need to be ordered a month in advance. Because the cost of raising such terrifying beasts is too high. Only with orders will someone go to the deep mountains and old forests to capture them. Chu Tianshu rubbed his head in frustration and sighed. A whole month? So long. By then, my corpse would be cold. Then do you know of any injured Xiantu? A Xianshi or something similar would be even better. Another question was posed by Chu Tianshu, but this time, Lu Bigmouth didn't immediately answer, instead remaining silent and rubbing his hands. Seeing his demeanor, Chu Tianshu naturally understood and turned to take the money pouch from the two maidservants. You'll only sell the information after you get paid. Right. All right, Thursday knock, give him 5 taels of silver. After receiving the silver, Lu Bigmouth beamed and started talking non-stop. Thank you, Your Highness, haha. I suddenly remembered someone. This person used to be a Xiantu. Oh? Tell me clearly. Who is this person? Well, actually, he's a beggar. I don't really know him, but once, he was bullied by Lei Tam Ho, the local bully. At that time, he sat in the corner, muttering for a long time. He said something like a poor Xianshi is worse than a chicken or a dog. If my cultivation hadn't completely disappeared, how could I have ended up like this? At the time, I thought he was talking nonsense, so I didn't pay much attention. Until today, when Your Highness asked about this, I considered that maybe what he said was true. So, Your Highness, do you want to go and see? If it's true, with your status, you might be able to recruit him. Chu Tianshu pondered for a long time, weighing the pros and cons before nodding in agreement. All right, then lead the way. So, under the guidance of Lu Bigmouth, the group turned into small alleys, reaching a quiet area. Your Highness, it's just over there. At that moment, shouts from afar attracted Chu Tianshu's attention. Hit him! Beat him to death! Hit him harder! It turned out that in this alley, someone was being brutally beaten by a group of people. The victim was an old man with salt and pepper hair and a frail body. Opposite him was a plump woman with a loud, masculine voice. You damn good for nothing! You dare to steal from my restaurant? Beat him! Beat him to death! I'll take responsibility. Receiving the order, the thugs rushed forward again to beat the old man, but Chu Tianshu, from behind, couldn't bear it and shouted stop, startling everyone. They turned around to see a rather handsome young man slowly approaching. The plump woman turned to Chu Tianshu and asked loudly, Who are you? What business is it of yours that I'm disciplining this beggar? Chu Tianshu didn't answer her immediately. His eyes were fixed on the old beggar lying on the ground. Although he was badly beaten, his expression remained calm, showing no fluctuation, and his demeanor was completely unlike that of a street beggar. This old man is indeed a Xiantu, but his Xianqi channels are completely severed. Chu Tianshu could only sense a faint trace of Xianqi remaining in his body. Moreover, with a trained eye, one could see that his Xianqi seed was like a leaky boat, meaning he could no longer cultivate. But if this person truly was a Xianshi, he would certainly know a lot about the world of Xiantu. As long as the price wasn't too high to have him on his side as an advisor or something, it wouldn't be a bad choice. Carefully considering his future path, Chu Tianshu made his decision and turned to the plump woman. How much does he owe you for the meal? The plump woman sneered and replied, 1 2 no, 3 taels of silver. Why? Does this young master want to pay for him? Before Chu Tianshu could speak, Lu Bigmouth, standing next to him, shouted, Hey, Lei Tam Ho, do you know who this young master is? You dare to talk nonsense in front of His Highness? Contrary to everyone's reaction, Lei Tam Ho was not only unafraid upon hearing the words His Highness but also sneered contemptuously. Oh really? I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's the useless Chu Tianshu, the one who cheats in literary battles and becomes useless in martial arts. Others might fear your Xian Vu young master, but I, Lei Tam Ho, do not. What? Do you want to bully me with your power? As she scolded, Chu Tianshu glanced at her and realized why she was so brazen. chi and blood extending 6 feet. So this fat woman is a 6th-level body-tempering martial artist. With such strength, her loud voice made sense, but less trouble was better than more. Thus, Chu Tianshu put on a friendly smile and clasped his hands. I wouldn't dare bully you. You said 3 taels, so it's 3 taels. Thursday knock, give her the money. After receiving the money, Lei Tam Ho coldly turned and left, not forgetting to call back, Old beggar, consider yourself lucky today, having that useless Chu family backing you up. If there's a next time, I'll break your dog legs. Come on, let's get back to work. Saying that, she quickly left with her underlings. Suddenly, Chu Tianshu turned to the old beggar in alarm and noticed he seemed quite seriously injured. Coughing, the old man spat out mouthfuls of bright red blood. Oh my, sir, are you all right? He was about to rush over to help the old man up but was stopped. Cough, thank you, your highness, for saving me. It's just that this old man is penniless, having nothing to repay you. Which disappoints your highness. The old man's words made Chu Tianshu laugh and shake his head. Sir, I, Chu Tianshu, have always liked doing good deeds, respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. I couldn't bear to see an old man like you being bullied. Whether these words were true or false, the old man naturally didn't know. He was silent for a moment, then thanked him. This old man thanks your highness for your great kindness. Looking at the old man's expression, Chu Tianshu felt awkward because although the old man's words were respectful, his expression seemed indifferent and apathetic. It seemed that Chu Tianshu's reputation for debauchery had spread far and wide, truly bringing about significant consequences. Thinking of this, he gently placed his hand on the old man's shoulder. But people have a strange habit, which is to help others to the very end, escorting Buddha all the way to the west. How about I treat you to a full meal today? The old beggar was slightly surprised by this offer and looked at Chu Tianshu thoughtfully. Does your highness have something you need from me? Just say it directly. Haha, don't be so guarded. It's nothing. Can I just invite you to a good meal? Before he could finish, the old man brushed Chu Tianshu's hand off his shoulder. I can't stomach the Chu family's food. If there's nothing else, this old man will take his leave. What did he mean by that? Could there be some hidden meaning? Curiosity surged within Chu Tianshu. Not letting the old man leave, he grabbed his arm. Sir, please wait a moment. Consider this meal as my way of making up for what my Chu family owes you. After a good meal, we'll be even. How about that? Perhaps seeing Chu Tianshu's sincerity, the old man finally agreed, and they wandered around the street, stopping in front of a seemingly ordinary restaurant. After a whole day, this is still the most suitable place, the old man sighed. All right, sir, please come in. Chu Tianshu said, entering with the old man, but Lei Tam Ho inside was utterly shocked to see them together. Hey, your highness, what are you doing? Paying for him is one thing, but are you actually inviting him into my restaurant for a meal? Why? Is that not allowed? Lei Tam Ho roared angrily, absolutely not. This old man stinks to high heaven. If I let him in, how can I serve other customers? The old beggar suddenly became strangely assertive and resolute, thumping his chest and declaring loudly, Haha, Lei Tam Ho, today I'm determined to eat at your restaurant. What are you going to do about it? He then turned and bowed to Chu Tianshu. Your highness, if you can let this old man eat here today, I'm willing to do anything you ask. Faced with this situation, Chu Tianshu smiled faintly and nodded. He then took out a gleaming gold bar from his pocket and placed it in front of Lei Tam Ho. The dazzling, pure gold completely captivated Lei Tam Ho's gaze. She looked at the gold bar as if it were a delicacy, gulping before quickly clutching it to her chest and smiling warmly. Haha, your highness is truly generous. Today, my Lei Tam Ho's restaurant will only serve you. You have any requests, just say it. Lei Tam Ho guarantees she will obey everything. Chu Tianshu looked at her helplessly, thinking, her face-changing speed is truly unmatched. In this world, what money can't solve can be solved with a lot of money, haha. However, what Chu Tianshu noticed most was the old beggar's attitude. He seemed to be quite petty, otherwise, he wouldn't go to Lei Tam Ho's restaurant every day to cause trouble. Alright, you said it yourself? If that's the case, then take off your clothes. Chu Tianshu's request startled Lei Tam Ho before she broke into an excited smile. This could it be, does your highness like me? If your highness is truly willing. This servant can go to the back courtyard and… Damn, that's disgusting. Am I that attractive that even a woman like her has such indecent thoughts about me? Suppressing the nausea, Chu Tianshu awkwardly interrupted. Stop. I want you to take off your clothes just so this old man can wear them. Lei Tam Ho's face instantly filled with murderous intent, and she yelled, Humph. Then stop your nonsense. You two want to eat, then hurry up and eat. Chu Tianshu, stunned by the scolding, turned to call the old beggar but found he had already walked up the stairs. Halfway up, the old man didn't forget to turn around and offer a compliment. Truly a good woman, managing the household well. A moment later, the two of them sat at a table, dining together. All right, Your Highness, what's the real reason you kept this old man around? It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask, were you a xianshi before? The old beggar was completely calm when the words xianshi were mentioned, picking up the teapot and pouring himself a cup before asking indifferently, Did Your Highness's father also mention me? Chu Tianshu's voice was laced with surprise. You've met my father? Then can you tell me about that year? Slowly raising the warm teacup to his lips, the old beggar sighed. Your Highness came here specifically to find this old man, right? Don't you know anything about my situation? Ha, senior, you misunderstand. I only heard Lu Big Mouth mention you. I've never heard my father talk about you. That's why I came here today, curious to see. While listening, the old beggar assessed the useless young master of rumor before him with sharp eyes. Is that so? Suddenly, he put the teacup down, and clasped his hands solemnly. This humble one, Lu Van Dao, was once a refining xianshi. As for my background, please don't ask, Your Highness. So, Senior's name is Lu Van Dao. And Senior must have suffered serious injuries, hence the loss of your cultivation. Picking up his chopsticks, the old beggar picked up some food and nodded in confirmation. That's right. My meridians are broken in pieces and beyond repair. So if Your Highness wants something from me, let this old man remind you. It's probably too late for Your Highness to seek my help now. So, Your Highness, don't beat around the bush. Just say what you want. Chu Tianshu was silent for a moment, then, holding his teacup, sighed. Lu Lao, what if I said I'm somewhat confident in treating your injuries? Would you be willing to follow me then? Lu Van Dao was silent before this question. After finishing a bowl of warm soup, he gave a non-committal answer. Your Highness, please don't make fun of me. I understand my body best. My xianqi channels are severed, unable to use xian techniques. Only a useless xianqi seed is constantly withering. What use is there for Your Highness to keep such a xianshi by your side? Haha, you're too hasty, old beggar. What if what I said is true? Chu Tianshu replied in a serious voice, unlike a joke. If I can really cure you, would you consider it? Haha, if Your Highness is sincere, then this Lu Lao will serve you wholeheartedly for this life, ready to follow your every command. Chu Tianshu knew the old man still couldn't believe his words, but getting this agreement was enough. All right, your word is enough. Later, follow me back to the princess's mansion. Now if you're full, let's go bathe and get you some new clothes. Having no other choice, the old beggar complied with Chu Tianshu but still kindly reminded him before leaving, Your Highness, I'm grateful for your trust, but as I've said before, if my xianqi and cultivation can't be restored, I'll discreetly leave soon. Chu Tianshu smiled gently without worry. Of course I know. I'll go outside first. Wait for you to finish before we depart. Outside, Chu Tianshu and Lei Tam Ho waited for the old man to change. His voice rang out as he stepped out of the room. I've kept you waiting, Your Highness. Lei Tam Ho looked at the old man's new appearance, and suddenly blushed excitedly. Oh my, unexpectedly. You not only look much younger but also quite handsome. As she spoke, Lei Tam Ho kept circling Lu Van Dao, admiring him. Strange, why were you a beggar before? If you had dressed like this earlier, maybe I would have hired you as a waiter. Lu Van Dao calmly clasped his hands at Lei Tam Ho. Thank you for taking care of me recently, Lei Tam Nong. One day, if I achieve success, I will repay you. Lei Tam Ho cheerfully waved her hand and smiled. All right, I don't need your repayment. Just don't hate me for making things difficult for you. If you really have money in the future, don't forget to visit my restaurant more often. Of course, I'll definitely visit. Standing at a distance, Chu Tianshu watched the two of them chat and say goodbye, feeling a bit bewildered. Why do I have the feeling they're flirting with each other? That's disgusting. I should have Thursday knock and Dong knock take him to the princess's mansion. I need to find Lu Big Mouth and ask if he has any more information about Xianshi. A moment later, on a nearby street, Loudmouth Lu's hurried voice rang out, "What did you say? This person hasn't been here for 2 days? So, do you know where his house is? Huh? You don't even know where he lives?" While Loudmouth Lu was chatting with someone, Chu Tianshu approached and asked, "Loudmouth Lu, why are you so loud?" Seeing the imperial son-in-law, Loudmouth Lu hastily explained, "Your Highness, Hu Yuanjiao is not here at the moment." Chu Tianshu tilted his head in confusion. "Hu Yuanjiao? Who are you talking about?" "Ah, I forgot. Just now, I suddenly remembered that one night not long ago, a drunk man suddenly came to the slave market. He happened to meet the requirements your Highness set. I heard that he used to be a master cultivator, having reached the peak of the 9th level of body tempering. He even served as a general, but later, for unknown reasons, his fortunes declined. Now, not only has he lost all his official positions, but he's also been reduced to a commoner. The old and young in his family, some have died, some have wandered far away in search of food. Now, he's practically a cripple. During this time, I heard he's been working here, so I came here looking for him." Hearing this, Chu Tianshu pondered thoughtfully because he felt that the name Hu Yuanjiao sounded very familiar. "I think I've heard my aunt mention him before when talking to others. Let me see, what did she say at that time? It seems like she mentioned a bad example of a military family? 3 years ago, Hu Yuanjiao, as a general guarding the southern border, was unfortunately attacked by monsters and the Chen Kingdom's troops. In that battle, not only did he lose the fortress, but he himself was also seriously injured. Although he protected the citizens in the city and ensured their safe retreat, he was still stripped of his rank and reduced to a commoner for losing the city. Such a person must harbor deep resentment towards the imperial court. Chu Tianshu, currently the imperial son-in-law, might also be on his blacklist, so it's hard to say whether he can be recruited." Just as Chu Tianshu was lost in thought, the wall of a nearby building suddenly cracked and exploded, startling him. From the blasted wall, a thin man fell straight to the ground. Watching him fall miserably from above with a thud onto the road, Chu Tianshu gasped in astonishment. "What's going on? Someone is using weapons to fight on Slave Market Street?" From the place where the wall was blasted, a young man walked out, loudly provoking, "Haha, Hu Yuanjiao, if you're willing to sign the contract to sell your house now, I might spare your dog life. But if you don't agree, then haha. Today, I'll break your crippled legs." Hearing the words of the person upstairs, Chu Tianshu looked at the man who had fallen to the ground in astonishment. "What? Is he the Hu Yuanjiao I'm looking for?" Hu Yuanjiao struggled to lift his weary body and stood up, coldly retorting, "You family, even if you beg me or kowtow, I won't let you have your way. You want my house? If you have the ability, try to take it from me. You were just born a few years earlier than me. Don't be a dog licking other people's feet forever." Hu Yuanjiao's words struck the other man's heart, making his face extremely ugly. Immediately, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to attack. "Humph. He really doesn't appreciate kindness. Beat him to death for me." In the blink of an eye, 2 of the young master's henchmen transformed into flashes of lightning, darting down from above towards Hu Yuanjiao. In this critical situation, Chu Tianshu suddenly jumped in front of Hu Yuanjiao and used Tai Chi Chuan to counterattack. His 2 hands rotated, carrying yin and yang energy, creating a soft yet firm wave of air that blew away the 2 attacking henchmen. Hu Yuanjiao looked at Chu Tianshu in surprise, about to say something, but was interrupted. "Brother Hu Yuanjiao, let's talk after we finish this." Chu Tianshu's words abruptly stopped when another, louder sound echoed into his ears. "Isn't this the imperial son-in-law, Chu Tianshu? You're not staying in the luxurious princess's mansion, but you're free to come here and cause trouble?" As soon as he finished speaking, the young master with pink hair jumped down from the eaves with his fist. "Who allowed you to interfere in other people's business?" His fierce attack was dodged by Chu Tianshu, but it accidentally hit Hu Yuanjiao, causing a gash across his face that bled. Seeing this scene, Chu Tianshu questioned loudly, in broad daylight, under the emperor's feet, "How dare you act so recklessly?" The young master turned around once more, unleashing his ultimate move, his voice becoming incredibly furious. "Haha, under the emperor's feet? Do you really consider yourself the imperial son-in-law? Everyone in the Qin capital knows you're just a figurehead. Or do you think that defeating Hu Buhui makes you a master? You only know martial arts. What qualifications do you have to flaunt your power in front of this young master? Until now, Chu Tianshu had remained calm and defensive, but since the other party still didn't want to stop, Chu Tianshu's killing intent was also aroused. I told you to stop, but you didn't hear me? You bastard! As he spoke, one of Chu Tianshu's hands tightly gripped the young master's arm. Then, a terrifying palm strike hit the young master's body, sending him flying backward like a rag doll. Bang! A resounding sound echoed as the young master crashed to the ground. So, will you stop now? Chu Tianshu looked at the young master coldly. The young master had no intention of stopping and yelled loudly. Chu Tianshu, you must interfere in my affairs? Do you know who this young master is? You dare to meddle in the affairs of the Grand General of the nation's defense? Unable to fight back, the young master revealed his identity, hoping to intimidate, but Chu Tianshu was truly startled by his identity. Grand General of the nation's defense? Right, the Grand General of the nation's defense is surnamed Wu, named Wu Yuluan. He commands 50,000 imperial guards of the Qin capital and is considered to have immense power in the western Qin kingdom. Compared to General Xian Wu, he is even a rank higher. Moreover, the Grand General of the nation's defense is deeply trusted by the Emperor. Beside him are 50,000 imperial guards, like a stabilizing force, protecting the peace of the Qin capital. Seeing that the imperial son-in-law in front of him remained silent after he announced his identity, the young master angrily shouted, Chu Tianshu, I advise you to step aside. We should stay out of each other's business. This Hu Yuan Jiao offended my aunt. Today, I'm just helping my aunt teach him a lesson. I don't intend to take his life. If you continue to interfere, don't blame me for dealing with you too. Silently listening to the threats, Chu Tianshu didn't retreat, but a dangerous smile spread across his lips. Haha, what if I insist on interfering? The young master's face turned extremely ugly, his eyes bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. Are you looking for death? Chu Tianshu calmly raised 3 fingers, and with that, he exuded a terrifying aura like an awakened lion. I'll count to 3. If you haven't left after 3 counts, I'll break your legs. The young master was naturally furious to the point that blood rushed to his head, turning his face completely red. However, since he couldn't defeat Chu Tianshu just now, he didn't dare to act rashly. You're good, Chu Tianshu. Just you wait. I'll find someone to come here right now and teach you some manners. After saying that, he pulled his people away. Hu Yuanjiao, after stabilizing his injuries, sat still and cupped his hands towards Chu Tianshu. Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. Suddenly called young hero, Chu Tianshu chuckled excitedly. Haha, young hero? This term sounds so novel. Haha, young hero, acting chivalrously and righteously. I wonder how you want me to repay you. Unfortunately, I, Hu Yuanjiao, have become so impoverished that I fear I can't offer you anything. Let me owe you this debt of gratitude. Through Hu Yuanjiao's words, Chu Tianshu was pleased to realize that Hu Yuanjiao didn't regard him as the imperial son-in-law or someone from the general's mansion. He regarded Chu Tianshu as a completely independent person. While thinking, he answered Hu Yuanjiao's question, if what I needed was repayment, I wouldn't offend others for someone impoverished like you. But why are they causing trouble for you? I can tell you the reason. There's nothing to hide. They are causing trouble for me because I once offended Grand General Wu Yuluan. So, the reason you're in this predicament today is because the Emperor didn't show mercy. Instead of being harmed by others, don't you intend to seek revenge? Hearing this, Hu Yuanjiao stood up indifferently, and shook his head. Little brother, are you joking with me? I know you are the imperial son-in-law of Western Qin and also the young master of General Xian Wu's mansion. But let's not talk about you. Even if your father, I'm afraid, would respectfully address Wu Yuluan as Lord. Do you know that His Majesty also bestowed upon me the title of County Marquis and granted me land? Haha, everyone has heard about your affairs, but as the imperial son-in-law, don't you understand? The current situation in the capital is complex and chaotic. I guarantee that if the various parties go to war with each other, you will be immediately expelled from the princess's mansion. I've advised you repeatedly. But you refused to listen, and now you're trying to entice me? Chu Tianshu sensed the other party's rejection of him, but he still wanted to persist in asking, "They want to demolish your house? It has nothing to do with you. If there's nothing else, your highness can leave now." After saying that, Hu Yuanjiao turned back to his house and closed the door tightly, but Chu Tianshu broke the lock from the outside and then poked his lovely head in. "Oh dear, the latch of your door is broken. I'll just intrude for a bit." Hu Yuanjiao was speechless and turned to ask Chu Tianshu coldly, "What do you want?" Facing him was Chu Tianshu's pointing finger. "I just want to invite you to be my personal bodyguard, protecting the princess's mansion. I've heard about you. You have the 9th level realm and were once a general, commanding troops in one region. I will also let you become the commander of the soldiers in my fief, protecting its peace." Hearing Chu Tianshu mention his glorious past, Hu Yuanjiao sighed and shook his head. "That's all in the past. Don't worry. As a return gift, I can treat your injuries so you can quickly recover your strength to its peak. Then you can personally take revenge on those who harmed you." Chu Tianshu continued confidently, using body language to try and persuade him. And indeed, Chu Tianshu's promises were what Hu Yuanjiao had longed for. No one understood himself better than himself. Falling from a beautiful high-rise building into a 1,000-foot abyss. What a terrifying feeling it was. If his cultivation was still there, why would he be afraid of those evil slaves? He wouldn't have come to such a miserable end. Reason told him not to believe what this useless imperial son-in-law said, but Hu Yuanjiao's heart made him open his mouth. "Can you really help me return to how I was before?" The fish had taken the bait halfway. Chu Tianshu smiled and patted his chest. "Of course. If you don't believe me, I can treat you right now. If it's not effective, I'll leave immediately." "You mean you'll personally treat me?" "Haha, Chu Tianshu, do you think I'll believe you?" Chu Tianshu smiled and stepped closer, asking a question that stunned Hu Yuanjiao. "Then do you know why the princess and I came back to life?" After a moment of silence, Hu Yuanjiao finally couldn't escape the strong temptation and nodded. "All right, I'll believe you this once. If you can really cure my injuries, I'll agree to your request. But what are you going to do now?" After entering a closed room with Hu Yuanjiao, Chu Tianshu handed a money pouch to the two maids and instructed, "It will probably take some time, so do you two want to go out for a stroll and buy some snacks?" The two girls smiled and shook their heads. "No need, young master. We will wait for you." The gentle and understanding demeanor of the two girls made Chu Tianshu's heart melt as he put the money pouch back into his clothes. "They really know how to save money for me. They are so understanding that it makes my heart ache." Looking at the desolate room where almost all valuables had been sold, Chu Tianshu asked, "Brother Hu Yuanjiao, do you have any wine here?" "Of course. Does your highness want to drink?" "Who would want to drink at this hour?" "Just bring it out for me. Then lie down on the bed and take off your clothes." Bending down to pull the wine jar from under the bed, Hu Yuanjiao heard these words and hurriedly covered his buttocks, blushing as he asked, "Why what do you want to do?" Chu Tianshu roared angrily, "What are you thinking? I'm only interested in beautiful women." "My God, what does that butt-covering gesture mean?" "Well, because I heard the Ministry of Revenue's young master say that you are quite the pleasure-seeker, your highness. Rumor has it you enjoy both men and women, young and old alike." Immediately, Chu Tianshu was so enraged that he almost fumed, cursing Li Xianqing under his breath. "Forget it. I need to do the important things first. As for that money-laundering machine Li Xianqing, he can wait for me." Suppressing his annoyance, Chu Tianshu dropped his acupuncture needles into the newly retrieved wine jar. Then he closed his eyes, using the profound energy in his body to connect with Hu Yuanjiao's body. Hu Yuanjiao's entire body's qi and blood were still blocked, so his power couldn't be fully exerted. The crux of the problem lay in Hu Yuanjiao's heart, along with his severely injured liver and lungs. It was clear that a sealing spell had been cast, but this spell was very rare. It could also be said that it was originally a curse, so relying solely on medical skills wouldn't cure it. The root cause had to be found. "No way, it's more difficult than I imagined, but I can only take a gamble." Thinking of this, Chu Tianshu waved his hand, using profound energy to control the acupuncture needles in the wine jar to fly up. With a flick of his wrist, the needles flew without wind, piercing straight into the acupoints on Hu Yuanjiao's body. At this moment, a strange power appeared in Hu Yuanjiao's body, making Chu Tianshu realize something. Huh? That spell is growing stronger, even wanting to devour my condensing needles? And it wants to bite back at me too. If that's the case, I'll have to be more forceful. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianshu controlled even more acupuncture needles, as if he were wielding flying swords, towards Hu Yuanjiao's muscular body. The profound energy within Chu Tianshu's body erupted outwards, penetrating Hu Yuanjiao's body, healing his wounds and clearing the blockages. At the same time, he had to resist the backlash of the mysterious spell, so it was as if he was fighting someone remotely. Until the energy exploded and all the negative states in his body were eliminated, Hu Yuanjiao, like a demonic god, shouted with bright eyes and flowing hair, shaking the surrounding space. At this point, it seemed that the task was complete, so Chu Tianshu wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Good, my efforts weren't in vain. It's on okay now, right? Hu Yuanjiao opened his eyes from his seat, feeling the strange changes in his body, and smiled unconsciously. I can feel it. A moment later, after dressing properly, Hu Yuanjiao bowed sincerely before Chu Tianshu. This humble one thanks your highness. No need to thank me. I only contributed a little strength. It was mostly due to your own breakthrough and recovery of cultivation. I didn't touch the spell in your core at all. Your highness, don't be modest. Although I've only recovered half of my power, it's enough. I said earlier that if your highness could cure me, I would become your shield. I absolutely won't regret it. Chu Tianshu nodded in satisfaction. Good. Since you've decided to follow me, I'll keep my promise. I will definitely help you investigate the spell that sealed your core and completely break it. I only temporarily suppressed it just now and didn't dare to touch it. Suddenly, while the two were talking, an arrogant voice from outside the courtyard broke the silent night. Hu Yuanjiao. Chu Tianshu. Come out here. Hearing the shouts, the two hurriedly walked out into the courtyard and found that the young master of the Grand General of the nation's defense had brought many subordinates with him. Chu Tianshu, well done. You really haven't left yet. You dare to look down on the Grand General? Men, attack him and those maids. As soon as they finished speaking, before anyone could act, a mysterious, ghost-like figure appeared before them. With sharp eyes and a terrifying aura, Hu Yuanjiao at this moment was completely different from his pathetic and ruined appearance this morning. In the blink of an eye, he sent the charging subordinates flying. Hu Yuanjiao's hand, infused with his inner strength, flickered and summoned a spear from inside the room. Hu Yuanjiao grabbed his familiar spear while Chu Tianshu was startled because the spear almost pierced through him. With his weapon, Hu Yuanjiao's combat power became even more terrifying, and almost none of the young master's subordinates could withstand a single blow. The once quiet courtyard was now filled with screams, and the young master, completely petrified, watched the fresh blood splatter on his face, wondering, what's going on? This useless fellow, how did he become so powerful? After defeating the subordinates, Hu Yuanjiao stepped forward, his voice cold. Yu Qingshan, you can still leave now. I'll spare your dog life. Yu Qingshan naturally couldn't accept defeat like this, so he tried to rally the remaining subordinates behind him. You're too arrogant, Hu Yuanjiao. All of you attack. Hack him into pieces. The young master's stubbornness amused Hu Yuanjiao, who let out a breath. Then, his spear-wielding hand trembled, causing the surrounding space to shake. The power within Hu Yuanjiao's small body erupted like a whirlwind and transformed into a giant apparition. It was unclear what happened, but a while later, Chu Tianshu and Hu Yuanjiao were walking down the street with a bulging money pouch. You sold such a good house for only 10 taels of silver? This is the inner city. Although this 3-room house is quite dilapidated, the land is very valuable. Hu Yuanjiao smiled, holding the money pouch he had just received, and replied, my house would have been demolished sooner or later anyway. Now that I'm following your highness, I don't have to worry about food and drink. More money is useless. Wherever your highness goes, I will follow. Chu Tianshu listened and laughed, asking, do you regret it? Regret what? If your highness hadn't valued me and treated me, I would still be a mere errand boy in the slave market. Haha, for a general to struggle like that, it's truly a talent misplaced. I've really found a treasure. The two of them chatted and laughed intimately, walking happily together under the moonlight, returning to the princess's mansion. Nighttime at the princess's mansion. Chu Tianshu entered the dining room tiredly. At this time, delicious, hot dishes were already prepared on the table, steaming invitingly. Princess Jiru Xian sat coldly at the table, eating her rice. Seeing this, Chu Tianshu approached, sat down on a chair, and sighed. After being busy all day, we can finally rest for a bit. Suddenly, his eyes caught something on the table, and he picked it up curiously. Is this an invitation? Who sent it? Let me see. Tea tasting and scenic viewing at Shen Xian Pavilion in 5 days? The sender is Shangguan Yen of Huawu Manor. Reading this name, Chu Tianshu's hand holding the invitation stiffened slightly. Strange, why is it her? I haven't interacted with her much recently. With countless questions in his mind, he couldn't help but ask the princess, when was this invitation delivered? Jiru Xian, who was eating, replied, it was delivered this afternoon. So, will your highness go then? Of course, why wouldn't I? I also want to see what she's up to. Seeing the princess's resolute look, Chu Tianshu awkwardly tried to persuade her, or, let's not go. I don't dare to go out casually now. The princess retorted while eating, this is the capital. What are you so worried about? At most, we'll just bring more guards. Princess, are you sure? Why so many words? Eat your rice. Chu Tianshu picked up his rice bowl and smiled, haha, all right. If your highness wants to go, I'll go with you. Ah, right, princess. Are there any cultivation books or anything like that in our mansion? Jiru Xian shook her head, no. But if you need them, I can send someone from the palace to find them for you. Using his chopsticks to pick up a piece of delicious tofu, Chu Tianshu smiled cheerfully, yes, I plan to study hard soon. It's best to find some books related to alchemy. Weapon refining, and beast taming too. Jiru Xian stared at Chu Tianshu's smile for a long time without saying a word. Catching her gaze, he asked suspiciously, what's wrong, princess? Why are you looking at me? Jiru Xian was slightly startled and replied in a somewhat hesitant and awkward tone, shaking her head, and no, nothing. I just didn't expect you to seriously consider reading. And you want so many genres, so I was a little surprised. What about the matter of guards for the princess's mansion? Do you have any plans yet? The Imperial Guard's duty is to protect the palace after all. They can't stay at the princess's mansion forever. My father also said that they will all be recalled in a few days. We have Grey Wolf, what are we afraid of? Chu Tianshu replied. Grey Wolf is the precious wolf demon by your highness's side. Have you forgotten? With it here, ordinary assassins definitely can't enter the princess's mansion. But the reverse is also true. If an assassin with too high a cultivation level invades, even more people would be useless. Of course, if your highness is worried about your safety, I have a wonderful suggestion. Chu Tianshu pointed his chopsticks at himself while eating, we can actually stay together. Jiru Xian gave the imperial son-in-law a disdainful look, speaking nonsense again. I'll kick you out right now. Chu Tianshu laughed helplessly. Ru Xian, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? I just feel that our courtyards are quite far apart. If someone really comes to assassinate you, I might not be able to arrive in time to save you. So I just plan to move to your courtyard. At most, I'll sleep in the side room. This way, it's easier to protect my stunningly beautiful wife, right? Oh my, the serious conversation suddenly turned sweet and ambiguous, causing the princess to blush and gape. Seeing her adorable appearance, Chu Tianshu secretly rejoiced. Look, she's wavering. Haha. Look, now the princess doesn't seem too averse to my way of addressing her as my wife. To hide her embarrassment and shyness, the princess picked up her teacup and took a few sips of water, looking away. Why you stop dreaming? Who's your wife? Haha, I'm serious, princess. Finding guards for the mansion isn't something that can be solved overnight. When the Imperial Guards are recalled, the security of the princess's mansion will definitely be threatened. So we have to stay close to each other. At least we can fight together. As long as this husband of yours is in the main courtyard, those thieves definitely won't dare to come near. Am I right, my wife? After some deliberation, the princess sighed and called out loudly to Lu Yan, who was drinking tea on the roof. Lu Yan. Lu Yan wasn't surprised at all because she had heard the conversation between the couple. After finishing a cup of tea, Lu Yen sighed and replied, "Yes, princess. Letting the prince consort stay in the same courtyard with you can also be mutually supportive. It's indeed an advantage. If I'm not present, having the prince consort here can certainly replace a dozen or so imperial guards. Even if he can't defeat assassins, at critical moments, the prince consort can lead the princess to escape." Chu Tianshu praised directly for the first time. Beamed, his nostrils flaring slightly. He silently thanked Lu Yen in his heart. Haha, Lu Yen is truly a godsend this time. It seems I must repay her properly. Thinking this, he looked towards the princess and continued his persuasion, striking while the iron was hot. "Princess, aren't you curious about the Tai Chi Chuan and Tai Chi sword techniques that I created? These two martial skills are both high level. Even in the royal family, they can be considered quite valuable, right? Now that we're in the same courtyard, we can discuss and share martial skills on a daily basis. This is very beneficial for both of our cultivation and combat abilities." Jiru Xian, hearing this, didn't put on airs any longer and nodded vaguely. "All right, if you want to stay in the same courtyard as me, fine. But you must agree to a few conditions." "Aha! There's a chance?" Chu Tianshu excitedly nodded. "All right, don't just say a few conditions, even dozens of conditions. I'll agree to them, princess." "Ahem, ahem. Don't boast, prince consort. Listen carefully to the conditions. First, without my permission, you are not allowed to enter my room." Chu Tianshu hastily nodded. "Of course, princess. Rest assured." "And the second one?" "I haven't thought of it yet." Chu Tianshu, who was overjoyed, was so startled by these words that he almost fell down. "Third, aren't you a man of literature? Before you gave Hu Buhui the line 'Wildfires burn endlessly, spring winds blow again.' Later, when Shangguan Yen came to our house to deliver an invitation, you even gave her pointers on swordsmanship. Now I require you to compose a poem for me. If you can't satisfy me, don't even think about staying in this courtyard." Chu Tianshu, instead of being annoyed by the challenge, was overjoyed because this little girl was actually jealous. "What progress? Your Highness, writing a poem is not a problem. After all, didn't I write the verse 'Heavenly fragrance blossoms in the sky, igniting the hearts of the people in the world' for you before?" The princess, having been called out, became flustered, then turned her face away arrogantly and denied, "That poem? I'm not very fond of that one." Looking at the prince consort with a shy face, the princess pressed, "Can you do it or not? If not, get lost. You talk too much." All right, of course I'll do it, princess. Don't be angry. Let me have a few minutes to think it over." Chu Tianshu silently pondered for a moment, searching for poems he could remember from his past life. I've got it. Someone, bring me paper and a brush." Thinking of a certain poem, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly called for someone to bring him writing materials. "Today, I must personally write the most beautiful and affectionate love letter in this world for the princess." After the maidservant brought the paper and brush, Chu Tianshu stood quietly before them. With the elegant demeanor of a scholar and poet, Chu Tianshu dipped the brush in black ink and wrote character after character, like pearls, on the white paper. His brush strokes were as graceful as a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing, carrying beautiful imagery that made the princess and the maidservants around them fall silent and watch. After finishing writing, he looked at his work with satisfaction and read aloud, "O world, what is love, that two people vow to live and die together? Oh my, it's so perfect! The calligraphy is beautiful, and the words are even more beautiful. The brush strokes are unrestrained, both sharp and graceful, truly remarkable." The smooth words touched the heart of the listener. Although it's not a poem, it's even more moving than a poem. The princess is truly blessed. Jiru Xian was stunned by the tender words the prince consort had just written on the paper. Somehow, the memories from the past suddenly flashed through her mind. After she died and became a ghost bride, she almost ended up buried in the same tomb with the young man in front of her. After coming back to life, although she had the intention of maintaining her status with him, it was only a temporary strategy to reduce some of the outside troubles. But even so, he didn't complain at all. Later, she and he went through so much joy, anger, love, and hate, and now they had become a legally married couple. Is this considered a vow of life and death? Jiru Xian asked herself as she slowly closed her eyes, feeling her heart beating rapidly. On the side, Chu Tianshu smiled smugly. "Haha, looking at her attitude. She's probably 8 or 9 parts smitten, right? He then approached her, winking handsomely and teasing, so, what do you think, my beloved wife? Are you satisfied? The princess stammered, pretending to be calm, and replied, see, consider it you barely meet the standard. Ha, in that case, let me go pack my things and come over right away. Chu Tianshu ran off like a gust of wind, but the princess stopped him loudly, wait. I still have a 4th condition. What? You haven't even thought of the 2nd condition yet, princess. Chu Tianshu protested. But there is a 4th condition. Do you have any objections? Helpless, the pillar of the house could not compare to the roof. Chu Tianshu had to endure and nod. All right, whatever you say. The 4th condition, please speak. Then listen carefully and don't forget this condition. The 4th condition is that you are not allowed to write poems for other women in the future. Chu Tianshu was stunned by this condition because when the princess said it, her tone was extremely serious. Why is her attitude so serious? Could it be that she's declaring that she wants to monopolize me? Noticing Chu Tianshu's probing gaze, the princess blushed and shouted, what are you looking at? Do you agree or not? Haha, as long as the princess wants it, I will definitely agree. So, princess, do you have a 5th condition? Humph, that sounds acceptable. I'll tell you about the 5th condition after I've thought about it carefully. I haven't thought about it yet. Chu Tianshu had only asked jokingly, but he didn't expect there to actually be a 5th condition, which made him feel somewhat helpless. By the way, Chu Tianshu, you must think carefully about finding guards. I suspect that my father and mother also intend to use this method to check whether we are suitable or not. Regardless of whether we go to our fief to live in the future or not, we need someone to help us manage and defend it. Recruiting guards also means recruiting attendants, and a single orchid demon can't do so many things. Chu Tianshu nodded as he listened and then continued, Yanhuan County, that place is indeed not an ordinary fief. We definitely need a group of useful attendants. So, princess, do you have any plans? Jiru Xian slowly shook her head. No. My mother has granted me all the palace maids who have served me since childhood, and the people who follow me now are enough. So, all the household servants and guards are left to you, Prince Consort. Chu Tianshu nodded thoughtfully and suddenly realized, could it be that she trusted him completely? Only with trust would she entrust everything like this. But perhaps she was just not good at expressing herself, right? Thinking of this, Chu Tianshu unconsciously smiled sweetly and continued excitedly. At the moment, I only have a few ideas, so I'll consider it carefully later. Don't worry, princess. It's all right, Prince Consort. Just don't give up halfway. Oh, right, Jiru Xian, have you used that Xianling grass yet? Chu Tianshu suddenly remembered and asked casually. I haven't used it yet. I'm about to become a Xianshi, so I plan to use it when I truly become a Xianshi for the best effect. She had already increased by a whole rank in such a short time? If she used it now, it would indeed be a waste of the spiritual herb's medicinal power. Thinking about it, Chu Tianshu once again opened his eyes and observed her body, sensing its condition. Indeed, there are already more than 90 strands of Xian Qi in her body. Perhaps tomorrow, when she gathers 100 strands and wraps them around the seed, she can ascend to become a Xianshi. Now is truly not the best time to use it. Thinking this, Chu Tianshu hurriedly said goodbye and ran outside. All right, I'm full. Let me go back and pack my things. I'll be over later. Thursday, you Dongyu. Come and help your master pack. We'll be moving to the princess's courtyard later. The 2 maids were overjoyed. Really? The princess is letting master stay with her? Chu Tianshu stepped closer, smiled and nodded, not exactly staying together, just in the same courtyard. We can protect each other in the future. That's great too. The distance between the 2 of you has become much closer. At least you can see each other every day and eat together, so it's very easy to cultivate your relationship. Hearing the 2 maids' comforting words, Chu Tianshu flared his nostrils and said shyly, Oh, you guys are making me embarrassed saying that. Their laughter drifted from the courtyard into the princess's ears, making her heart restless. She transmitted her voice to Lu Yen on the roof. Lu Yen, go lock the door. Don't let him in. These 2 were so obviously in love, yet still shy, giving Lu Yen a headache. So, that very night, Chu Tianshu moved his belongings to the princess's residence and stayed there. All night, Chu Tianshu even smiled in his sleep, the joy of moving into the inner courtyard evident on his face. Of course, he didn't neglect his cultivation at all. Besides constantly cultivating in the great dream heavenly pearl to create many new strands of xianqi, his Tai Chi sword technique, fused with Tai Chi Chuan, had also begun to reach the great completion stage. Just like that, he slept soundly until the next morning. When he woke up, Chu Tianshu had finally condensed his sixth strand of xianqi. Xianshi cultivation focuses on the tree of life. The xianqi seed serves as the root, gradually nurturing the tree to grow larger and stronger. The strands of xianqi are the branches of the tree, while the xianqi threads are the leaves. Therefore, each person's xianshi ji is different. Lu Wentao, as a xianshi, had most of his branches severed, meaning his xianqi channels were damaged. Therefore, the xianqi he emitted could not be transformed into xianshi ji. It showed that he had reached the xianshi lu level, but Chu Tianshu was different. He now had 6 strands of xianqi. Silently feeling the energy within his body, he couldn't help but feel happy. Good, my cultivation is increasing steadily, maintaining the progress of advancing a minor level every 2 or 3 days. It seems I'm getting closer and closer to the goal of xianshi. A while later, after finishing his breakfast, Chu Tianshu sat under a tree, poured a cup of hot tea, and began to talk. All right, let's start talking. I want to ask, why are both of you so seriously injured? He asked, staring at Lu Wentao and Hu Yuanjiao sitting in front of him. Hu Yuanjiao answered first, recounting the events of that year when the city he was guarding was ambushed by demonic beasts. My injuries were very serious back then. I almost died. But unfortunately, external injuries are easy to treat, but internal curses are difficult to resolve. Hu Yuanjiao's internal organs were cursed by the demonic beasts, so severe that even after 3 years of recuperation, there was no improvement. If Chu Tianshu hadn't helped him the other day, it was feared that the curse would have followed him for life. Therefore, Hu Yuanjiao rarely used his explosive qi or circulated his energy now. When it was Lu Wentao's turn, he sighed wearily. I encountered an enemy I couldn't defeat, so I used forbidden pills to boost the xianshi ji in my body. Although I eventually defeated my opponent, the meridians in my body were damaged, and I can no longer cultivate. Now I can only barely keep the xianqi seed alive until I die. And because of that battle, he had exhausted too much qi and blood, which was why he aged so quickly. Oh my, in the blink of an eye, I've become a useless old man. Lu Wentao's tone was full of bitterness and unwillingness, but he was also helpless against fate. As he listened to their stories, Chu Tianshu stared intently at the teacup in front of him. Hu Yuanjiao's injuries are difficult to treat because of the curse. There's no clue yet. So, we can only let him recuperate for a while longer and recover as much as possible. But Lu Wentao's situation is different. This is a relatively difficult case to solve, giving me a headache. The xianqi seed still exists, so he is still a xianshi. The problem is that his meridians are broken into sections and cannot be used to transport xianqi. Is there any way in this world to treat damaged meridians? At least ordinary acupuncture and medicine can't do such a heaven-defying thing. Suddenly, Chu Tianshu remembered that he could absorb the essence of heaven and earth, especially the energy of the moon and stars in the night sky. But because his body was too weak, he couldn't directly absorb all the energy into his body. But Lu Wentao had been a xianshi before, and his body had undergone high-intensity training. Perhaps he could absorb this essence of heaven and earth. On the other hand, Hu Yuanjiao wasn't completely without a chance to cultivate xianqi. Chu Tianshu himself didn't have the talent for cultivation, but the starlight within the peach pit could easily change this situation. So, could he take xianqi from the system and give some to Hu Yuanjiao? Chu Tianshu pondered for a long time, considering countless solutions for his 2 new subordinates' situations. After thinking it through, he looked up and asked Hu Yuanjiao, Hu Yuanjiao, brother, have you reached the peak of the 9th level of body refinement? Is there really no way for a body refiner, like a wild beast evolving into a demonic beast, to reach a higher level? Hu Yuanjiao thought for a moment, and then shook his head. As far as I know, there isn't. The 9th level of body refinement is the highest realm of a martial god. After all, body refining has its limits. However, relying on other techniques, combat power can be increased by another level. This case is similar to the prince consort, and Hu Buhui. Or, one could have a special bloodline to assist them. Coupled with advanced martial skills, his combat prowess would surpass those of the same level by several ranks. If he were to reach the 9th level and activate his bloodline's power, he would be even more formidable. Or by activating a 9th level peak martial skill and wielding a unique weapon with utmost proficiency, a martial artist's combat strength could rival that of a grand mystic master. However, these are not common methods and come with many limitations. For instance, bloodline power cannot always be activated, otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to withstand it. After listening to the explanation, Lu Wendao, who was standing to the side, suddenly waved his hand and said, "No, not necessarily. Actually, I have a different perspective. In fact, I feel that even if it's a forced breakthrough, ultimately, one must embark on the path of mystic cultivation. I don't mean that body refinement to become a martial god isn't good. But once you reach the Mystic Master Realm, you'll understand. Indeed, the Mystic Master Realm holds a completely overwhelming advantage over martial gods. Purely refining the body will never be able to overcome that dominance. Regarding this matter, His Excellency and Hu Buhui have fought before, so he should understand this very well." After speaking, Lu Wendao looked towards Zhu Tianshu, who nodded. "Indeed, that's the case. It seems for now, the only option is to experiment on you, Lu Wendao. His meridians are damaged, but his bloodline and body aren't too severely injured. If I use starlight and moonlight to channel into his body, could it assist in healing his meridians? I'm not sure, as no one has ever tried this method, so we'll only know after trying." Having sorted out the chaotic thoughts in his head, Zhu Tianshu suddenly spoke, startling the two people in front of him. "Brother Hu Yuanjue, please go outside first. Let me treat Lu Wendao first." Although Hu Yuanjue had many questions, he didn't say a word, cupped his hands in thanks, and left. Truly a magnanimous man, unconstrained by trivial matters. In the courtyard, with the wind and clouds drifting, only Lu Wendao and Zhu Tianshu remained. "Lu Wendao, I have something to ask you first. If I can heal your injuries, what's the first thing you want to do?" Lu Wendao was stunned by this question but quickly calmed down and replied, "I've already said, if your excellency can heal me, regardless of who you are, even if it means a lifetime of hardship, I will follow you and never betray you. Is that so? Very good. Then, can you tell me beforehand, was there any conflict between you and my father in the past?" Lu Wendao hesitated but nodded resolutely. "Yes, I was just an ordinary general under your father's command. But later, I accidentally entered the armory, unaware that it was a forbidden area, off-limits to everyone. Your father wouldn't even grant me an audience, nor would he listen to my explanation. He immediately ordered my meridians to be severed and expelled me from the military camp. Later, as you know, I encountered too many enemies on the battlefield. To survive, I continuously used elixir to fight, so my body gradually weakened. So that's how it is. I understand now. Let's go inside. Let me see if I can heal your meridians." As Zhu Tianshu spoke, he led the way into his study. The two of them sat cross-legged on the bed. Zhu Tianshu sat behind Lu Wendao, channeling the mystic energy within his body into Lu Wendao's. "Close your eyes, feel the seed of mystic energy, and start circulating your cultivation technique. Although your meridians are severed and your mystic energy is almost depleted, your spiritual power and cultivation experience are still intact. Calm down and control the mystic energy in your body. Guide my energy flow deep into your meridians." As Zhu Tianshu spoke, he adjusted and coordinated with Lu Wendao. In that instant, all the energy within the old man's body converged at a single point. In that split second, it was as if a withered tree had met spring, and Lu Wendao's decaying body showed a spark of vitality. Lu Wendao's eyes widened in surprise because a pure stream of energy was being transmitted inside. Although most of it was scattered due to damaged meridians, it could still strengthen his mystic energy slightly, and the meridians showed signs of healing. This was truly unbelievable. Why did Zhu Tianshu, this waste in everyone's eyes, possess such abundant and pure energy? Even if Lu Wendao didn't want to believe it, the abundant energy being transmitted into his body was real. Seemingly noticing Lu Wendao's distraction, Zhu Tianshu coldly reminded him, "Discard your distracting thoughts and continue circulating your technique 10 more times." Lu Wendao immediately followed, focusing all his attention on his body. He didn't know how much time passed, but his eyes brightened, and then he regained consciousness and exhaled deeply. If someone with divine vision were to observe, they would discover that the bright spots converging within Lu Wendao's body, the threads of mystic energy, had become dazzlingly brilliant. It's a success. My God! More than 8/10 of the damaged meridians have been healed. Now, without your Excellency's continued assistance, I'm confident I can heal my own injuries. Nothing could describe Lu Wendao's astonishment at this moment. He quickly knelt before Chu Tianshu. Many thanks for your Excellency's grace in granting me rebirth. From this day forward, I swear to heaven and earth, in this life and the next, I will only regard your Excellency as my master, and I will never betray you, or I will be struck by lightning. Wendao, there's no need for such a grand gesture. No, your Excellency, please allow me to express my gratitude. This grace is no different from granting me a new life. Moreover, your Excellency has exhausted your cultivation for me. Lu Wendao will surely repay this kindness with his life in the future. Hearing the old man's sincere and heartfelt words, Chu Tianshu was extremely surprised and wondered inwardly, exhausted my cultivation? Does he think I healed his meridians using my own cultivation? Although surprised, Chu Tianshu intentionally remained silent. It was best not to reveal it for now. Get up. There's something I need to tell you first. To be honest, my relationship with the Chu family isn't good. My stepmother and elder brother even wish for my early demise. And Chu Yanhong doesn't care about my life or death either. I've had to endure hardships since childhood to survive until now. Hearing this secret from Chu Tianshu, Lu Wendao exclaimed in disbelief, could it be because of this that your Excellency has not dared to display your superiority? Have you always allowed others to see you as a wastrel, as trash, to avoid the stepmother's murderous intent? Chu Tianshu nodded. Let's just say that's the case. He couldn't very well tell him that he had transmigrated here, could he? Ha! Having experienced so much in just one evening, Lu Wendao admired Chu Tianshu's concealment even more. Your Excellency has endured so much, and now you're willing to sacrifice so much cultivation. For a subordinate. I feel truly ashamed. Chu Tianshu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, and reassured the old man. The important thing is that I currently lack a skilled expert like you to rely on. Lu Wendao, don't worry about this matter. My cultivation will recover quickly. All right, don't dwell on it any longer. In the future, I will be governing my own territory, and I can't do without your help. So that's how it is. Only at this moment did Lu Wendao understand his own value. No wonder His Excellency wanted to recruit talented individuals. It was in preparation for establishing his own territory. Outside. At the same time, outside under the faint moonlight, a row of dark figures suddenly appeared on the roof of the princess's mansion. A cool breeze blew past them as their eyes fixated on the mansion before them. The leader of the assassins, wearing a mask that concealed his entire face, looked at the time and sighed. Tonight's wind is truly mournful, and it's all because of Her Majesty the Queen. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of assassins immediately leaped towards the princess's mansion. Seemingly at the same time, inside the mansion, both Chu Tianshu and the old man sensed danger. Is someone there? What's going on? The Imperial Guards were just dispatched today. This can't be a coincidence, can it? Your Excellency, could the commotion outside be the assassins? Chu Tianshu was startled at first but quickly regained his composure, grabbing his weapon to investigate. As he rushed outside, he anxiously thought, the assassins arrived so quickly? I hope the princess is all right. The moment Chu Tianshu opened the door, he was greeted by a volley of dangerous darts flying towards him. Caught off guard, Chu Tianshu couldn't react to the sudden attack, only able to stare blankly. Fortunately, the old man, Lu Wendao, drew his bow and shouted, Your Excellency, don't panic. Let me help you. Whoosh! An arrow shot by the old man flew straight towards the assassin's darts. The arrow whizzed past Chu Tianshu, severing a few strands of his hair, then disrupted the trajectory of the darts, aiming directly at the person on the roof. The masked assassin leader was grazed by the arrow but managed to dodge it. Not giving the opponent another chance to attack, Lu Wendao rushed out from the room, utilizing his mystic arts. This time, he didn't shoot just one arrow, but 3 at once. Empowered by mystic arts, the arrows rained down from the sky, aimed directly at the assassins below. In an instant, most of the assassins, unable to dodge, were struck down and killed by the arrows. With a graceful leap, Lu Wendao landed beside Chu Tianshu. Standing on the roof, the leader drew his blade, scrutinizing Lu Wendao, and exclaimed, "He's a level 3 mystic master? I didn't expect such an expert to be within the princess's mansion." At this moment, Chu Tianshu also used his divine vision to look towards the assassin. The assassin leaped and transformed into 3 identical clones that launched an attack. It's a pity. Today, no one can save Chu Tianshu. His death here is certain. With multiple clones appearing, Lu Wendao didn't know which one to target. Fortunately, thanks to Chu Tianshu's divine vision, he received a timely reminder. "Shoot the one on the right." "Understood, Your Excellency." As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow, propelled by the wind and imbued with mystic energy, shot towards one of the assassin's clones. The assassin seemed stunned, not understanding how he was identified among the 3 clones. But due to his exceptional skills, he immediately formed hand seals to counter the incoming arrows. With a swing of his short blade, he deflected the arrows and let out a maniacal laugh that echoed through the night sky. "Ha ha! Old man, your cultivation is not bad. I can see you have rich experience. It's a pity that you seem to be injured, so with such a large disparity in strength." His voice echoed as his figure, like a puff of black smoke, appeared behind Lu Wendao seemingly out of nowhere. "You're no match for me, old man. Not good. This is dangerous." Lu Wendao spun around, luckily managing to use his bow to block the sharp blade. As he defended, he shouted, "Your Excellency, run! This guy is very strong." The assassin's terrifying strength pushed Lu Wendao backward. Simultaneously, the assassin used the recoil from pushing Lu Wendao to miraculously change direction and charged towards Chu Tianshu. "What? He used the force to get closer to me?" Chu Tianshu could only try to dodge. This assassin's cultivation was profound, his methods cunning, and his strength was definitely no less than Chu Tianwang's. He might even be stronger than Chu Tianwang, making it very difficult for Chu Tianshu to cope. The situation became extremely dangerous, but fortunately, a white wolf leaped from the roof behind them under the moonlight, distracting the assassin. Seeing the wolf, Chu Tianshu cried out joyfully, "Grey Wolf! You're just in time!" The grey wolf revealed its true form, no longer a cute puppy, and charged towards the assassin. Seeing Grey Wolf, the masked assassin roared furiously, "Beast! This is none of your business! Get back!" While repelling the white wolf, the masked figure couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It's actually the rare pure white-horned rhinoceros beast. Such a treasure falling into Chu Tianshu's hands is a waste. I might as well knock it unconscious first, and then claim it for myself after dealing with Chu Tianshu." With that thought, he struck the white wolf with a palm, sending it flying backward. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Tianshu unleashed his Tai Chi swordsmanship, attacking from behind. However, his powerful strike was easily blocked by the assassin with 2 fingers, trapping the sword. The assassin's cold voice rang out, along with Chu Tianwang's body. "Release your grip on the sword. Die!" The assassin turned and unleashed a palm strike filled with killing intent towards Chu Tianwang. But at this moment, Chu Tianshu shouted a question. "The Bai Hai! Do you intend to assassinate the princess and the current prince consort of the Western Qin Kingdom?" The voice echoed through the night, causing the assassin to freeze, his expression filled with shock and then fear. "What? Impossible! Impossible! I've disguised myself and masked my face. How could he recognize me so easily?"